Testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
But if we don't start now, we have a very busy agenda, and I'm not sure we'll get through it without missing the drinks this evening, which of course we don't want to do. So first of all, welcome to the event today, and a big welcome also to our virtual guests. The event is being live streamed. And I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors and supporters. And of course, the biggest thank you perhaps to KPMG for hosting this event again this year. So today we have an action-packed agenda, which I hope you're going to find useful. We're going to look at a whole range of issues, including some sort of cross-cutting issues about how on target we are to hit the 300,000 charge points that the DfT estimates is a minimum needed by 2030, how effective the Levi Fund has been in getting local authorities to provide charge points, whether or not we have the right types of chargers in the right types of places across the country, or at least are planning to do so, how we're doing with ultra-rapid charge points, are we on target there on motorways and strategic roads, and access to the grid, how well is that working? And of course, what is the likely impact of the ZEF reform, mandate reform? And finally, I think on the 27th of September or the 28th, the government's committed to announce how it's going to deliver the Climate Change Committee's 7th carbon budget, which expects that by 2040, 3/4 of cars and vans and nearly 2/3 of heavy good vehicles on the road will be electric, up from only 2.8% of cars and 1.4% of vans in 2023. So quite a big target there. Now, further details of the programme are available on the app. You have information, I think, on your seats on how to download that app, so do have a look at it. There are feedback forms on the chairs. Constructive criticism helps us improve what we're doing, so we greatly appreciate that. In the unlikely event of fire, the emergency exits are there and there. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our chair for this morning, Maurice Hochschild, Executive Chairman, Osprey Charging Network. Maurice, has my namesake, has 30 years' experience in power and infrastructure financing and development, first as co-founder of European Capital and later as global head of Investec Power and Infrastructure. He's been active in the financing and development of social infrastructure, mass transit, and power projects in the UK, Australia, North America, and Western Europe. He founded Via Novus, I like the classical allusion, Via Novus, Osprey's holding company, jointly with Investec in 2017. And Maurice has served on the boards of a number of public and private entities in the infrastructure and technology sectors. Maurice, over to you. Good luck.
Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be with you today for what will no doubt be an interesting session on EV infrastructure and e-mobility more generally. Many thanks again to KPMG for kindly hosting. Thank you also to our interesting speakers, leaders in their fields who've taken the time to join us today and give us the benefit of their thoughts. I thought back while preparing these words to the start of my journey in this space with Osprey some 7 years ago. My colleagues and I were convinced that e-mobility was coming, not because of regulation and in spite of the expense of the cars. We were convinced because they're better than what has come before, just as the combustion car was, in transport terms, better than the horse. However, any technological revolution meets opposition. Like riders and carriage drivers before them, some drivers still like the noise and presumably the smell of an engine and resist change. As Henry Ford is alleged to have said, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have asked for a faster horse. EVs are quieter, emit fewer noxious fumes, benefit from newer technology, have fewer breakdowns and lower maintenance costs. With fewer moving parts, it was also clear that EVs would eventually be cheaper. The product would follow the same learning curve and cost curve as computers, flat-screen TVs, smartphones, and solar panels, and indeed, we can see this happening. We were right on the prediction We're now approaching 1.5 million EVs on UK roads, over 4% of total stock. This is still relatively low, but sales are accelerating. Meanwhile, combustion car sales are flat to falling. While we were right about increasing sales, I, for one, was wrong on most other predictions. For one, price parity has taken a lot longer than predicted. Many Western manufacturers initially concentrated on making expensive EVs, but in the UK, we now have over 20 new EVs priced at or below £30,000. Demand for used EVs is also growing at a healthy rate, and 2 out of every 5 listed used EVs are priced at under £20,000. Importantly, an increasing number of more affordable models are made by Western car makers. This is good for the wider sector, given the importance of vehicle manufacturing to employment and investment. The rollout of charging infrastructure has kept pace. The number of DC chargers in the UK has grown from roughly 5,000 to 16,000 in the past 3 years alone. AC charging at home and on the road has also grown. Some of the infrastructure challenges have been helped by the current government removing some of the dafter planning hurdles, for example on substations, and we hope on signage to come. The shift to electric mobility was spurred by regulation, like renewable energy before it, but product appeal and economics are taking over. EV owner satisfaction exceeds the high 80%, markedly higher than for combustion cars. To bring these remarks to a close, while we've come a long way, all is not perfect. Too many chargers are broken or in poorly designed bays and locations. The reliability of charging equipment is lower than it should be. The user interface is often poor, even bewildering, and competitively priced charging for people without off-street parking remains a challenge. But the first mass-market EV, the Nissan Leaf, was launched only 15 years ago. 10 years ago, 55,000 plug-in vehicles were sold in the UK, against nearly 400,000 pure electric last year. More and more drivers are trading in their horses, and we need to make it better and easier. Today we'll hear and talk about how we travel further, faster, and better. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Ben Fulser, who is a partner at KPMG, who's going to tell us about the right infrastructure in the right places. Ben leads KPMG's future mobility team and work on zero-emission vehicles and charging infrastructure. Significant experience in the UK and internationally with charger infrastructure investments, as well as assisting governments, local authorities, and others with an EV and EV infrastructure strategy. Thank you. Ben.
Thank you very much, Maurice, and a very, very warm welcome to you all here to a sunny Monday morning in KPMG, and to those online who are joining us on the live stream. As Maurice said, I've the joy and pleasure of both hosting this event, but also leading the team within KPMG that works in this market. It's the third year we've hosted this event, and it's really great to see returning guests and also new faces as well. This is the fifth year we've supported it because, as Maurice has said, this is a fantastic industry with so much potential and so much growth still to come. A lot has happened since last year. We've had the ZEV mandate update. We've had the pushback to 2035 for everything that has a combustion engine. We've had the easing of the credit regime as part of that. I was talking to Aaron earlier. We've had extensive Levi tenders issued, and it makes a far difference from last September, and I think we're all vividly and avidly waiting for these things to come to market, and now they're coming out in their droves, which is fantastic in some ways, but also creates a bit of a lumpy market in others. We've got zero-emission trucks hitting the road, courtesy of the ZEHID scheme, but also outside of that. I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago where one of our clients was talking about a family-owned business who've purchased 10 zero-emission trucks off their own back with no grant funding because they think the economies work for them. We have had the Rapid Charging Fund hitting the brakes a bit, which has been a bit of a challenge, but notwithstanding that, there is still investment into infrastructure flowing into motorway service areas. The first full public sector joint venture was launched by Places for London, and we expect West Midlands Combined Authority to release its tender later this year or earlier next year. And then, of course, we've had the multiple insightful reports issued from the National Audit Office, but also what I was talking to Maurice about earlier, which I'd highly recommend reading, from Stonehaven, which looks at the London EV market. And I'll be talking about that in a bit more detail today. So, where does that leave us now? And where do we go from here? And I'll look at these questions at this potentially tipping point, as Maurice was saying. As we ask the question, do we focus on quantum, quality, or both? So the Select Committee heard earlier this year from the NAO that we're on target to deploying 300,000 public charging points by 2030. But there are gaps, regionally, on corridors, and in specific locations. It's no surprise that we know that there's a big proliferation of charging infrastructure in the southeast, and that's driven by a whole range of things, including population demographics, the availability of off-street parking, and indeed wealth. But yeah, even if you were to take those things into account, there is still a disparity regionally, and we do need to fix that. There are also disparities on corridors, and this is an interesting stat here. Around a quarter of England's strategic A roads have electric car charging cold spots, and there's some good examples there on the A2 to Dover, and also the A303 and A30 as you head into the West Country. And then, of course, we know there are some specific location gaps at MSAs. The NAO report didn't consider private infrastructure, and of course there are also challenges in that market as well, especially grid connections impacting things like depot electrification. And we heard from one of our bus operator clients last year that they really wanted to bid for the Zebra 2 grants, but couldn't do because they couldn't get a grid connection to their depot in Southampton and Portsmouth. And that had been taken up first in the queue by a data centre. Not saying that's necessarily a bad thing in sort of productivity and GVA terms, but actually from a decarbonisation perspective, it's a real challenge. And we've still a long way to go. So we're at sort of 73,000 in January, probably a bit more now. So well over 200,000 public charge points to deliver in the next 4.5 years. So there's a lot to play for, creating a dynamic, albeit slightly lumpy market for CPOs and their investors. Let's take a look at how the CPO market is shaping up then in response to it. So last count, and I'm happy to be criticised or told that this isn't correct, but our last estimate was that there's around 160 to 170 CPOs operating in the UK, 45 being in the AC-only market and 35 being in the DC-only market. And you compare and contrast that to between 10 and 20 prominent fuel retailers in the market, which include supermarkets, Tesco actually selling the most fuel last year. So this in itself indicates that whilst it's a rich market, there's almost certainly space for consolidation as we go through. And Charge UK said last year that its members estimate that they'll invest around 6 billion up to 2030 in the CPO market. So competition is fierce. And in a recent procurement that we launched for a client, we had expressions of interest from over 15 CPOs, and that was in a private procurement, not advertised to the full market. Also, with Levi funding promoting the quantum of charge points, and so many tenders live, it's not surprising to see that CPOs are trying to secure market share to establish economies of scale, supply chains that can span the UK, and the most commercially compelling offers on the market. Indeed, Connected Curb's £65 million deal struck earlier this year with Aviva and the National Wealth Fund will undoubtedly help in that creating a fairly commercially compelling offer to potential partners. As a result, today we see a fairly fragmented market in the UK and Europe as compared to other global regions, especially the US, with many CPOs vying for positions illustrated by the DC market here. So, Is there a problem? Isn't competition to deliver lots of charge points at low cost a good thing? Well, in part, yes, but there are some potential drawbacks. The first of these Maurice has already referenced, which is quality. We're waiting on the DFT publishing the first tranche of reliability data, but you can already see stats emerging in the market, such as these shown on screen. And those of us who are EV drivers will undoubtedly have had first-hand experience, both in the AC and DC markets, of poorly performing infrastructure. Chip and pin devices not working, pretty poor user experience, having to phone up a help desk to get a charging point reinitialized. All good examples of things I've seen in the last 18 months driving my EV. And a fairly amusing one where I turned up on the M5 with a roof box and 2 cycles, only to be greeted with a height restriction barrier, which was fairly frustrating when you're at 10% charge in a vehicle. We've also got the risk of over-providing. And a recent study by Field Dynamics suggested that we may already be at enough installed capacity for the demand through to 2031. But the problem is it's in the wrong places and it's not accessible to everyone. We know that there's a sweet spot in utilisation in the DC and AC charging markets. And in some places we're absolutely hitting that, but not at a portfolio level across the market. Continuing to focus on the quantum risks both keeping the portfolio utilisation low and also potentially creating a vicious cycle of actually needing to reduce costs and therefore impact quality. Also creating stranded assets, especially at concession terms when authorities get hand back. But the technologies and market dynamics have moved on. The third potential sort of drawback is providing for the wrong demographic. And this is actually particularly surprising, and I referenced the Stonehaven report earlier. But the research indicated that in the London market, when you go above a certain percentage of electric vehicle private hire, they actually end up blocking the infrastructure, and it has a deleterious effect on the uptake of the rest of the private market. And the suggestions in the Stonehaven report are that that's about a 5% reduction in the uptake compared to areas with lower EV PHVs. And so that's quite an interesting kind of impact and shows an unintended consequence of pushing out EV charging and not necessarily thinking about the demographics. Fourth is not providing accessible charging. Despite PAS 1899 being issued, accreditors being appointed, and local authorities committing in their Levi tenders to delivering accessible EV charging, we're not actually seeing it hit the ground yet. And that needs to be fixed. And the fifth area is CPO default. Now, thankfully, we've not seen a material impact of that in the UK yet, but we're starting to see it in the US market. And it is a concern that needs to be taken into account. So, despite the fact what I've said about blocking and the need to push out charging infrastructure so that you don't end up with those issues like we've got with the London market with electric private hire, do we actually need to think about quantity as a real focus point? Our team at KPMG firmly believes it's about getting the right mix of infrastructure, and this is starting to be backed up by that London market experience. And I'd strongly recommend that all authorities and CPOs read the outputs from the round table in December 2024 from the LGC, which looked at the London market and provided real-world findings from schemes, a few of which I've actually shared here. So an interesting point here. A road that I would say is one of the most deprived areas of the borough was #1 in the league table for charging events. The next one down, which was quite an affluent area, was 90 charging events a month. And in the top 10, there are quite a lot of the non-affluent areas. We think it's because there are a lot of people in those areas who are taking home electric company vans, and there are an awful lot of taxi drivers. We're starting to see that putting charge points outside people's houses, and they're not using them. EV drivers are heading for the charging points they perceive as the most reliable, fastest, and cheapest. So it's not just a question of putting out loads of charge points, it's about putting the right charge points out in the right locations. And of course, that blend is really important. Various studies forecast future EV charging requirements. We've done some, others have done some, but it's not a one-size-fits-all model. And it will change as technology access to and cost of charging changes. But as that happens, the more educated we can be and the better choices we can make. Looking at the current stats and status quo, and comparing that to a recent forecast by Kearney, we seem to be overly providing proportionally for destination charging and probably need to expand on street and en route charging. But that's a high level view, and people need to take a much more local view. So, where does that leave us? Well, I think what we've talked about so far is that quality is still facing a shortfall, and it needs to be addressed. And we do know we need to deliver quantum as well. So it's a question, it's not an either or, it's a both, but do it together. First of all, understand your customers, their needs, their behaviours, and how they'll evolve as technology, familiarity in the market matures. This needs to include both fleet and private customers, and understand the implication of other policies. So, for example, London's cleaner vehicle discount, which has driven that high number of adoption of electric private hire vehicles. And I will call out a report from Transport Scotland here last year, where they commissioned a study to look at how all of those factors, demographic changes, technology changes, cost of charging, will impact potential demand across the whole of Scotland. Because that actually helps to really understand not just our requirements today, but how those are going to evolve in the future as all those wider market dynamics change. It's then critical to get the right partners, be this a suitable CPO if you're an authority, or the right supply chain partners if you're a CPO. And the market is not equal, and we're finding this out from procurements we're running today. Crucial is buying the right solution. Does it need to be a blend of infrastructure from one CPO? Can it be a best of breed? How active do infrastructure owners want to be in funding, managing, and commercialising the infrastructure? How much risk versus reward do counterparties want? How do you get the most suitable payment and performance mechanisms into your business? Knowing what the market could do itself and where there may be gaps is particularly important for authorities. For example, can local bus operators open up their charging infrastructure as First Group is doing and provide that to fleets? And does that mean that you can get a better blend of infrastructure provision in your local area? What are the local supermarkets doing? What are the local railway stations doing? Noting that Network Rail and the train operating companies are also pushing out charging infrastructure now at pace. What does that actually look like as a holistic view of EV charging infrastructure? And how does that mean what does that mean for you plugging the gaps? It's really important to do robust modelling, including the sensitivities, to understand the financials of a scheme. If it's loss-making, how long is it going to be loss-making for? Could you over-subsidise now to recover later? Does the portfolio as a whole work over its lifespan? And then last couple of points. Look at how to maximise yield and financial performance whilst meeting the customer needs. Look at how you optimize grid connection costs. Look at what fleet deals you can achieve, especially in a local authority market where you've got grey and white fleet. Is there an opportunity to use the local authority's power purchase agreement if it provides cheaper electricity than the CPO can accommodate, and it can accommodate smart charging? And then, of course, as we've already said, look at location optimization. And last but not least, run the business, especially for local authorities and infrastructure operators. Monitor and manage the schemes to get the best operational performance and the residual value at hand back. Thank you. I think I might have time for a couple of questions. There are any? Sorry, what? There's a roving mic coming to you.
I speak pretty loud. So I'm guilty of having... Is it on? Hello. I'm guilty of having developed a couple of the stranded assets before. I was part of the team developing the juice box, which I saw up on your slide. I swear it's not my fault.
Thank you.
I just cannot see the future. And at that time, when we started developing that technology, OCPP was not really a thing yet. it wasn't really outside of the Asian markets at that point. And I suppose my question to you is, what do you think the way is for developers to avoid developing themselves into a stranded asset?
Good question. So from my perspective, there are a couple of things here. One, you could look at a stranded asset being caused by not having enough demand in the first place. And you could also look at it in the respect that the CPO backs out and leaves the asset there. For the latter, the interoperability point is absolutely critical. And what we have seen and encouraged significantly in tenders is the inclusion of OCPP as a mandatory requirement. It's also, though, about the handback provisions. So making sure that when you do terminate that agreement, either by mutual agreement, it comes to an end of its life, or by default, you've got sufficiently mature and well set out handback provisions, and that could include an exit plan for that contract. For the former, about not having enough demand, that really is about doing your demographic analysis, your demand forecasting, and really working out what the likelihood of demand is for that asset in the wider portfolio. And it might be that you're happy to accept a number of charge points that are not going to meet your utilization threshold, so long as the overall portfolio works.
From the technology standpoint, though, what about in the case in which the standard, which will become the interoperable standard, doesn't yet exist? What do you think is the best choice?
So from my perspective, I think making sure that all the relevant ISOs that are currently available are adopted, and then engaging with organisations like Charge UK and other standards making bodies like ISO to be aware of what's coming up next and what the industry is collectively working on. Okay. One more question. Alec.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Really interesting presentation. At the beginning, you mentioned the number of CPOs operating in the market at the moment, about 166 or around that mark, and that's probably unsustainable in the sort of short to medium or medium to long term. So with that in mind, what do you think the numbers might look like in, say, a few years' time?
Hang on, I'm going to get my crystal ball out. There we go. So I don't think we're going to get down to necessarily the level of fuel retailers, because it's a very different marketplace, and actually, fuel retailers do absolutely rely on, very long supply chains, and they're very expensive businesses to operate. So I think you won't necessarily see a reduction to the sort of 10 to 20 mark, but I'd be surprised if beyond the next sort of 7 to 10 years we'd see more than 60, 70 CPOs operating in the market, because there will be a natural consolidation. And don't forget, there are CPOs in the market today, and I'm not necessarily pointing fingers at anyone here, who are built to sell. It's about getting enough stuff in the ground to be able to be an attractive proposition for an exit at some point in the next 2 to 3 years. So that will naturally happen. That's just normally part of business. Some will overstretch themselves and go out of the market. I have no doubt about that. And others will naturally consolidate. Great. That's all I have time for, but thank you. I will be here for the rest of the day, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the event with you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ben. It was a great presentation with a lot of constructively critical remarks and points to think about, and hopefully those will recur throughout the day. Next, I'm happy to invite up to stage Dr. Chris Pateman-Jones. I'm sure many of you know him already. Chris is Chief Executive Officer of Connected Curb, one of the leading on-street AC charging providers in the UK. Chris has extensive experience developing projects in the energy and commodity sectors, first with Bechtel, a very large leading US developer, contractor, and then later as a director in EY's global infrastructure business. He joined Connected Curb in 2018, became a CEO in November 19, and in March 2024 was appointed chair of Charge UK, trade association body for the EV charging. He was very keen to let us all know that he's stepping back from that role and he is not representing Charge UK here today. Fair enough? Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maurice. And I hope it's important to make that clarification, but I hope I won't be saying anything that's particularly controversial today, but maybe giving you a bit of an insight into my take on what's happened in the market over the last few years and how that impacts the business models that many of you will be investing in as investors and many of us as CPOs will be trying to manage against. Am I using the right one? It doesn't look like it. This one? Okay. Could someone move on for me then? There we are. Okay. So I'm going to talk about, and this is a very provocative title, but I'm going to talk about utilisation across the industry. The reason this is very, very important is it affects the returns that we're all making on our business models. It affects also, as I'll hopefully try and point out, it impacts the prices that every user pays when they're coming to charge their vehicle. Next slide, please. Can I? There we are. Okay. So first off, before I talk about before I talk through the slides I've got, I just want to say a little bit about who Connected Curve is. So we are backed, as Maurice said, by the National Wealth Fund and by Aviva Investors. Took investment in about 2.5 years ago by Aviva Investors and then announced a deal early this year from the NWF and Aviva Investors. We predominantly focus on deploying charging on street, but also in workplaces and in car parks. And we're known predominantly for that investment into on-street charging infrastructure, largely AC, increasingly now being invited to deploy large-scale DC charging infrastructure. We think about that in a way where you're deploying as infill charging infrastructure rather than necessarily as DC hubs. And the aim for that is all about trying to deliver ultimate convenience, affordability, and reliability across the network, predominantly for people who have to rely on public charging infrastructure. The reason we talk about these three things across the business is because that is what you get when you charge at home on your driveway, and we're trying to provide the same solution. We're a home charging business for people who can't home charge. This is working now, I'm happy to say. So a reminder for everyone in the room, these are the 5 things that essentially will drive the success of most of the CPO business models. So the margin that you're making on the power that you're selling across your network. Pretty key thing, most CPOs out there are trying to build that margin up. There are many ways you can do that. That doesn't necessarily mean the charge that you're passing on to the consumer, but you're trying to build your underlying margin as a business. And that is predominantly at the moment driven through the margin that you're adding to the kilowatts that you're selling. So linked to that, and the purpose of the conversation today, utilization, the number of kilowatts that you're selling. Again, every CPO out there is trying to drive that at the moment. And I would argue there are some fundamental issues around utilization today and in the next few years coming towards us. Cost to build, this is something I think there's also going to be some pressure on this in the next few years. So cost to build, the cost to actually install your charging infrastructure, that ranges from the cost of the hardware, the cost of digging the streets or the car parks, your cost of electrical grid connections, but also some of the more mundane things. So the cost of actually going out and procuring, going through these many different procurement exercises that exist at the moment, and the cost for getting TROs in place, the cost for leases and all kinds of things like that. We've seen a proliferation in the bureaucracy in the last few years on this. There are some great efforts, but it is difficult when you're doing this at scale. The cost to operate, very, very important that we have a great service for users when they're coming and plugging into the network. You also find, coincidentally, that your utilization and your margin is better on assets that are working than assets that are offline and not working. So cost to operate is very, very important. You want to deploy long life assets that are going to earn you money over a long period of time. I think to your question on how do you manage for obsolescence, give out long-term contracts and you'll find the industry is very, very focused on trying to deliver long-term contracts. As a business ourselves, we really focus on modularity. So this year we'll be upgrading about 1,000 of our sockets, again, recognizing that risk of obsolescence. And then the final point, which I think was touched on by Ben, is scale. You need scale here, and I would argue that most of the CPOs in the UK at the moment are subscale relative to, in terms of their network, relative to the minimum viable size that you need to be able to operate a charging network. That is why you are seeing such efforts from CPOs to get that scale up. Now that obviously is linked to utilization. You need both scale and utilization, so the location of the charging points is extremely important. You could have 10,000 charging points in a single city, and you're likely to get far lower utilization across those 10,000 assets than if you had 10,000 assets across the UK, simply because you're serving a much larger market. So very, very important to focus on that localization and where you go and deploy. So let me take you back to 2022, when most of the investment cases were signed into businesses that you see operating in the market today. So when we signed these deals, most of the market was focused on, we thought we were at a tipping point. The ZEV was pretty robust and strong. We were working towards a 2030 timeline. A lot of things have changed since then. So the market is fundamentally different. We all thought that utilization was going to grow far faster than it is, and that was because we all thought that EV adoption was going to be far, far faster. And some things have changed since then. So let me talk about, I guess, some key things. So network growth, I've got this in green because I think it's actually a really positive, a pretty remarkable story to be told here. So the Infrastructure Commission, the National Audit Office all cite infrastructure growth across the UK as being a real bright spot within the green transition. You've seen a large number of charging points going out of all different types. And actually, positively, I think you're only going to see this going one way. That causes us problems as an industry around utilization. We'll touch on that. But there is huge growth in the number of charging points going out in the ground at the moment. Together with that, you've then had government action. There's been some fantastic things taking place across government, but there has also been an element of uncertainty around the ZEV mandate. So initially we were operating at 2030, then it moved to 2035, now it's back to 2030, and we've seen a slight softening of the ZEV mandate. Now, that has an impact and I say softening of the ZEV mandate around the flexibilities around that. Now there's a real impact of that, and there is a perceived impact of that for consumers. Consumers look at change in this, and they make decisions. So even if we feel that the changes haven't been particularly significant, they have impacted consumer perception of EV. And I would argue that it is a result of some of the flip-flopping that we've seen, plus concerted effort amongst actors within the media, that has driven a slower adoption of EV in the last couple of years than we had expected. So user demand is down. Why is that important? Well, when you combine a lower growth in user demand with a faster than expected deployment of charging infrastructure, you see the result that we're seeing across the networks today, which is lower utilization, or even flatlining or decreasing in some instances, utilization relative to what we had all forecast, which was an increase in utilization. And that is a fundamental problem for many of the investment cases that we've seen. And so you're seeing CPOs adjusting what they're doing at the moment to try and recover that position. And I'd argue that's what you're seeing in terms of some of the tariffs out there in the market. So investor appetite, I mean, I don't need to, it was nice to say that it was already flagged that there is one CPO out there that's secured a fairly big investment at the start of this year. There hasn't been much else for the last 18 months. And there hasn't been because investors are sitting on the edge, pretty nervous. I mean, I'm telling an audience that I think knows this pretty well, but investors are sitting on the edge, quite worried about what is happening from a utilization perspective and waiting for CPOs to show that they have addressed this within their financial models. And I think that's where you're seeing margins being adjusted. They're sitting on the outside, essentially waiting to see those adjustments, and we'll see what happens. But there has not been much. The investment that has come in has largely been to maintain existing investments rather than investing for growth. It is sustaining existing investments in the market. I think that's quite an interesting difference from where we were 2 years ago. I hope that will change, and there's some things that CPOs and the government can do to try and stimulate that. So looking ahead, and I'm talking about the next 2 or 3 years here, not long term. I remain really very positive in terms of long term, but looking at the next 2 years, do we think that this gets better? I would love to say yes, but I actually think in the near term, I think there are some real challenges that are ahead of us. And again, these are challenges sometimes created by good things, but they are challenges nonetheless. So there is a land grab mentality in the industry. You have to deploy charging infrastructure, and you have to deploy it at scale, otherwise you are not relevant. Without being, again, provocative, I would argue that a very large proportion of the 166 CPOs are not relevant when it comes to scale. And that is what is going to be a challenge in terms of some of those exit strategies that are out there. What are you selling? Is it a brand, or are there actually assets to be sold as part of it? So the land grab is really important. People need to deploy. Again, I would argue that when you're doing that, think really carefully about where you are going and deploying. Levi timelines are also going to cause us a problem. So Levi, I would argue, there's been delays around it for many reasons that have been discussed very, very widely. But it's about 2 years behind where we as a business had thought that Levi would be going. I think there's many others who would argue the same. That has been a problem in terms of people meeting their investment cases and, again, potentially driven a slower adoption of EV across society, particularly in those who rely on public infrastructure. But what I would also argue is going to be a problem is you're now going to see a bubble effect. There's a huge number of charging points that are going to be deployed in the next 18, 24 months. And I would argue in those locations, because of the way that Levi has been structured, we're seeing mandated requirement of a certain number of charging points being deployed in a certain timeline. We should really be thinking about this as deploy in line with growth, slightly ahead of growth. Don't mandate that you have to deploy 3,000 charging points within the next 18 months. It doesn't necessarily achieve your goals in terms of what you're wanting as a CPO to drive utilization. I say profit sharing slightly provocatively here because quite often we don't see profit share, we see revenue share still. There is a problem with that. There is no risk sharing. The CPO is taking the risk. The counterparty is not taking risk. So there's an important thing that we need to try and adjust that. And I think there's an underlying fairness point that councils and others should be thinking about in this. Why should someone who is parking on street pay an additional tax essentially through this when someone who's parking on their driveway at home isn't? I personally believe that is a scandal waiting to come out in the media. And I think it's certainly something which, alongside other different things, is driving the cost up of charging. Cost escalation, we've touched on this. I would expect, because of the nature of the number of charging points that will, again, positively be deployed in the next 18, 24 months, I would expect installation costs to be going up. And then I think we need to have a serious conversation around contract term. So in a market where there is so much uncertainty around utilization growth over the coming years, contract terms of 15 years are just about doable, but require significant Levi funding alongside it. Whereas actually, if you were to have a sensible conversation, recognizing that things have changed so much in terms of utilization growth, I think you could reduce public subsidy if you went for longer, more sensible contract terms. You can make it work on 15 years, let's be clear about that, but it doesn't give you a huge amount of room for maneuver. So CPOs are really having to think about that very carefully. Why is all that important? You might sort of say it's a CPO whining. I say this is important because this impacts users. The CPOs will adjust their business models to reflect the reality that they're faced with. This, though, impacts users. And the risk around that is you create a negative feedback loop. If you drive, through incentives, drive EV adoption faster, you will get a dropping of tariffs more quickly. If you slow down EV adoption, then you will see a maintenance of higher charging tariffs than you would do if you were to get higher utilization. It's simple maths. The more kilowatts you get through the system, the lower margin you need to make per kilowatt to still hit your business models. If you go slower, less kilowatts through the system, higher charging tariffs, less users wanting to switch towards EV. So this is why this is a really, really, really important topic. This is an extremely simplified graph, but hopefully it sort of gives you a sense of where we were, I think, in 2022, margin, based on utilization forecasts that we were seeing. The utilization forecasts have changed. I would argue, and I don't have visibility of everyone else's models, but I would argue that CPOs are trying to maintain or increase margin at the moment higher than where they would, and this is the critical point, higher than where they would have been had utilization borne out, and we still have been working prior to the Sunak government's change of 2030 to 2035. Prior to that shock, I would argue that margin and that tariffs would have been lower in today's market had utilization grown faster. Now, I suppose when I'm trying to think of the positives on this, there is a route actually where you could see utilization growing faster, and you can actually see a scenario where then tariffs start to come down. And I guess also when I'm thinking of it from a CPO perspective, this has been driven by investor appetite, right? Investors are saying, how do you get your economics to work in a market which is totally different? The positives here, though, is we now have investment cases that are, from a utilization perspective, far easier to overperform, because the expectation that investors all have looking at this market is lower performance than where we were 2 years ago. So there is a positive to look at this. You can overperform, and then I would hope in a few years' time you'll see tariffs really dropping. The challenge for CPOs and the whole market is there is greater competition, and you're going to see fighting based on tariffs. So CPOs not only need to be aware of that, you need to be looking at other ways where you can try and build margin into your business, not necessarily through tariffs. So overly simplified, but hopefully there's some key messages there. So how do we fix this? And by fix this, I mean, how do you deliver against financial investment cases in a way that is profitable for investors to come into the market? And critically, how do you fix this to get to a tariff point which is attractive for users to be able to switch to EV quickly? So you need to drive utilization, and this is where I look at government. I think government has a huge role to play here. You'll all be aware earlier this year that we saw a slight softening of the ZEV targets, or not the targets, but the flexibilities in there. I would love to see UK government coming out with the incentives package that was promised earlier this year, waiting to see that coming out. I'm sure some of the government representatives might have things to say on it, although I'm sure you won't be able to commit today. But we would love to see some of the things on that, whether that is adjustments to VAT or maybe even penalties for those driving combustion engine vehicles, something that drives the switch across to EV more quickly. It will then create a positive feedback loop rather than the negative one that I fear that we're in at the moment. I would look at adjusting terms, so really think sensibly about how we deploy charging infrastructure, what contracts and the duration that we deliver those across. I know that OZEV is encouraging councils to be looking at longer term contracts. Councils really should consider what they're going to be getting from their users' perspective. Longer term contracts will equal lower tariffs, in my view. And then the underlying costs, and this is really where the top two CPOs can't do a huge amount about it. Maybe they can around utilisation, I'll come on to that, but the underlying costs is something that really CPOs can be looking at. So let's come on to the CPO piece. Some 5 key sort of things I would encourage CPOs to be thinking about, and any investor that's backing CPOs. Don't oversaturate the market. Ben talked about this. And there is a drive at the moment, we're seeing it through some of the levers, to incentivize you to deploy more and more and more and more charging infrastructure. There is simple maths behind this. You can't make the economics work if you deploy too much infrastructure. Yes, as a portfolio, great, you'll have some that are high, some that are low. If you have too many that are low, you're going to really struggle. So use the maths and deploy infrastructure that makes sense in the right locations. It could be AC, it could be DC. The point is it has to meet what you're expecting user demand to be in that, and the maths around that are relatively simple over the time horizons that we're looking at. Marketing is very important. So, though I would argue that most marketing at the moment is going into capturing trade that already exists in the market. My fear on that is that you're investing into a diminishing returns situation. There are more charging points going out there. Therefore, if you're capturing that existing driver base, you are fighting over diminishing returns, right? So you should be focusing, yes, on trying to drive immediate returns into your investment model now, but you need to be thinking about how do you transition people across to EV in the areas where you've deployed as quickly as possible. Localized marketing activities, we have found, certainly as a CPO, are far more impactful and quicker than you might expect in terms of getting people across into EV. Embrace your side hustle. You should not be making money purely off EV charging as a CPO. That might sound weird, but there are ancillary things that you can be doing. So smart charging is something that every CPO should be looking at. You should be looking at how do you manage power. There are significant revenues to be made from managing power across networks, particularly in AC, where the time of charge is less important. You can make money through that. So when I talk about margin increasing, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be all through tariffs. You can be making money in other different ways. And any CPO who isn't looking at that, if you're an investor, I would seriously encourage them to do so. Drive efficiency across the organization. AI is a threat and a massive opportunity. We've deployed across our organization, both in terms of maintaining the network, how do you forecast where you need to be deploying charging points, but also how do you manage and identify problems to improve that customer service. And then the final point is, which is linked to that drive for efficiency, you need scale. You really need scale, and if you have scale, you can even operate and make things work at a relatively low utilization level. So that is the key thing, and I guess that tees up maybe the conversations for later today, because I'm with you, I think consolidation is coming fairly fast. So organic or inorganic scale is coming, and consolidation is going to be a buzzword for this next 18 months. Sorry, a shaky start at the start without the slides moving on, but hopefully that maybe provokes some conversation. Thank you all very much for having me. And thank you very much. I'm told I have some time for questions if anyone would like to ask one.
Thank you for that, Chris. I'm Ben from a cross-pavement solution provider, Nodem. How worried are you that cross-pavement solutions will drive down the utilization rate and ruin your business model?
I mean, I probably have many things that I worry about. It's not my top worry. I have many things, as I say, that I have to worry about. That's probably not the number one. I think the key thing for anyone operating as we do, so we work with local authorities, but also in the commercial space. So commercial space, I'm not concerned. In the local authority space, yes, it is something that we need to be aware of. I think most CPOs operating in the local authority space would say there is room for all kinds of different solutions. There are certain locations where it makes no sense for us to be deploying charging infrastructure, where pavements are extremely narrow, and I can see a scenario where there's a use case for cross-pavement solutions there. So it's not, when we're doing our, we have a tool we've built internally we call ASAP, so Automated Site Analytics Platform, and that is looking at the number of people who live in the area and the number of charging points that could be supported, and we're rarely deploying all of those on day one. So it gives us an opportunity to course correct over time. I think that's the key thing. So yeah, I think there's room for it all.
Thank you.
Sorry to capitalize the microphone. Chris, so you spoke a little bit about side hustles for CPOs as a bolster for margins. You also spoke about or around CPO differentiation. I'd like to hear a little bit more from you about what can differentiate a CPO in terms of not just things like the side hustles you mentioned, but more seriously into the V1G, V2G, sort of, that side, that space, as well as new technologies that will, I think, become very much part of the industry, like wireless charging.
Excuse me. Yeah. So I would say differentiation depending on who you're talking to and who the conversation is at the time. So when we're talking with users, the differentiation is that convenience, affordability, and reliability, recognizing that ultimately you have a somewhat captive audience if you're deploying on street and you're trying to provide that home charging solution for the user. I still think there is an onus on the CPO to demonstrate that they're delivering value and trying to differentiate still, because if you provide a very bad solution, then they will go somewhere else. In that instance, for us, we launched smart charging, true smart charging, about a year ago. We're bringing plunge pricing to the market this year. So again, trying to mirror the experience you would get in a home setting, in that public setting. And then similarly, at the same time, we're talking to energy providers to try and reduce the prices that we're paying so that we can pass those on to the consumer. So I think that would be one of the ways you differentiate from a commercial proposition perspective to the user. I think you also have to think about the user experience that you have when you're using the digital solutions. We brought ours in-house about a year and a half ago we started building. We were somewhat disappointed by the offers that were on the market for us at that point. They didn't necessarily deliver what we wanted at the scale that we wanted. So we found that the user experience wasn't where our customers were asking for us to be. So we spent 6 months working with customers on what an ideal user experience would be for the app, and you can go and see Google and Android scores now of our app, and it does appear to be pretty heavily differentiated from our peers in the market. So I would say that digital experience is pretty important. So for example, rather than you having to search for your charging points on the area, as soon as you go onto the app, this is your nearest charging point recommended to you. There's little basic things like that you can do. So none of them are transformative in their own right, but they all sort of add up to something that is, I think, a differentiated proposition. From the technology perspective, I think, again, different locations will require different tech. For us in the on-street space, we're not hearing the energy market telling us we need power back from you. So V2G is less of a focus for us than true smart charging. What the grid system does tell us consistently, though, is don't take power from us when we're constrained. Don't give it back to us, but don't take it from us when we're constrained. That's where AC charging, and as I say, we do DC as well as AC, but when we're focused on AC, that is really the huge opportunity for CPOs, is to truly schedule charging to take advantage of when power is constrained, don't charge, but equally when there are large portions of the day when power is abundant in the grid and there is too much being generated, particularly when you have beautiful sunny weather that we've had at the start of this year, where you can be taking power extremely cheaply. So yeah, we're less focused on the V2G, more focused on truly dynamic tariffs across the network.
Thank you. And sorry, just to hit the wireless charging point again, as I am the CTO of a wireless developer, where do you see that? I've had these conversations with the Richards Turnbull, for example. But I'd like to hear it from you.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to answer that one. So I think wireless is a very interesting technology. I see a use case for it. I don't necessarily see it as wide scale, not necessarily because it's not fantastic, but because the transition that we're struggling to go through at the moment from combustion engine to EV, you would have to go through another transition to get to the wireless charging one. So we're seeing package protection being removed from vehicles for wireless because there's a weight, and why would you put it in your vehicle if there's no charging infrastructure to support it? And CPOs would say, well, why would I put the charging infrastructure out there unless there are vehicles that can support it? I can see use cases for taxis, and I can see use cases for disabled drivers. I think for disabled drivers it would be a wonderful thing, but how you get it to work at scale, I don't quite know. For us as a CPO, we own our IP around our hardware. We've focused on modularity. With our kit sitting under the ground with the socket above the ground, we think we're ready to make a switch if we needed to, but I don't see it coming in the near term at scale. That would be, I could be completely wrong, but that would be my take.
We'll see. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Good. Chris, thank you very much. It's interesting seeing the tone and evolution of these conferences over the years and how you go from the sort of rah-rah, almost head-in-the-sand optimism to a little more realism around some of these issues which inevitably affect any new and growing, fast-growing industry. But thank you for the detailed and frank assessment there. Now we have a panel, Accelerating Fleet Decarbonisation, Leveraging Data to Support Concession Models. And that is led by Dean Mahoney. Is Dean with us, hopefully? Dean, if you could be kind to step up the panel. Dean is Business Development Manager for Dynaman. Dynaman provides analytics to fleet operators, telematic providers, the public sector bodies, and others involved in EVs and electrification. And Dean's going to be joined by, I'll just rattle these out and please come up whenever. I'm going to assume you know if you're on the panel. Aaron Berry, Deputy Head, OZEV, Department of Transport. Catherine Bowen, apologies if either or both are wrong, Head of Decarbonisation and Future Mobility for the BVRLA. Lucy Hayward-Spate, Head of Transport Policy, Environment and Logistics, Transport for London. You're clearly not Lucy. Sorry, I meant the gentleman at the end. Bharat Parthenia, Head of New Technologies, Midlands Connect, and Alec Peachy, Founder and Editorial Director of Transport for Energy. So, Dean, over to you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Awesome. Hopefully everyone can hear through the mic. Yeah, obviously, thank you all for joining this morning. I'm really excited to kick things off from the first panel discussion. And yeah, as mentioned a second ago, the topic of this conversation is the accelerating fleet decarbonisation, obviously leveraging data to support concession models and maximising levy funding into the local authority market. So before I go away and obviously go on to introductions, I think from a kind of a setting the scene perspective from my side, and obviously why everyone's probably here today, is fleet electrification is no longer a future ambition. In reality, it's a present-day necessity. But I think while targets are being set, funding, as we know, is becoming available. The reality from an infrastructure perspective, it is really starting to kind of have that drag, that obviously that lag in terms of actually achieving those targets that have been set in place. From what we're seeing is that local authorities and industry partners are being asked to do more to essentially move faster as well, but often with limited resource and actually varying levels of capabilities. So I think the important thing today is to really understand not just to use data to inform where infrastructure goes, but also on how it's procured, financed, and also shared. So to kick forward, I'll introduce myself. As mentioned, Dean Mahoney, Business Development Manager at Dynamon, and Dynamon also part of the Zen4 8. So my colleague Gavin will be on a later discussion as well. But Dynamon as a whole are a data analytics tool, really supporting and supporting fleets and local authorities understand what's feasible from a transition to electric perspective, be that the vehicles, but then more importantly, the energy and the infrastructure that comes with it. So without further ado, I'll pass it down the panel. Quick introduction, a bit about yourself, who you work for, and maybe a bit about why this topic matters to you all.
Shall I kick off?
Yep.
Hi everyone, I'm Aaron Berry. I'm one of the deputy heads of OZEV, responsible for local EV charging infrastructure and in particular the Levi program. So you've heard references to Levi today. Probably most of you know what it is, but anyone who has missed that particular news clip, it was announced at the last spending review. It's a nearly 400 million program of capital and resource to support local authorities in the deployment of local charging infrastructure. And as per the various sort of references to it today, it's been a bit of a journey, but it's been very, very exciting. Most recently, the new contracts, or the first contracts under Levi, have been signed. It's been there are various challenges that we've been through in developing the program. I think it's worth saying that the resource funding for local authorities, we now have EVI officers, full-time EVI officers in most local authorities across England now, and that's been the transformative element to opening up these networks, opening up local authority land for CPOs to invest in. So that's the sort of transformative element. But Levi set out to both commercialise and massively scale up local charging infrastructure. I think we are starting to see that. I think we've got a long way to go. Various challenges and references. It's a bit like peeling an onion. As you sort of address one issue, you come up with the next one and the next one and so forth. But really exciting times. Looking forward to the conference today.
Thank you, Aaron.
Morning, everybody. Catherine Bowen, Head of Decarbonisation and Future Mobility at the British Vehicle Rental and Leasing Association. We are a trade body that represents rental, leasing, fleet management companies. Why does it matter? Why am I here today? Fleet is very much leading the transition. So if you look at the majority of purchases of electric vehicles, it is the fleet community. Those that can take company cars, huge growth in salary sacrifice schemes, disabled users, which we mentioned earlier on the Motability scheme, all of these constitute different fleet users. Infrastructure is therefore absolutely critical and needs to support those fleets. And there's a mixed picture in terms of those that can easily use the infrastructure versus those that can't. We've done various research and initiatives over the years. We produced a fleet charging guide a couple of years ago, which had a nice one-page graphic that helped to show local authorities in particular the different types of fleet users, because fleet means different things. You know, we're very keen that we're clear on what fleet is, and like I said, it can be anything from a car club rental vehicle, a taxi, private hire fleet, through to those disabled users, those that take in company cars, salary sacrifice, vans that are taken home by the drivers at the end of the shift who quite often cannot easily charge at home, through to those at depots that are trying to get those grid connections, and we heard about some of the challenges there earlier. So, yeah, that's us and why we're interested.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Lucy Hayward-Spate. I work at Transport for London, the Transport Authority, and I'm the Head of Transport Policy for Environment and Logistics, and that covers sort of air quality, carbon emissions from transport, and obviously electric vehicles are a huge part of that, and they will be a huge part of the solution towards decarbonising transport and going towards our Mayor's ambition, which is really very ambitious, which is net zero London by 2030. We've made tremendous progress across EV charging in London over the years. And over this time, we've done an EV infrastructure strategy as well. We published that in 2021, where we made it really clear. We looked at sort of where is our focus as the sort of public transport authority, and that was around essential road users. And by that, we mean sort of things like taxis, private hire, van drivers, commercial vehicles, heavy goods vehicles as well. And really, those are the ones doing the greatest mileage as well across our roads. So that's where we're going to get more bang for our buck in terms of being able to address the emissions that they are producing. So that's a big focus for us. And we also have learned lots of lessons over the years as well. Like 10 years plus ago, we were putting out charging points ourselves, the Source London network. We learned an awful lot from doing that. We know you need the right infrastructure in the right place, as has already been said by several people today. and we know it needs to be very well maintained as well, so that people feel confident in using it. As well as those Source London ones initially, we've gone on to deliver over 300 rapid charge points, and we've got various delivery programs ongoing at the moment. And over time, our focus is shifting a little bit. So now we're sort of understanding the importance of those 13% of Londoners who are disabled. They're the ones really struggling to make the switch. There's even more barriers for them. And also like commercial vehicles as well. That's an emerging area of importance for us, knowing that that's also a really hard area to get to switch to electric. I think that's it from me for now. Thanks.
Nice.
Morning, everyone. My name is Bharat Patania. I'm head of new technologies at Midlands Connect. So what Midlands Connect do? We are a subnational transport body in the Midlands of a partnership of East and West Midlands. We have 22 local authorities as our stakeholders, and we are funded by DfT along with Network Rail and National Highways. My remit is into 3 areas, mainly all related to decarbonisation. So first being the EV infrastructure, accelerating the EV infrastructure in Midlands. Second being alternative fuels for freight and logistics, and third being the smart ticketing across the region, which is again related to somewhere down the line net zero or integrated transport. Why this is important to us as a subnational transport body in the region, we have the challenge where the urban and the rural divide. So where the likes of big transport authorities like West Midlands Combined Authority or the newly formed EMCA, East Midlands County Combined Authority, or the Great Lincolnshire LEP, which is also in the formation, they have the right capital funding to accelerate the charging infrastructure, right skill set. We see that how can we bring those other authorities who do not have the right skill set or have the funding with the help of LEVI program, how can we accelerate the EV charging infrastructure in the Midlands? Because every time we look at the forecast, this is kind of a 5-year journey that we have done so far. When we started it, the targets in the region looked like 30,000 charge points needed. When we looked at again after 2 or 3 years, as previous speaker said, 2030 to 2035 and back to 2030, we saw the forecasting going up to 63,000 and now coming back again. So there is quite a lot of disparity, and every time we look at the forecast, they keep on creeping up. So what we are trying to do is how can we accelerate the charging infrastructure in a more concise, standard way, and how can we create that common experience for a user to come from one end of the country or one end of the Midlands to other end of the Midlands. So it's a huge push for us, and we are trying to make sure that we create that equal charging infrastructure or equal kind of experience for the member of public across the Midlands.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alec Peachy. I'm the founder and editorial director of Transport and Energy. So we're a multimedia events brand that's set up to bring both those sectors together. I suppose really because both industries in the past have been quite siloed. Of course, they're coming together much more closely now, and I suppose our role is to try and help educate professionals across both those sectors to help them do their jobs more effectively, and we do that through the content and news and outputs that we produce, and then bring that all to life at our industry events. I think in the fleet space for us, one thing that we've recognised is that it really is a big challenge, decarbonising fleets. There's obviously different sizes of fleets, there's different types of vehicles that need to be decarbonised, and of course fleets do make up a very large proportion of vehicles on the road. So it really starts, I think, at this business perspective of if you can decarbonise business fleets, it then encourages consumers. They see more electric vehicles on the roads, and hopefully it has that knock-on effect. So yeah, as I say, we're trying to really help, I suppose, tell the good stories about what's happening in the space to help educate the professionals that are ultimately making this happen.
Nice, brilliant. Thank you all. I think it's probably a good starting point of where we kind of touch on. We've got 4 themes to try and work through today. And to start with, we'll kind of look at, obviously, as fleets are transitioning greater numbers, kind of understand, are we building, again, this common theme, are we building infrastructure in the right places? Are we allowing it to support the fleet electrification? Obviously, we're talking a lot about home chargers, but actually from a fleet perspective, are we putting in the right place and making sure that kind of coincides and doesn't clash so much with the public network perspective? So to kind of start with, Catherine, if you don't mind me kind of jumping to you, where is the kind of fleet progression at second, and are there any kind of bottlenecks we're kind of seeing?
Yeah, so I think one of the growing challenges, and it's been mentioned earlier, is those that can't easily charge at home. So initially, people who opted for company car salary sacrifice schemes probably could easily charge at home or work, but I think as we continue to see more growth in those areas, there will be a whole segment that are more reliable, more reliant on the public charging network. One of the other key challenges is the vans. So I mentioned earlier that a lot of vans get taken home by the drivers at the end of the shift. I think it's British Gas have previously predicted that about 80% of their drivers will not have a home driveway to be able to charge those vehicles. So that's where, you know, a variety of solutions are needed, cross pavement, so people can utilise their own home charging tariff if possible. But accessibility has also been a major challenge with vans. So a lot of the charging infrastructure has been built with cars in mind, not necessarily with a larger vehicle. Ben mentioned the roof rack and the bikes. You know, that is something that vans persistently are having to face. And then on the rental side, there's very limited appetite for a rental vehicle. There was some really interesting research which showed that in Norway, I think it's 90% of new vehicles are EVs. The remaining 10% tend to be purchased by rental companies because people lack the confidence in the charging infrastructure in particular. So various challenges across the different fleet segments there, but hopefully that gives a good indication of where some of the challenges lie.
Nice, no, brilliant. And Alec, I'll throw it down to yourself. In terms of kind of the fleet charging, how does it kind of compare to the public charging rollout?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in the public charging space, you know, we've already heard today, you know, about the ambitions for sort of, you know, the figures quoted of 300,000 chargers by 2030. You know, quite what the mix will look like by then. You know, as you say, it's about the right charge in the right place at the right time. I think when you look at the public charging sector versus sort of fleet charging, I think what happened in that space is you could argue, you know, a few years ago, there was a lack of certainty, but certainty to a degree has come in through things like the Levi Fund. Again, already mentioned this morning, you've obviously seen private sector investment come in. And although, yes, the government have flip-flopped here and there, I think generally, you know, public charging, you know, we're getting on with it. There's still work to do, but I think the latest figures were around 80,000 chargers, depending on what figures you look at on the public charging network. But when you look at the sort of the fleet rollout as a comparison, I think it's kind of where the public charging sector was a few years ago, i.e., there's kind of pockets of activity. There's quite a lot of nervousness, perhaps, around what to do and how to do it and where to do it. So I think what it needs is that word really. It is certainty. It needs certainty. It needs, and I think what that certainty will drive is confidence. And I think that you'll see naturally investment then come into that market, and hopefully, you know, more charging infrastructure specifically for fleets. More fleets having the confidence, businesses having the confidence to decarbonise, that will happen. It's not that it isn't happening, but I think it needs a little bit more certainty in line with what you've seen in the public charging space to make it happen more quickly. And I believe it will then follow a similar journey.
Nice. No, brilliant. And Lucy, over to yourself. In terms of kind of what lessons the TfL have kind of learned so far, if you don't mind kind of sharing.
Yeah, sure. I suppose... So one of the things we learned through doing that EV infrastructure strategy that I mentioned in 2021 was we did a big piece of forecasting work through that. So we did some modelling and we tried to look at how much, we tried to estimate EV uptake at that point, a long time ago now, as we've been saying, and look at what types of infrastructure people might be using. We did sort of ranges of behavioural choices of more rapids or sort of slower to fast. And we came up with some figures. I think it was 40 to 60,000 by 2030 of charge points and around 4,000 rapids in London. And we know now that lots of variables that we use then need to be updated. So we did commit in that document to update our forecast, and we're actually actively doing that right now. But there's so many variables, particularly we've mentioned utilisation rates and what to estimate in terms of what is the right level to expect to have in that sort of forecasting model. Because having those forecasts, although we were quite adamant they were not targets for London, is helpful for that certainty point that Alec mentioned just now. So the modelling and the forecasting is one thing. The importance of land in London was another thing we really learnt through that work, and how scarce it is, and the right land in the right place for charge points. And so as a result of that, we looked at all TfL's land and the GLA's land in general, the Greater London Authorities, to look at where we could support that with providing our land for EV charging. And now there's quite a lot being implemented in those spaces. I think those are probably the main points that we learned from that.
Nice. And I think one final point from this topic in terms of, it's already been discussed a few times in terms of some data, some research that's gone into it. A question to kind of anyone within the panel is, what has the role of data been kind of throughout this journey and the importance of it really?
Well, I mean, I think data always, like you say, provides that confidence, doesn't it? You know, if someone can see a data set and, you know, the forecasting modelling that Lucy mentioned, then that creates more confidence to perhaps invest in infrastructure and things like that and to understand. But I think a lot of this at the moment across both the public and private sector when it comes to fleet rollout is about hearing from others that have done it. You know, it's about those practical examples and case studies to give them the confidence to even make baby steps in this market, you know, even if they're just starting off decarbonising, you know, a handful of cars or vans or whatever it might be. You know, everyone's got to start somewhere, but I believe that kind of knowledge sharing is going to be very, very key in this space. And data, I guess, you know, is part of that.
I can also add, I think data is the new gold. You will need data, and I think there's so much of infrastructure going around. We also need monitoring and evaluation, which is related to that data element. So once you understand those patterns, once you understand those kind of the usage of those charging infrastructure, then you can develop newer strategies, develop newer kind of commercial models to explore how you can maximum leverage that infrastructure. Otherwise, if there's not that feedback loop of data and monitoring and evaluation, then we're missing a key point, I think, because with that much infrastructure out on the ground, we have to share the data across the board.
A little bit to add on my bit, I was saying the importance of that forecasting at the London level. I think the big challenge for us is now how to do it at a more granular level, because of like all the different London boroughs and other areas would want to know what is their sort of forecast, and they all have different sorts of patterns through traffic changes of different borough by borough, lots of different variables and what's existing in boroughs already. So that's the next challenge for us in terms of trying to help people really understand what they need in their area.
At a national level, I mean, data's king, right? Yep. So we've started with setting those or understanding of what we would need at a national level. So we set, I mean, 300,000. You hear that as a target. The range was something like 280 to 720,000 when we did the initial EV infrastructure strategy. We used data to work out sort of allocation methodology for local authorities, how much Levi funding that they would get depending on issues such as the level of rurality in those areas, of anticipated demand and so forth. So it's all data-led. I think as Lucy was saying, inevitably the numbers are wrong, but at least it gives you a sense of quantum, it gives you a sense of scale to drive towards. I mean, you're having to constantly recut the data, run the models again, and you'll get different numbers, but hopefully we start to sort of narrow them down and you get greater certainty.
Nice, perfect, brilliant. Moving on to the kind of the second topic, and I think this word's got floated around far too often in the early years is collaboration, but then you actually try and collaborate and there's a bit of a blocker across from every aspect. So collaboration still is a word that is utilised, but I think it's really understanding, especially from a fleet to local authority perspective, of how do we actually engage with the fleets early? How do we make sure that there is a more, I guess, effective partnership going forward? So, Catherine, I'll start with you again, if you don't mind. But in terms of that kind of that understanding, so maybe why have we not got so many local authorities kind of engaging with fleets early, and what are the risks of actually a disconnect between the fleets?
Yeah, so we did as I said earlier, you know, fleets are the early adopters. People talk about utilisation model. There is a ready utilisation model in a lot of cases, particularly for those vans that get taken home. But we did an exercise a couple of years running where we did a freedom of information request to all of the upper tier local authorities to ask how many of them were engaging with the fleet community. We did it 2 years in a row, and we had quite a good response rate. I think it was about 80-85% response rate. in terms of significant engagement, I think we went from 3 to 5%. And so by significant engagement, that was really looking at, are they looking at fleet in its diversity, and are they proactively engaging as opposed to just having a consultation of the community. So quite small numbers, but actually when we looked at the numbers that weren't engaging at all, it was 60%, which is a huge number of local authorities that aren't speaking to the fleet community. So, and I guess the danger of that is, first of all, that you're not catering to those particular users' needs, those particular vehicle types, but also there's a missed opportunity by not engaging with the fleet community as well. Because like I say, there could be a utilisation model there. I think we may see more things like shared infrastructure. We mentioned First Group buses who are now starting to open up that infrastructure. Potentially the local authority could have a facilitation role in helping those companies come together. So I think, yeah, it's frustrating, but it's also a missed opportunity that we need to try and overcome.
No, so I think that feeds quite nicely into you, Aaron, in terms of actually how do we obviously get those local authorities to embed in those strategies within the fleets, and are there any kind of roles that are going to be able to support this?
So I guess in the first instance is getting people into local authorities that are actually responsible for EVI infrastructure in the first place and are trained around it. And that was one of the biggest blockers we had previously. And you look at the deployment of local charging infrastructure across England, it was hugely varied. I mean, there's still a degree of variation, but it was massively varied. One of the biggest reasons for that was an awful lot of local authorities didn't have anyone solely responsible for EVI infrastructure in their areas. There was nobody to engage with in the first instance. So we've put significant funding, so tens of millions of pounds have gone into supporting local authorities have EVI officers. We've got over 300 in place now. Over 100 have been through a fairly intensive training program, and the issues covered in training cover a huge a variety of areas, but including the development of EVI strategies and the things to think about, one of which is fleets, because as Catherine was saying, they are one of the biggest purchasers of EVIs. It means that you may get EVIs in areas that you didn't anticipate as early as you might have thought, and identifying the sort of particular needs like the vans and so on and so forth. So all of that is covered within the training programs for the local authorities. We've had road shows that have brought local authorities together to discuss their strategies and learn from each other. So opportunities to engage with local employers who are big fleet providers. So there's an awful lot in there. But in the first instance, it's having people in local authorities responsible and that are trained and know what they're doing. And Levi has been achieving that.
Nice, brilliant. And Barrett, obviously you spoke around the consortium earlier, and it'd be great to get an understanding of that approach. And obviously how you got all those obviously different organisations to work together.
Sure. So I think this whole approach idea started about 5 years ago. We did a short piece of work trying to understand what is the gaps that local authorities see in the kind of the near future. This was 2020, I think. And everyone was hot on EV infrastructure. Everyone wanted EV infrastructure across their region. But the other theme that came along with that was capability and capacity issue. So I think that's what Aaron is highlighting towards. At that stage, we had very limited people in local authorities who knew about EV infrastructure, what to do about it. They wanted to do something about EV, but they don't know where to start with. And part of the challenge, which I mentioned in my intro, that urban to rural divide. So what we were saying is that where you have urban areas who have a good commercial model, the rural areas are struggling with the commercial model. And if we wouldn't have done anything in this space, the risk was that the rural areas would have given their best sites in terms of procurement or in terms of any charge point operator coming up to them and say, we'll install this charge point infrastructure for you. So we thought we have to do something about this. So we came up with this economy of scale as a concept, or how can we bring a mix of multiple authorities with the multiple geography types into this, and can we create some sort of a commercial model? And at that very stage, we had Levi pilot funding, which was and we did some work to bring an urban, a rural, and a semi-urban local authority together. They all were part of this, and we got the innovative funding for about £1 million. And we had one of our lead authority, Lincolnshire, who were part of the mix, and they led the procurement for us. So there was huge lessons learned as part of that work, and we said, okay, we have done this across 5 local authorities now. How can we expand this across the Midlands geography? And we started to work on our full business case. And when you bring all the region together, again, forecast is a forecast, baseline is baseline, depending on what resources you're picking up, what tools you're picking up. But it it told us there's a good commercial case here, there's a good value for money here. And at that stage, the Levi further tranches announcement came through, and we already had about 13 local authorities with us, and who said we want to come together if we are going towards this Levi pilot funding approach. We got that support from OZEV as well and DFT as well to say, okay, this sounds kind of a good idea where we are bringing multiple local authorities. So we have savings on procurement, we have savings on legal, we have savings on commercial modeling, site selection. So we took that all away from local authorities. And we said, okay, we'll provide you those templates, we'll provide you those guidance on commercial modeling, and we will do that for you. And suddenly we can see, as we started this journey, we had only a couple of EV officers in the mix. Now suddenly we have 13 local authorities with 13 local officers. So you can see the knowledge sharing going from local authority to local authority, everyone getting equipped with that skill set. So that model kind of evolved from there, and at this very moment we have those 13 local authorities as part of 3 different consortiums, because it was getting very massive consortium of 13 to manage. So we broke it down into probably a 5, 4, and 4, if my maths are correct, yes, 5, 4, and 4. And we did that consortium approach, and those 3 tenders are at this very moment live. And again, there's huge lessons learned coming out of that, which is, again, this year probably we are thinking of publishing as a case study, so that any other region, any other local authority who want to adopt that approach, then they can see how we went about this, what were the challenges, and what were the kind of the opportunities with this. But I think with all this approach, the 3 consortiums are being led by 3 lead authorities. So they have come forward and said, okay, we'll give you our legal and procurement resources, which is quite expensive, to be honest. And as what we are finding through the process is, yes, they've taken that cost on board, but again, at the end of the process, we are hoping to have those independent contracts fitted in with multiple local authorities. I could keep on talking about this, but I'm conscious about that. Yeah.
No, brilliant. And Alex, are there any kind of authorities from your perspective who have actually progressed quite well in this space as well?
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, I think councils such as Islington are advancing quite well in this space. They've, from my knowledge, I can't go into any specifics, but from my knowledge, they've kind of focused a lot on the bigger stuff, and they've kind of started with that, which is an interesting approach. And then obviously you've got councils like Dundee City Council, and I know Fraser Quitchen, the fleet manager up there, again advancing quite quickly. So there are examples, and as Barrett mentioned, it's great that there is going to be that sharing of knowledge, because I do think that's key, and I know that organisations such as the Energy Saving Trust as well, and Cenex, who are doing some really important work, in this space to make sure that those case studies are shared across the public sector. And of course, when you think about the public sector, it goes beyond councils, of course. You've got emergency services who are having to consider this challenge as well. So, big task ahead, but lots of opportunities.
Again, collaboration and knowledge, I think, is a big thing as well across the board. So, moving on to the Levi models, Aaron, I'll throw it to you straight away in terms of what the key kind of learnings from the early contracts, and what makes it, I guess, attractive to investors.
So I guess the early, we spent a lot of time at the beginning of Levi working out sort of how we want to achieve a sort of commercialisation of the sector, and we want to massively scale it up. So those are our 2 objectives with Levi, starting back, as I said, at the last spending review. And we had a lot of knowledge from working with our previous support programme, so the on-street residential charging scheme, but it was very small scale. And we didn't have many VEVI offices in local authorities. So we spent a long time talking to local authorities, talking to the CPOs to understand how we could move the market onwards. And as first I've mentioned extensively is having people with knowledge in local authorities in the first instance, but the second was the sorts of terms, the contractual terms that CPOs needed in order to invest. And there were a number of issues that make that very challenging. One of the largest ones that Chris mentioned earlier was the length of the contract. Local authorities don't usually go in for these sort of long 15 to 20 year term procurements. They're typically looking at sort of 3 to 5 years or even less. So that was the standard under sort of pre-Levi, and it took a lot of work to move local authorities thinking on to have these sort of long-term contracts. But there are many other elements that make a contract investable. So The level of control over tariffs is another one. A lot of local authorities wanted to stipulate the tariffs and have very sort of tight criteria around moving them. Again, that makes it quite difficult to invest. Chris also mentioned sort of the revenue share. So what are the profit sharing or revenue sharing arrangements? There are many issues that have an enormous effect on the commercials. So we developed a heads of terms, so a sort of suggested set of criteria and terms that would make or encourage investment. We've seen the proof is in the pudding. So the first few contracts have come out under Levi. They have achieved the objective of transforming both the commerciality and the scale of EVI contracts. Not that there aren't issues, not that there isn't a lot to learn. I referenced sort of peeling an onion earlier. You think you've kind of got the shape of the contract about right, but the devil is really in the detail on these things. So the level of sort of the site selection. So again, the degree of control local authorities have and the degree of flexibility can make an enormous difference. So there are numerous issues that make an enormous difference on whether a contract is investable or not. We understand what the key terms are. I think it's really important that local authorities talk and have a really good market engagement before going out with their offers to understand where the sort of the sweet spot is in terms of getting that sort of balanced investment. So really exciting times. Headlines is working. Underneath that, there's a long way to go in terms of continuous learning.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's good. And I think kind of leads into the next question actually to Barrett. Obviously that balance of value for real world, obviously money to actually a real world deliverable aspect. How was that kind of balanced up from that perspective?
So one of the things that we were kind of very robust on when we were working on this model is how do we bring all the site thing together? How do we bring the commercial model together? Because if it doesn't work for the CPO, it won't work for anyone. It will be really tough for us if at the end of all this, if we never had any bids back, that is more worrying for us. So the commercial modeling element was quite key for us as part of this work. What we did, we also left the site selection bit mainly with the local authorities because they were more closer to this and they know the area better. But what we also created was a long list and a kind of a high priority list. So where we had the high priority list where, for example, out of 175 sites are immovable, that's what local authorities wanted, and that's what they see as a priority. But we left the 25% of the mix as a flexible for the charge point operator to pick up across the mix. So giving them that flexibility. Now, we are talking about this, when we're talking about this massive procurement of about £40 million, we are probably looking at charge point sockets within the range of 20 to 25,000. So it's a quite that scale. On the back of that, what we also did, we did peer review of our work. So the peer review led by Ben and his team also help us to give that insight of understanding that have we missed anything obvious here? Is there something that instrumental we have missed? And luckily there was no kind of the red flags we got. So that gave us that kind of the robustness into this model as well. And I think one of the most important part, I think, as part of this whole process is soft market testing. Because we were very early into the procurement process. We said we're going to engage with the CPOs. We want to hear from them what exactly would work for them, what exactly wouldn't work for them. They gave us the feedback, and we tried to capture the feedback as much as possible as part of the procurement process, because all we did not want it at the end of the day is not having any bids, because then the whole effort has gone into waste. So yeah, so hopefully that value for money element for us, and again, we want to give a decent mix of in the geography. We want to make a decent number of charge point sockets, and then want to learn from that. And as Aaron said, it's continuous improvement. We are again evolving our thinking and modeling across the process along with the local authorities.
Nice. And Lucy, from your side, are there any kind of challenges that have come up in terms of deploying the Levi? And has any strategies been changed off the back of it?
So the way we work in London is that we have the Levi Fund is sort of, we have a steering group of ourselves, TfL, the Greater London Authority, GLA, and London councils who manage all of this. And London councils take a lead role there, and they have officers funded by the Levi Fund to help boroughs and partnerships of boroughs to roll out the Levi charge points. In terms of challenges, I remember one being on the panel, on the steering group for this, which has come up around rapid charging. Because the Levi Fund is really designed to be supporting charge points, slow to fast primarily, where they may not be so commercially viable. So rapids is considered more commercially viable and therefore sort of unlikely to be funded by Levi. However, some boroughs have said to us, particularly if they already had quite a lot of slow to fast charge points in their areas, and they did have sites where they thought rapids would be perhaps not commercially viable, therefore they needed extra support to put them in. They wanted to be able to use the Levi funding for that, but that wasn't possible. So that's one thing that's come up as a challenge. Lead boroughs for partnerships have also said this has been quite a resource strain for them. So that's been another thing we've tried to help them through. And obviously the funding that's supported the officers working at London councils has helped with that quite a lot. And then finally, I think it's been mentioned already a couple of times, but the revenue generation options, they would like to have a bit more flexibility, they've told us, in terms of rather than having sort of a share of the profit margin to be able to charge a fixed fee, and then they might be able to have enough funding to be able to employ more officers to roll out more charge points. So that's some of the things that have been fed up through us.
Nice, brilliant. And finally on this theme, Alec, in terms of your sense, is the Levi funding gaining traction?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think, you know, as Aaron's already mentioned, it's been probably quite a long process, but, you know, you've certainly seen the progress starting to now come in and actual, you know, infrastructure from Levi finally, I think, getting to the point of getting into the ground, you know, which is obviously important. And I think to stress the point that Aaron made, I think one of the important things that's come out of it is these dedicated EV officers that now sit within local authorities who are able to, you know, really take this agenda forward, because when you think about councils, they really do face a lot of competing challenges. You know, they have very tight budgets. You know, they're dealing with lots of different things. It could be adult services, children's services, and of course, you know, climate change now is at the top of the agenda as well. They've all declared climate emergencies, whereas before they might not have had the resource to kind of put the focus needed on that, and arguably probably still don't in a lot of areas, but I think through the Levi Fund, certainly having these dedicated EV officers will have helped with that.
Nice, perfect. How are we doing for time? Yeah, okay, no, that's fine then. In that case, we'll move to questions on the floor then. Oh, there you go.
I think I'm allowed to ask a question. Sorry, hi. I'm both an EV driver and a council taxpayer in a large London borough, actually Westminster. They were early adopters of lamppost charging, and I think recent experience has been interesting. One, some of them don't work, inevitable, across all networks, but more interestingly, engaging them, they didn't seem to know what was working and not working. Two, many, I'd say the majority of the parking spaces are not designated. So to me as a driver, this is both a waste of taxpayer money and a waste of Levi funding, and frustrating as a driver. Question to those in the government here in particular is, why can't you mandate? Why can't you have seems to me what's missing is the courage of convictions on this. Why don't you say to them, X% has to be designated? And picking up the thread, widening it to fleet vehicles, saying the bays make X of the vehicles of the bays big enough for fleet vehicles. Thank you.
I guess I have to take that in the first instance. So mandating it at a national level, I suppose, the issue. I mean, there is always a challenge between sort of central and local government of where that direction, where the rules should come from. And I think there is a general trend towards devolution of power to local authorities to make those sort of local decisions. And as anyone working in a local authority, or indeed central government, will know, parking and parking restrictions are one of the most sort of controversial issues, along with potholes. It's probably the sorts of things that the ministers and councillors will get angry letters and emails around. So it's an area that you very genuinely need to tread carefully in. I think within Levi generally, we have very strongly encourage the provision of on-street charging infrastructure, which itself has actually been quite challenging. One of the reasons of which has been, or the large reasons of which have been around parking, because the local authorities are very nervous around putting in charge points, even to give the impression that there has to be dedicated bays. So it is a difficult area. It is one that we do largely devolve to local authorities, making sure that they have got the sort of the local democratic control in place that they have, but they do undoubtedly have a role in working with both the CPOs to make sure that the sort of proposition is commercially viable, but also their local constituents and local residents to start sort of transitioning them over. Ultimately, long term, it shouldn't be an issue, right? Because everyone is going to be driving an EV and you won't need sort of dedicated spaces. But in the meanwhile, it is definitely one of the significant challenges in local EVI deployment. And I know you speak to any EVI officer, that's what they'll be talking about. So it's very much a known issue, but it is a difficult one. I'm sure Lucy would have something to say around
Not a lot
Barrett,
more
perhaps.
than you do. I know, I'm also aware of it being a huge issue. Also, it's come up with things like car clubs as well, where they want designated spaces, but certainly for EV charging, as you said, in an ideal world, if every single space or every single lamppost has got a charge point on it, this won't be a problem, but we're not there yet. And the contentiousness of the parking issue is huge. It has to, the borough is going to have to contend with the people who will feel their parking's been taken away from them, as well as much as at the moment minority who feel like that ought to be for them. So yeah, I agree it's a difficult issue. I wish I had a better answer.
Nice. Any other question? Oh, got one more over there.
Good morning, panel. Thank you for the presentation so far. It's been super interesting. My name is James. Along with Barrett, I work with one of the subnational transport bodies. I wonder if the panel would comment on the quality of the decision-making support tools that are currently available to all aspects of the industry, given that's the focus of the question being asked today. Because I do admit to going and loving the central aisle of Lidl and Aldi, and they seem to know what the customers want months, weeks, years before the customers do themselves. Do we think we're doing enough in our industry to understand our customers and to predict demand in a more consumer-focused way rather than a top-down DFT kind of driven, we need to hit X by Y, or indeed from a commercial perspective of a CPO? Is there more we can do to understand customers, and how do we do that?
I've got a part answer, which probably isn't going to cover everything you want it to, and perhaps other people can help. But there's a couple of pieces of research that we're doing which might be helpful for this, and we'll sort of plan to make that available as and when it's finished. But on the commercial vehicle side, for example, we are looking at more the sort of EV charging side of it rather than necessarily sort of consumer, how happy they are with the vehicles themselves. But we're doing a piece of research to look at what sorts of aspects would commercial vehicles require for their charge points. And also alongside that, and sort of part of it, we're also looking at what makes charge points accessible. Obviously, there's the PAS guidance, but we're trying to assess quite a lot of charge points, a sample of lots of charge points across London to sort of look at and sort of categorise what are the aspects of that people will be looking for to make that charge point more accessible, and maybe be able to share that data, which will help people be able to find charge points that may not meet all of the PAS standard, but at least meet some aspects of it, which will help them. So we're doing bits of research. I think we all need to continue to do things like that because it is such an unknown area still.
Yeah, I think even from our side, obviously talking about the fleet perspective, every fleet is completely different. So creating a one kind of size fits all it's very challenging. Like you say, you might have a utilities company that vehicles all go home, so it's a completely different conversation to a depot charging organisation. So I think it's very much maybe kind of segmenting fleets into different categories in terms of how they maybe go about the daily operations, and then supporting from that perspective.
Just to add, I mean, you spoke about data earlier, and I didn't answer that question, but when we've presented to local authorities, we always have said, please be careful about the data. If you have a large leasing provider in your area, it will look like you have thousands and thousands of EVs, which doesn't actually depict the true picture. But there are also some really good data sources. So the Association of Fleet Professionals has mapped out where people are taking the vans home and will not have the ability to sort of park and charge. Field Dynamics have done some data where they've looked at where vans are stationary for 4 or more hours, and again match that against where there is or not charging. But I guess the challenge is, how do we make sure that the local authorities have access to some of those tools? You know, where industry has done more to kind of try and gather that data, how do we make sure that that is fed through to the local authorities and they're aware of it?
Yeah. So probably something I can add, James. I don't know whether I can answer the question since we are on the same side of the team. So we are developing EV infrastructure tool. As we know, all STBs along with TFN, EV forecasting tool. We're trying to understand what's the EV forecasting demand is, what the pattern's going to be like, what the charging infrastructure going to be like. So on one side, we are working with all our STBs along with TFN in the room, trying to work on that data side, but we're also trying to bring ZapMap data into it as well, trying to understand what's the charging utilization, what kind of the utilization data we have got. In 1 to 2 years of time, when we have the Levi initial round of charge installed, we have to track, monitor that usage so that we can develop new piece of thinking, whether that's fleet electrification or commercial fleet electrification. How can we open those charging infrastructure and create various models so that that demand can be met? So I think at an STB level, we are thinking towards that and working towards that. But yes, that open up kind of that data sharing with the wide industry need to happen. Because even charge point operator data, if I may say, maybe I'm going to upset some CPOs here, is not open-ended at the moment. We need to share that across. We have to avoid creating those little islands that do not talk to each other. Otherwise, we'll be creating more problems in the longer term.
Nice. Awesome. I think one more point.
So pick up Catherine's point, the importance of interpretation of data. So you could ask consumers what they want. It's a little bit like the reference earlier to Henry Ford, and people want faster horses was the answer to cars. And the same thing with charging infrastructure. If you ask people who don't drive EVs at the moment what they want a petrol pump, because that's what they're used to. They want rapid chargers. So I think interpreting the data is really difficult. So absolutely, we do that. We do it in government. We do lots of EVI insights, driver insight surveys to understand what people think they need. But then there's sort of an additional step to working through how to get that middle aisle perfect. Challenging, I think, is.
Nice, brilliant, awesome. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid that's all we have time for, but thank you, Dean. Thank you to the panel for very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, not more time for questions. We now have the coffee break, and I think if we can please be back here by 11:15 promptly, so that's 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
exacerbate emotions complicate. Be every pain that you
Hello, hello, hello. 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 Sound, light, action. Thank you. Great. Welcome back, everybody. And we're now going to continue with a new panel discussion, the new green logistics corridors. It's creating a sustainable freight network. We're lucky to have Adrian Del Maestro, who's Vice President of Global Energy Advisory at the leading technical advisory house, AECOM. And he's going to be joined by a range of panelists, as before, no particular order. Paul Jordan, Chief Commercial Officer of Voltempo, Stephen Mersman, Founder Director of Zenobi Energy, and Tanya Sinclair, Head of Public Affairs, Electric Vehicles UK. Thank you very much. Please do come up.
Great, thank you. Fantastic to be here. We have a familiar guest as well on the panel, Ben, who you heard earlier speaking. We're going to talk about green logistics corridors and sustainable freight. I'm going to get the panel to introduce themselves in a second, but I thought I would just briefly set the scene. I guess there's a macro point, just for those of you who've been following decarbonisation trends. There are waves of decarbonisation that we're seeing across different sectors. The more successful waves are power generation, light electric vehicles. If you look at the UK, 50% of our electricity is produced from low carbon now. Electric vehicles has been a fairly successful story, but with some challenges, as the previous presentations have suggested. The next wave is the hardest wave to decarbonise, and that includes heat, heavy transport in particular, that we'll be talking about as well, and hard-to-abate sectors, think of industrial clusters. I think the other thing that just occurred to me, listening to the presentations before, is while electrification of light vehicles has been successful to date, clearly the economy, the mood for investment has changed, and there's still some ongoing challenges. And we're going to be talking about particularly electric heavy goods vehicles, which is very much a nascent segment with its own challenges and opportunities. And then the final caveat I would just throw in is we're probably going to focus on electric heavy goods vehicles, but this is a broader conversation that includes trains, shipping as well. I'm not sure we're going to be able to cover that in a lot of detail. And also alternative fuels. I mean, we'll see how the panel picks up, but hydrogen, there's been a lot of talk about hydrogen in the past. I think the hype has subsided now, and there's some clear end user applications, and there are biofuels as well. So when you think decarbonisation, think broadly, but inevitably we'll land a little bit more in electrification. So hopefully that sets the scene. I'm going to allow the panelists to introduce themselves first. Tanya.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm Tanya Sinclair. I'm the Head of Public Affairs at Electric Vehicles UK. EV UK was set up about 6 months ago now by the people behind the Everything Electric and Fully Charged family of platforms and content and events and experiences. So if you've even got a passing interest in EVs, you will have heard of those guys. And it's a non-profit membership organisation designed to really help with the misinformation and accuracy and facts that underpin our public discourse around electric vehicles. I've got 15-ish years working in public policy in commercial EVs and EV charging. So it's really great to be here today and looking forward to an interesting debate.
Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen Mersman, founder director of Zenobi. For those who don't know Zenobi, we really come from the energy side of the network. We have about 700 megawatts of grid-scale batteries connected to the transmission network, where we solve first-mile problems on the electric grid, which is like congestion, etc. And we've started working in fleet to solve a last-mile problem, which is how do you get these things charged when 200 of them pop up at your depot and all want power at the same time. So we offer EV as a service for about 2,000 plus electric buses and increasingly trucks and light commercial vehicles as well. We're here to sort of talk a bit about that. Actually, there's a lot you can do already today. It doesn't have to be that hard if you start with the easy bits. And how you identify those, we'll talk about later.
Thank you. Before I allow Neil to introduce himself, Paul was going to join us. Unfortunately, he was ill and quite rightly decided to stay at home and recover. But we're very, very lucky to have you, Neil.
Thank you. So I'm Director of Market Development for Commercial Fleet for Voltempo. Many of you, if you've come across Voltempo, will probably be because of the work we're doing as part of the government's ZEHID project, which is the Zero Emission HGV Infrastructure Demonstrator. And we lead one of the 4 consortia groups. So we have the privilege of working with 11 transport operators deploying 80 plus trucks across 30 plus depots, along with working with fleet to deploy a number of, let's call them municipal charging facilities. But fundamentally what we're about is we build a hypercharger, which is a very flexible HGV focused but commercial vehicle suitable charging solution based on MCS standard for the larger equipment, but flexibility across a range of vehicle sizes.
Fantastic. And Ben?
A late addition to the panel, but I was asked to join because as KPMG we are active in this space as well. As well as being involved in the ZEHID scheme quite early, writing the business case for one of the other schemes that has successfully launched. We've also been working with National Highways, thinking about what its role in enabling green corridors is. And this is not necessarily about putting the charging infrastructure in place, but actually what infrastructure requirements and changes are needed to the operating model for the infrastructure to enable this to happen. As well as working with the Green Finance Institute on how to encourage and mobilise green finance into zero-emission trucks, and then working in the aviation and the shipping markets as well on the technology and operational change pathways needed to deliver green logistics corridors irrespective of the mode.
Fantastic. So first things first, let's just break down the exam question. Right? So when we're talking about green logistics corridors, Neil, what does that mean?
So 2 things. I think a lot of people think about a corridor as being A to B when I talk to them. And actually it's important that we think about corridors lead to many places. But fundamentally, we're talking about where are the main flows? Where is the volume of haulage, movements of freight? The place where the vehicles are going to be most active is the place where the return on investment is going to be most appropriate, efficient investment. It's the place where infrastructure will get utilised well, and therefore the funding for the infrastructure serves itself well. But it's often in an island context, we think about the ports as being the edge, but actually we've got to remember there's a lot of stuff flows through. So the green corridors really start elsewhere as well as here, connected by air and sea corridors. So we're talking to a number of people about sea corridors and green sea corridors. But what we see as destinations, actually a lot of truck fleet will see as just another stop, but a very convenient stop and a very busy place where power infrastructure is going to be critical.
The comment about the ports is really interesting. We might come back to that towards the end. Decarbonisation of ports sounds like a really interesting topic. Sustainable freight is the second part of the equation. I know you have some strong views, Stephen, about this. Educate us on sustainable freight.
Well, I think the first thing, I think the point on the network is very important, right? Is you start with the bits that you can do today, and actually you can talk about a network as in the flow, but it also has a starting point and an end point, right? If you look at how the electricity system started, it was vertically integrated. You had a power plant, and then people next door could use electricity, and the ones further away couldn't. And it's only later that they started linking up these corridors to form a network. I think on the transport side, we shouldn't try and run straight away, right? Let's start with what's easy, what's in the depot, add the main flows, and then build on from there. Now, on the sustainability side, I think there's sort of the utopian view where you say, oh, we mustn't touch a single point of CO2 or NOx molecule, and set an even higher standard for EV or for hydrogen or whatever than we currently apply elsewhere. And then the result of that is inaction. You don't do anything. As long as you do something that's better than what you did yesterday, I think, in my view, you're doing it sustainably. And lastly, we shouldn't forget it has to be financially sustainable and ecologically sustainable if you want mass adoption. And I think if you start there, get learnings, it'll start snowballing itself, and that's how we've seen as much growth as we have in our portfolio.
Thank you. And maybe, Ben, on that sustainability angle, any thoughts on those alternative means of decarbonisation of that? You know, HVO, hydrogen, any thoughts on that?
I was with one of the leading truck manufacturers just literally a week ago, talking to them about this very journey. And they're saying very open to multiple pathways as we're looking at the decarbonisation journey. And interestingly, we held a meeting here back in February for the Aldersgate Group and brought together many of the large fleet operators and truck manufacturers and fuel providers. And they've all said effectively the same thing. Everyone has an ambition to be on a decarbonisation journey. That's not going to be switching to electric overnight or hydrogen overnight. It's going to be taking steps to decarbonise gradually through sustainably, commercially sustainable, financially sustainable means. I do think the sort of next generation of heavy duty trucking over the next 5 to 8 years, while we wait for the infrastructure to fill in, for the cost differentials to come down, will be HVO, potentially biogas fueled trucks, and we're starting to see that quite a lot in the market. And indeed, if you look at the shipping market, we're seeing bio-LNG being playing a really key role in that. I think my view, and I'm happy to be challenged, is that the ultimate destination for road freight, and this was largely borne out in the sixth carbon budget as well, will be electric. And I think that sort of makes sense from a cost perspective, an availability perspective, and networks perspective. I think the jury is still very much out, though, in the other modes of transport, in aviation and in shipping. And we need to stay open-minded and keep looking at R&D and technology innovation in those spaces.
Yeah, and yeah, Stephen.
I was just going to add two things on that. I think the one thing on HVO, though, that people are forgetting about is if you look at last week, right, one of the plants shuttered and mothballed because it's at the moment not economic to produce it. And on a sustainability perspective, I mean, there's some orangutans in Indonesia who disagree with the sustainability of palm oil. So I think from that perspective, the third point is, even in today's environment with an oil barrel being, for the next 3 years, forecast around $54 a barrel, electric can beat HVO TCO, right? And I think that's the new math that people are still waking up to.
Yeah, thank you. Neil?
I think it's an interesting dynamic because a lot of the discussion is around sweating existing assets, i.e. drop-in fuels, rather than needing to go and buy new trucks. So I think what's important is that people have a transitional plan. And actually they don't think that the next time they need to replace their truck is the only opportunity to reduce their carbon impact. And so things like HVO, with many of the challenges and other challenges that have recently come to light, could be good, and I'm very keen that we do anything but combust diesel, so anything that's a step in the right direction. But it's got to be affordable for each operator. And I think the important thing is, the other thing to consider is, it isn't about remove all your vehicles, replace them all. It's a transition, right? And so you take incremental steps that become more and more viable as the routes are right, the economics work, the costs of the vehicles come down. Greater electrification means you have more options for what I call lily pads for charge. It's a transition.
Yeah, and I like the definition of financial sustainability as well, looking at it through that lens. And I think on Ben's comments there, I think practicality in terms of there may be some interim solutions that helps you decarbonize, maybe not for the long term, but just as we move through these different technologies. Maybe on the last point around the scene setting, the definition, Tanya, broad question and a specific question. Anything to add to this broader conversation? Specifically, how are HGVs different to what we've seen so far in electrification of transport?
Yeah, so it's very interesting hearing the exchange of views on the journey towards decarbonisation for this transport sector, and specifically, you know, the market dynamics and the business model, the operational constraints. The thing that sits above all of that, sort of umbrella that we all sort of exist under, is the policy conditions and the policy incentives, and I don't just mean, you know, fiscal incentives in that case, that help shape this market and you know, chivvy its participants along that journey. There's a real range of different approaches that governments can take. And historically in this country, the government has been very much supporting the early market, but really allowing the market the space to develop and take its own shape. Over in Brussels, and I'll come back to this probably repeatedly, there's a far more interventionist approach, especially when it comes to HGVs. But then on the vehicle side, I mean, let's not get too technical, but I'd say the biggest constraint, and I'll let others come in as well, is the means and speed in which the vehicles are charged, and how you position those chargers, and then how you those chargers and how you enable that charging infrastructure to support different ranges of vehicles and the different duty cycles that they're meant to perform. It's a wholly, entirely different premise and proposition to private vehicles that are much more unpredictable normally in how they drive. And so the charging is, it can be in many cases more predictable, but there's also brings its own challenges with the sheer size of the vehicles and the payloads and so on.
So just on that point, before we shift to the regulatory landscape, I do remember there was a lot of issues around electrification of vans, just simply because the parking spaces are not geared towards gas, let alone in a heavy goods vehicle. What are some of those challenges, more for that end of the panel?
Well, twofold from my point of view. Tanya's already touched on one, and that is the planned nature and the importance of timing of getting a vehicle ready for its next drop. Because, channeling my inner Tim Campbell, if the wheels aren't turning, the vehicle's not earning. Okay, so that's one key thing. The other factor is about the convenience. This isn't about a 5 mile off route in order to do what you need to do. This is about how do I match the vehicle's size with the access road, no overhead restrictions, big enough bays, fast enough chargers. There's a range of charging capabilities even within the current fleet, 200, 250, 350 kilowatts. If you get your infrastructure wrong and you mismatch vehicles to chargers, you're constraining that efficient charging. You're creating bottlenecks. So a lot of that comes down to how we digitally manage this transition, as well as how we manage the vehicle technology. It's also the systems plan, the systematic planning of not just the power, but the utilization in line with commercial operations.
Very helpful. Ben?
Yeah, I think Neil's done a great job of summarising some of the key challenges, and building on something Tanya said earlier, we still have the challenge of the offset between payload and power and range. You've got both a combination of the length of the vehicle and the weight of the vehicle to consider, and the more batteries you put on it, obviously the less payload you're going to have. Because of both of those, you're going to have a heavier vehicle and less potential cargo space. And that is something that's in consideration by the DVSA and government at the moment, which is, do we increase the weight limits and do we increase the size limits of the vehicles? I think that's an important point, but obviously that has knock-on implications for the infrastructure the vehicles travel on. And then thinking also about the charging infrastructure, I think someone said to me, if you electrified all the truck parking spaces at South Mims service station, it would take more power, if it were fully utilised, than a small city, just for the pure amount of kilowatts, megawatts you're putting into the trucks. So we have to really think quite carefully about planning, spatial planning and charging infrastructure. And most of the successful things where the TCO models work so far, as Stephen's been saying, are depot to depot, return to depot operations. I mentioned earlier the company, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I will dig it out and share it with people. Family-owned business who bought 10 zero-emission trucks with no government grant funding, minus the 25,000 plug-in grant, but for a 450, 500,000 pound tractor, that kind of is inconsequential. But people are making that TCO model work for them today. Yeah. So I do think there is quite a lot of encouraging progress in the industry.
Yeah, no, fantastic. And I know this is the fascinating bit. We'll come back to some of the challenges around electrification of heavy goods vehicles. Just for the sake of completeness in terms of setting the scene, again, back to Tanya, you touched on regulatory landscapes. So a few words around what's happening in the UK, what deadlines have the government set in terms of decarbonising heavy goods vehicles, and some thoughts around green corridors. What are we seeing legislatively in Europe?
So the compare and contrast between sort of UK and post-Brexit UK and Europe is becoming sort of an increasing, I would say an increasing gulf. To start in Brussels, there is a suite of regulations, the kind of the core sort of fulcrum of which is called AFIR, Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation, which is a sort of, as soon as it's sort of put into place, that it starts again within, you know, the next process of re-updating it. But at the moment, what that essentially does is predetermine corridors across mainland Europe for truck charging, heavy goods vehicle charging to be sited at sort of logical intervals. And then it's down to the member states to work out how on earth they then deliver on that. But, you know, it's a characteristic of the European approach, which is just like, you know, Euro standards for combustion vehicles, for example. You know, you meet these targets in order to meet the broader objectives of CO2 or electrification or whatever it is, or you don't participate in the market. And I think this is a really sort of different approach to what we have in the UK, as we've already heard, for N2 and 3 vehicles. So that's your sort of medium and heavy trucks. You know, you can get a grant, which is a signpost, a nudge, if you like, that you know, that you should be buying these vehicles, and here we are, government showing that these are the ones that we would like you to buy. But is a drop in the ocean in terms of your overall operating model, and isn't designed to really kind of have an impact. But then, you know, you sort of raises the question about what purpose it serves other than kind of gently encouraging the market to move in that direction. And then when it comes to the charging, there is an opportunity, but not yet much on the ground, to echo this corridor model where we're connecting key points of infrastructure around the country and then with the rest of mainland Europe as well. But again, not much in the way of sort of hard black and white policy that's moving us in that direction.
Okay.
Can I pick up on that? Because we are days away from an interesting point in the political cycle of the Comprehensive Spending Review, and which is Wednesday week. And also of the National Infrastructure Strategy 10-year plan. It would be a travesty if within that, in fact those both mechanisms, there is not some stimulus for extending what we have achieved or achieving with the £200 million ZHID grant and the 25k vehicle grant that currently exists, although capped. So there's a great opportunity there. Referring to the AFIR programme in EU, there is also a staggering level of funding, AFIF. If you have a look at the first round, the numbers are eye-watering of the grant funding that's been provided, and there are 2 more rounds between now and March next year for further consortium work. So if you will, the 200 million that has been put in through DFT, through Innovate UK, has been very welcome, but is dwarfed by what will happen in Europe as a result of that funding. However, we do hear from DFT regularly. They're involved in what we're doing because of the project funding, and I have great faith in the people that are in that team that they do understand the importance of infrastructure, power infrastructure, to enable stuff for us.
Okay. Just, I know Ben and Stephen, you want to butt in 30 seconds each, because I want to move on to the next topic. So, Ben.
What I was going to say was, you shouldn't forget that lorry charging, HGV charging, both overnight and megawatt charging, was part of the Rapid Charging Fund. 2 and 2, I think, from memory. But, of course, none of those managed to get off the ground.
Yeah.
I think there has to be some lessons learned from that. So if we are going to be pushing stuff into grants, which actually, arguably, we should be looking at, we have to learn why the Rapid Charging Fund wasn't successful.
Yeah, fantastic. Stephen?
The one thing I would add to that is, I mean, on a lot of the European funding, how much of that money is actually resulting in more green miles being driven, right? Because at the moment there's many infrastructure projects going in that actually aren't being utilised or are going to projects that aren't even connected to the grid, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of wastage happening there, and we've seen that in some of the UK programs as well. So everyone's guilty of that, and I think as taxpayers we should have something to say about that.
Yeah.
The other bit is the point around wheels turning and earning. It's doubly true for EVs, right? Because that's where you get the savings. Now, what we do see is that there are various policies that are causing issue with that, right? If you look at the targeted charging review that got implemented 2 years ago, that's driven up network charges by 500% here in the UK, and is actually siphoning off way more into utilities' pockets than the 20 grand plug-in grant, right? So I think what I would rather see in the spending review is actually attacking these leakages and doing some good policy making rather than fixing one subsidy with another subsidy. Right?
Understood. Can we shift on to just the practical challenges in electrifying heavy goods vehicles? Because if I look at this simplistically, you've got a whole theme around charging infrastructure. You know, what are the constraints there? What needs to be done? And the other bit of the puzzle is access to heavy goods vehicles that are electrified already. So I'm going to flick this to you, Stephen, because you've had a very successful business model with Zenobē in terms of enabling electrification of buses, providing a package solution. What are the challenges that you see in through those two lenses? There may be other lenses, but
well, I'd first like to think that it's a continuing tense rather than past tense.
Okay,
if you look at a typical bus depot, right, say 200 buses to 300 buses is a good size. If you said, okay, each charges at 100 kilowatts, I need 20 to 24 megawatts of power, which is about 3 Empire State Buildings for reference, right? So that's not ideal. In Coventry, we're currently charging roughly that amount of buses on 75% of an Empire State Building on 6 megawatts. So the first thing is that digital point is knowing what you need, because we see in many cases, on average, the overspecking of the utility demand is with 60%, which is quite material. And the problem is once you've paid for it, you then also got to continue paying the use of system charges thing I complained about earlier to keep it alive, right? So it's a huge cost. So factoring that in is the biggest thing, knowing what you need, and then engaging with the utility to get no more than you need so that you don't continue paying for it. I'd say that's the biggest thing. The second biggest thing is working from the end, right? Thinking, okay, I'm not going to fully electrify my depot in one go, but I need to keep that end state in mind even when I do my first 10 so I don't have a regret cost. And then thirdly, and you expect me to say this, is speak to someone like Zenobē or one of our competitor colleagues to get some advice, because you don't want to have to learn all the lessons we learned on electrifying 140 depots.
This is almost the pause for the commercial break there. Thank you. Ben, I think it was somebody talked about data centers, and I was just thinking the big issue, one of the big issues saying getting grid connections and a very stretched grid that's being upgraded and modernized at the same time, and data centers being a big driver of that demand. Does that impact in a negative way the future of electrified heavy goods vehicles?
In short, yes, but I think the bigger issue, I mean, that was a particular case. The bigger issue is the Code of Connections reform, which we're actually looking at now, which is killing off all of the zombie projects that are currently in the queue waiting for a connection that they're not shovel-ready. They don't need to be done, versus bus depot decarbonisation, which absolutely does need to be done, and ideally trucks as well, given that we still remain at sort of over 20% of our carbon emissions are from transport, and it sticks that high, largely driven by the logistics sector. So we do have that challenge, and I think one of the most important things coming out of this will be not only can you prioritise connections by what's shovel-ready, but also what actually has the better overarching systems decarbonisation impact. Now, it'd be interesting to see whether the 10-year infrastructure review and actually suggests something of that kind of ilk, but I hope that it will do.
Fantastic. And just, Neil, just on that part of the equation, the access to electrified heavy goods vehicles, give us a sense of how many are on the road now, roughly as a percentage of the overall fleet, so we get an idea of the size of the prize. And how easy is it for companies to buy these electrified heavy goods vehicles, and are they comfortable outlaying that kind of capex when maybe the charging infrastructure is not quite in place yet?
So in broad terms, most of the electric vehicles currently on the road are refuse cars and buses. Okay, so There was a zero emission truck trial, ZETT, that was done with some rigid vehicles, probably 2-3 years ago that started. And they are out in operation, although that trial is finished. But many of you won't spend your time looking at registration plates like I do to see if something is electric. It's sparse.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where we are. That's the reality on the ground. The figures for the last quarter, quarter one UK, was up. It's double. Okay, but it's double of next to nothing. So let's not get excited. ZHID projects will see that number move forward in the July to Q3 calendar period. That's when most of the ZHID trucks will start to get out on the road. But we're still scratching the surface. We're going to deploy something north of 240 vehicles across the whole project, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Okay, so the important thing, I think, is that there are people who have already made some investments themselves using the truck grant. The truck grant has been extended, albeit that it's still, let's be generous, not 10% of the value of a truck, depending on which spec of HGV you go for. We're looking at a 5-year program to get volumes out on the road. Sadly, I'll say sadly because I feel sad about that. But the reality is, without significant signals from the government about investment attractiveness, we won't see an acceleration. The danger is we get left behind Europe. We don't want that. We don't want European vehicles being sent into the UK that are combustion engines and the electric fleets running around Europe. Okay, so.
Okay. And just to develop that slightly, there's, it's really reminiscent of the charging industry, sort of the best part of a decade ago, where it took that long, that 10-year slog to convince private equity, institutional investors that not only was the government serious about this and it wasn't a flash in the pan and there'd be a new technology along later that would then, undercut the sort of viability of all that investment, but it took a long time to demonstrate that there was a market that was stable and growing in order to, secure the confidence of investors. And it's quite a sort of pivot point that we're at the moment with that, just as we were with charging and we were with passenger cars prior to that. The question is why. I mean, when you look around, the work of EV UK is about sort of ensuring there's accuracy and facts underpinning the public discourse around electric vehicles. And really, there's not much of that at the moment, and that doesn't help the investability or the sort of sense of confidence in the market. Neither does, the fact that, whether it's Volta or Arrival or other manufacturers that have come and gone in this sector have not succeeded in not only making a vehicle that pays, but making a business that works. So there are a few challenges beyond the sort of user and the operators that need addressing in order to see that volume growth.
If I may, sorry. So the next session will cover some of this. I'm sure Gavin will wave and smile at me. But there are routes to electrification for fleets as they exist. And most fleet operators have a schedule of replacement that they will be doing. Okay, so they'll look at the available incentives as they come. The capacity for modest early transition is not terribly constrained by grid. And so it doesn't stop us moving for a lot of SMEs. It's the cost of the capital.
Okay,
That's the challenge.
So take a pause there, and Ben, I promise you I'm going to give you your airtime in 1 second because I'm trying to get us back on time for the day and leave a few questions as well.
What I was going to say was, as we were discussing earlier, even the OEMs will admit they're not quite there as well. They're still on what is a first-gen product compared to what from a car is a third-gen product. So the OEM I was talking to the other day only just took the gearbox out of its electric truck and has moved to a full electric powertrain. And of course, that's had massive efficiency gains for the truck, but that's this year. So we've still got a way to go.
So I'm going to start with Ben, and then no more than a minute each. If you can do it in 30 seconds, even better. Before we open up to Q&A, what strikes me just generally as a formula for success is you have the government that invest seed money to stimulate demand or supply, and then you have business models and regulatory frameworks that bring in the private sector to make that decarbonisation successful. If that's the premise, and you might not agree with it, fine, but if that's the premise, what needs to happen next to accelerate electrification of heavy goods vehicles? Maximum minute each, starting with Ben.
So I think we do need to fairly quickly come to a conclusion on the powertrain and stop what I would talk about as prevaricating around some of these things like, do we deploy electric road systems all the way down the strategic road network, and do we invest a load in hydrogen networks, and actually come to a sensible conclusion and get confident in getting behind that, first of all, because that addresses the point about noise in the market and confidence. Second is realise there are still quite significant grid capacity constraints, notwithstanding the partial or sort of smaller electrification programs. We need to address those. And third, I think we do need to provide more support, especially for SME operators. And this, you can't just leave it to the big boys to go first, who've got the capital to do it. And that's where we potentially do need something, but it needs to be, to Stephen's point, structured sensibly.
Great. Neil?
The SME point is absolutely crucial. The significance of SME operators in the truck market can't be understated. Mm-hmm. And so to leave them behind because the financial instruments aren't there to support them, and I don't exclusively mean grants, other ways of encouraging, rewarding, incentivizing them to transition and to have a transition plan is key. The energy networks piece, I think, is a given. As hard as it can be at times, we've seen good steps made towards recognizing the challenges and overcoming them. So we just need to maintain the focus on that. But I think ultimately what it comes down to is it's the difference between running a traditional vehicle and a zero-emission vehicle. Mm-hmm. And there are many factors that start to move the cost of running a diesel combustion engine up, as well as zero-emission powertrains down, and road funding, road tax funding, all sorts of mechanisms. It needs a comprehensive strategy.
Yeah, good. Stephen?
I'm very much against subsidies, and the main reason is that we did a study on the bus side, right, which has been sort of at the front of it. We've seen that government subsidies have actually delayed the electrification of the bus sector by about 4 years. Mm-hmm. So if you don't want the same to happen in truck, don't get subsidies involved. What you need is proper policy, right? The weight, the stuff around weird incentives or taxes like the targeted charging review on the energy network, the stuff around how we implemented renewable fuel tax credits in this country where EVs excluded. Get those distortions out of the market gone, and then you create clarity for people to do their own planning in line with their own replacement cycle, and you'll see the market start to move incredibly quick. And it doesn't cost the taxpayer a penny, which I think is in these certain or uncertain times quite important.
Yeah, noted. Everyone's stuck to 60 seconds, Tanya, pressure on you, under 60.
Well, no one wants to hear me talk for more than 60 seconds about the harmonisation of charging standards and protocols, but that's what I think is coming full circle to the powertrain point. You know, nobody is going to invest with any significance in this market unless there is the assurance that the charging is not only robust from a sort of, supply and energy point of view, but that the physical plug is compatible with your investment in your HGV fleet. And, we can talk about the megawatt charging standard and various different, CCS applications, but that is extremely significant underpinning that I think will be kind of quite critical to the future of the sector.
Thank you, Tanya. Any Q&As, gentlemen down there?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Some really good insights. I wanted to reframe Adrian's question there at the end with some kind of points of reference. So there are 500,000 HGVs on the road in the UK. Over half of those are between 6 and 13 years old. 20% are over 13 years old. And there's about 7% that are less than 2 years old. Current penetration is about 300. So my question is, I think that whilst I appreciate your answers, I think it's scratching the surface. I don't think we're really addressing the problem. I think I've seen it more in the US than here, but it's not commercially viable for someone to transition to an electric truck unless there's something substantial put in place. So my question would be, maybe in 10 seconds each, if you had a magic wand, what would you actually do?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for providing the data. That was extremely helpful. So we'll move down this end first. 10 seconds. What do we need to happen to make it a realistic possibility?
Magic wand, unlimited supply of energy to the right locations. I mean, if you ask for the magic wand, I don't think it's a deliverable that's grounded in any realism. But yeah, that's what we need. I think it's the grid that's the constraint on the unlimited potential of this market.
Okay.
I'm going to cheat and refer to my earlier wish list to gain some seconds. And then I would add one thing. If you do want to do a subsidy, right, the way to do it right is actually the way India did it for buses and Germany did it for a while, is you announce a pot of money and you say, look, I'm going to subsidize the right behavior, which is driving electric, not buying an electric vehicle. And I'm going to announce every month how much is left in the pot, so you create a sense of FOMO, right? And you also make sure that not 25% of the value leaks to consultants like our kind hosts today, by making the application really simple so the SMEs can apply and not just the big boys. And you make it very simple. 2 trucks or 3 trucks per applicant, no more, so that you distribute it to as many participants as possible.
Okay, Neil.
Done.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you.
So we leverage the power of the big operators. We get them to commit to a development plan for replacing their fleets. We work with the truck operators to plan the volume production of the vehicles, and we get the unit price down to a point where it becomes affordable for most everybody.
Okay, good. Ben?
All of the above. Plus my point about getting to the nub of the issue, which is being clear around the electrification journey.
Yeah, thank you. The comment about scratching the surface, you're absolutely right. But I felt it was a really good panel in terms of exploring some of those themes. I did have to smart at the consultant leakage comments. Any final questions? Gentleman there and one at the front. So we'll just go, gentleman there.
I think there's about 50 HGVs being purchased in the UK, delivered in the UK per month compared to 250 in the European states. Could that have something to do with the RTFO or the RED III equivalent in the EU? And that hasn't quite been touched upon today, but could be really important.
Thank you. Ping that at you first, and briefly Ben in a second.
Yeah, I think sort of reform of the RTFO, or using the RTFO as the vehicle, excuse the pun, by which you can open up more opportunity for electrification has been explored in depth and for over 5 years with UK government. For reasons not known to me, they've decided, as far as I'm aware, not to go down the path of the EU and make adjustments to that. I mean, it's I think a real shame because there's a huge opportunity there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ben.
The only thing I'd add is we shouldn't be too sad about that because Europe is slightly larger than the UK as well, right? So it's not as stark as that. Carry on, Ben.
No, I agree. I think we even explored adjustments to the RTFO for diesel additives that could reduce emissions, and the answer was a firm no. So yes, I agree with you. It would be helpful to look at it as a vehicle, but I'm doubtful, and Aaron's conveniently disappeared, that it would. It's an open conversation.
Thank you, Ben. Last question, gentleman there.
Hi, this is Dorian again with another question. So we talked a little bit about the reduction of battery capacity as being a salient point for more efficient cost, particularly, but also weight, I think, was a context. In your experience for the panel, when speaking with OEMs and also with fleet operators, how comprehensive is their understanding of the full implications of that point, that efficient duty cycle management, that efficient placement locational management, and that technologies such as wireless charging, dynamic wireless charging, fast charging in very particular places in which the grid can support it is going to help bring down their COGS significantly.
So 30 seconds from
Yeah,
Stephen.
just a few data points to throw at you, right? We've seen that with driver training, you can reduce fuel consumption by 40%, right? That's one thing. Secondly, that also means you can then put a smaller battery on it, which then means you've got less weight you're carrying, which then means there's larger gains. So actually the conversation we have with the OEMs is to put smaller batteries on their buses. Now for trucks, it's still slightly different because of all the things we've talked about before, but it is a big factor and it's not being explored sufficiently.
Neil, 30 seconds, please.
So 3 things. One, the humble trailer has stayed the humble trailer for a very long time. One of our developments within the project is to lightweight the trailer as a monocoque and move the battery packs into the trailer and manage the deployment of weight across the axles. So that's one way that we can come at this a different perspective. 2, we have an operator who has selected to have a low battery pack because of the duty cycles that they've got. So they're very switched onto it. They understand. And we have a lot of operators that go nowhere near 40 or 44 tons, right? They're carrying cereal, right? They're carrying extensively air and then very light product. You know, they're running 12 tons of load, right? They haven't got these challenges in many instances, not all, okay? But the challenge of all of them is to use that vehicle as efficiently as possible. And so they're managing the longer semi-trailers. That brings us another challenge around regulations that we need to resolve.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you appreciate the diversity of thought and the diversity of apparel across the panelists. So I give them a very warm thank you.
Thanks, Adrian.
That was great. Adrian, thank you very much. And Tanya, Stephen, Neil, Ben, that really was an excellent panel. For the next group is a fireside chat, which I'll also be participating in. And Dr. Hi, right on cue. Laura Hardy and Vicky Edmonds, thank you very much. Please come up.
Afternoon.
Hello.
So, we're going to talk about something that actually ties in quite well with what we just heard, which is what can be done to support consumers and fleets in the transition to electric. And before we get into that, I'll just ask 2 of you, please, to just talk a little bit about yourselves, journey on electrification, etc. Thank you. Laura, you want to go first?
So I'm Laura. I'm a Corporate Affairs Director at GridServe. I've spent the last 20 years in automotive communications and public affairs, and the last 12 years in the electric transition. So I started at Tesla before there were right-hand drive cars and before anybody knew who Elon was. Dirty word. And so I suppose I've seen it from the very start, where people were very dubious about electric vehicles to now where we are today. And obviously GridServe, one of the most utilised EV charging networks in the UK, British business.
Great, thank you very much. Vicky.
Hi everyone, so I am, hopefully my mic is working, Vicky Edmonds, so the Chief Executive of EVA England, which is a drivers' members association. So we represent the EV driver, including fleet drivers, although we're mostly private driver. Our role is to lobby government, parliament and industry to make sure that what drivers think about their vehicles and the charging infrastructure gets to the people that need to know about it, and also to lobby for change to make it just a smoother and easier experience for the driver. Prior to this job, I was actually in government for almost 20 years, 10 of which were in transport decarbonisation and 5 of which were in electric vehicle policy development. So I was one of the former heads of the Office for Zero Emission Vehicles. And in fact, Aaron and I were around at the same time together for a while.
Great, thank you very much. So maybe if we start off by just asking, just to scene set a little bit about your view of the highs and lows of EV and the wider experience, pluses, minuses.
Yeah, do you want me to go first? In terms of highs, so the speed of the rollout of electric vehicle charging is huge, right? That's what we've seen in the last few years. We've gone from this conversation about there not being enough electric vehicle charging to moving that conversation on to, is it reliable, is it accessible? We're asking more questions. We're not saying, is it just there? We're asking all of the additional questions on that customer hierarchy of needs. Also the appearance of lots of British businesses in that. I think that's very positive. New businesses, there are lots represented here today who are, passionate about that move to electric and installing EV charging, and then the investor confidence, consumer confidence that's really changed in the last few years. And so that's definitely in the bracket of highs for me. It's changed the electric driver experience massively, that you can now turn up to a motorway services and be able to charge a vehicle, not worry about whether it's one or two and somebody might be using that one but maybe the other one is broken, etc. So, changing that conversation. I can't remember the lows.
The lows.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Everyone's more interested in the lows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lows are market conditions. The price of energy is too high, and the costs associated with it. So standing charges, capacity charges in running the EV charging, which then pushes the price per kilowatt hour up for the customer. Those are the lows. And then the ZEV mandate was that certainty, and now potentially more of an uncertainty for people, right? So the flexibilities have really called into question, well, do I need to have a BEV or a battery electric vehicle, or can I have a hybrid? And then this hybrid is not really going to use the electric vehicle infrastructure that we're building, and it's not going to get people familiar with how to use it or how to live with it or how they could live with it. It's just going to carry on that extension of their diesel or petrol vehicle experience. So that we're bringing back that, how do we, if we can't use the stick to be able to push us into zero emissions, how do we make sure that the carrot is there and that people understand how good it is to make the switch to electric?
Thank you. Vicky.
Yeah, so I'll say, as a driver of electric cars, I think the highs are, I think Laura's touched on it. Like this is a very different industry than the industry it was 5-10 years ago. The cars are great when drivers get into them. We have stats that up to 96% of them won't turn back. So we sort of say over 9 in 10 drivers never look back when they get into an EV. Those that do, generally it's about a lot of the drivers that we talk to, it could be because they are users with disabilities. So again, the accessibility of the network kind of is one of the things we might talk about. But people love their cars when they have them. They are efficient, they are convenient. If you have a driveway, they are much cheaper to run than a petrol diesel car. And they just fit into people's lifestyles much better. I'd say the low of having an EV right now is that cost of public charging and the access of the public charging network. So as Laura said, we are moving away from drivers. I mean, if you're an EV driver, I don't think you really even blink about whether you can find a charger anymore. The question is, when you turn up, does it work? How much are you going to pay for it, and can you access it, especially, as I say, if you're a user with a disability. If you're not an EV driver, then I think people still do worry a little bit about charge points, and I think that's where, we work quite heavily with Charge UK on lobbying government to increase signage of charge points, because, a lot of this is just people being aware of it. But this is a real opportunity, I think, for the market to think about how can it serve the people without driveways that have to rely on the public network. How can the infrastructure world meet that challenge and make it a better experience for those? Because that is the challenge coming. People with driveways, it's brilliant, cheap, convenient. Those without driveways, it's harder. And so I think that's a good opportunity as well.
So just to maybe pick up on the affordability point straight away. I mean, one of the topics which we've heard about today, been very much in the news, there's one particular practitioner of it here today, is the cross-pavement solution. I mean, one of the issues there is parking in front of your house. And that's the same issue in many ways with the dedicated on-street charging, which is reserving them for EVs. So what can be done to address those issues? How do we, or more widely, I mean, that's one particular approach. More widely, what needs to be done to make it affordable for people who don't have off-street parking?
So,
why you start? Let's go reverse order.
So I guess for somebody who doesn't have a driver, I think there are several options available. So cross pavement does work very well for some people. So it very much depends on, I think, the street layout and whether people can often park by the houses. You don't need to charge your car all the time. I think that is a real one of those pieces of misinformation and myth busting. We used to have in fact, my first EV was when we were in London. We didn't have a driveway. We had to park. We could never park outside our house. It wasn't an issue for us because we never drove more than 50 miles every couple of weeks. So it was very easy to stop at the car. And I think that myth that you need to have a car on charge all the time, well, you don't if you're in a city and you don't use your car that much. So I think getting through to people that it isn't necessarily something they absolutely need, but it can work really well for some consumers. If you can't access that solution, then there are other technologies coming to market, so charge sharing technologies, co-charging. I know that there's lots of new, and I'm sure some in the room know these better than I, but those are quite exciting new technologies that you don't necessarily need to have your own dedicated charge point, but you can make use of somebody's down the street or somebody else's. And then there is cheaper residential tariffs, which is something that we talk to industry about a lot. It very much depends on the electricity prices and the contracts, obviously, that drive those. But can you bring cheaper prices in for those who are charging the car for residential reasons? So not for those who are using it for commuting purposes or en route, but actually that need to rely on the public network all the time. So I think the industry is rising to meet that challenge. It's just, can we do it quickly enough?
And more specifically, I mean, what should we have? What would you like to see more of from people in the industry, whether it's charge point manufacturers, CPOs, government, car makers, anyone else?
Well, it's hard to answer that as a CPO, I would say. Like, what do you want to see more of from ourselves? But we need to see more convenient charging. That's where people, you know, if you can't charge at home, that's the most convenient place to charge, to plug in, also the most cost effective. But where are you charging if you're not charging there? So at retail parks where you visit once every couple of weeks, as Vicky said, you're not always having to charge. It's not every week. You're probably not doing enough mileage to warrant that, especially if you're not doing the big commutes. Workplace charging is another one if you are commuting, right? But yeah, where are we putting those locations? So retail parks. We've also seen it at the electric forecourts that we have. So the one in Braintree has plenty of fleets that are charging there. It has increased ownership of EVs in the local area above the national average, because people know that, well, there's this charging oasis with 30 chargers there, which I know I'm going to be able to go and access. And actually, I spend quite a lot of time at Stevenage, which is the new one that's opened, and people are just working from there. They don't even own EVs at the moment, but what they're saying is, well, I spend enough time here that I could charge an EV, and so it'll become part of my approach as I go forward, because next time I know I can get an EV. So it is about that confidence that they can do it, the convenience, that if you don't have off-street parking, then that's where you need to go next, right? It's that where can I, if I can't charge at home, where else can I charge, where I'm not thinking, oh, I need to go and charge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to assume reliability is going to get sorted out because there are regulations in place for that. So reliability of charge points is obviously one thing. Cost is the other thing. So I think, there's a lot driving the high cost of public charging at the moment. To bring it down requires changes to regulation, changes to electricity kind of pricing, and that's not going to be quick. So we all call for kind of changing the VAT on public charging. We're all asking for electricity reform to take more account of kind of the impact on public charging. But none of that is a quick win. So I think what I'd like the industry to think about is how else could you bring that cost down for people? So, diversification of businesses, new technologies, like what is it in your back offices that you could do that would help drive those costs down? And I think I don't think we've kind of got to that question yet. I think having previously been in government, people always look to government to sort these issues out. I think sometimes we need to look within ourselves and actually sort some of these out ourselves. So I think that's a conversation I'd like to have. And then accessibility. So there is, I think the PAS standard was referenced by Lucy early on. It's out there. It's undergoing review at the moment. Hopefully the standard that pops out at the end of the review process is easier to implement. We want to get that rolled out because that is turning people off buying the cars at the moment. And that is, there's a standard. Can we get that in place? Can we get it rolled out as quickly as possible once we've got a standard that is easier to implement?
If I can just comment on a couple of those things. I think the first thing is cost of electricity. I mean, for all CPOs, this is the single biggest cost by a long margin. Secondly, the biggest component of that, 70%, is not the variable power cost, the raw energy cost, it's grid. So if you want to sort affordability out, you're back at Ofgem, grid code, and everything else. And that there's nothing we as CPOs, AC, DC, anybody else can do about that. It is the cost of power. The second thing on accessibility is we are constrained by what we can buy. We're not building our own chargers. So again, that needs, and it also flies in the, you need to work that within the affordability constraint as well. That's another factor. So, you know, by all means, raise these challenges with us as CPOs. They're great, but there are deeper issues there, and it's not really about money. It's about leadership. So if you take the off-gem issue, grid access is a big factor, and there, if we look at the DNOs, the people who provide the grid, and we've built 400-odd charging stations across the country, you go from the good to the bad to the downright ugly. And there's very little consistency, and the ugly will say to you, go ahead, complain to Ofgem, I don't care. So I think there's an element here of just leadership, quote Stephen earlier on, Stephen Mersman, better implementation of existing policies and better leadership on that would go a long way. In my view, that would be my request.
Yeah, there's a lot needed in terms of realism, right? What is available today, but also that aspiration. So where are we going next? So today, what is possible is one thing, but actually the gold standard and the best practice is something that everybody wants to shoot for, but we need the technology and we need the standards to get us there. And so we're not saying that everything is great today and actually it is as accessible as it could be, but then the options on the market are limited. And so as we move forward with standards and best practice, that pushes that boundary so that more is available to be able to choose from, so that then we do make those strides. Holding an industry account today is a difficult thing, given that it's difficult to buy those charge points that do that.
So I think for what consumers want to see is a journey towards this just getting better and better and better. Yeah. We want to see less bad stories in the press, and I think the way that the press works at the moment, obviously clickbait, it's just so easy to find the person who's had a really bad experience or the person who's handed their EV back because it was such an awful thing. Where there's 90% of the drivers don't have those experiences, but they don't get airtime and press. And so I think it's about being able to show this positive journey. I think when you talk to people who do the consumer surveys, it is friends and family is the biggest motivation for people to jump into an EV. They don't trust government anymore, they don't trust media, they don't trust industry, they do trust their friends and they do trust their family. So if a driver is having a great experience and is talking about it, then more people start to think about it and they think about, actually this might work for me. And I think it's just building on that. So yeah, accessibility is a good thing. We know that the standard as it is at the moment is unimplementable because you can't get the parts, but the new standard will be because we've worked on it with industry. So we've been one of the consumer groups working on the standard, and it will be. So again, it's just showing this is different, this is better. Things are going to change, and just showing that journey so that drivers can talk about it and say, actually, I've had a really great experience at the moment.
So again, following on from that, thinking about the future and the aspirations and what you want to see, what would your personal view of, Laura, starting with you, be of the perfect charging spot? You can pick location, machinery, climate, anything you want.
It needs to be on a road that I travel on and a journey that I do regularly, right? Because I'm charging at home, I have a home charger, so I'm fine. I can plug that in. I don't really use public charging, but when the public charging it is needed is wherever I am going, which is very unique to the individual, and so we do need to have it everywhere and for it to be ubiquitous and all over our motorway network, right? So I want to be able to stop, and I want it to be quick, and then want nice facilities to be able to spend my 20 minutes in while I charge the car. I'm then talking about convenience, so is necessarily like price the be all and end all at that point, because actually I've got home charging, and so it's more about the value it represents to me, right, rather than the actual absolute cost, because I'm charging at home all the time, so already my costs are lower for operating an electric vehicle. So that's it for me. And it just needs to be at the place that I want to stop at the time that I want to stop, and it needs to be a place that I want to actually use and be around. So, yeah.
Vicky?
I'm going to attempt the on-street challenge because you've done the kind of en route challenge. So, so I'll go back to my old days when I didn't have off-street parking and cross-pavement solutions weren't available at the time. So, so I think it's almost exactly the same. I need mileage when I need it for a price that I can afford. So if I want to fit it into my lifestyle, the easiest thing for me is to drive my kids to one of their activities. There is a charge point in the car park. Car charges whilst they're doing their activity, whereas we've got dead time, basically we're there anyway, and then I drive off and I have a fully charged vehicle. The price is accessible, it's affordable, so it's a price that I want to pay that makes it still cheaper than running a petrol diesel car.
Great, thank you. I think we'll call it a stop there. Questions from the floor, do we have any?
Hi, Richard Lundart from M Group Energy. Question to Vicky. I've been driving an EV now for 7 years. I found it a really lovely experience, very mindful. I'm a lot more energy aware, so yeah, definite convert. My question is around DC ultra rapid hubs and the 80% debate. Do you think there's anything that can be done to educate people when the hub's busy to unplug and move their car at 80%? So on a school holiday, trying to get a charging hub, and you've got a few people there insisting that they charged at 100%, kind of throws the whole 20-minute charge out of the window. So maybe the charger could flag up, we're very busy today, you're getting cut off at 80%. Do you think realistically there is something that could be done about that?
Well, so I posted a thing on LinkedIn because I recently, we've done a couple of trips to France, one in our family car, and then we hired one for a slightly different experience. And the French signage is much better than the UK signage for charge points. And I know this is a bugbear of most of the industry, and I think we would agree. So you tip up to the charge point, and there are signs everywhere saying your battery operates best between 20 and 80%. You don't need to charge above 80%. Make sure that if you have finished your charge, you unplug so others can use the charge point. So there is this, and they are huge, like they're kind of, you can't miss the sign. It's like this huge sort of, well, it's not a fixed sign, it's like a banner that somebody's kind of, but they put it there and it's not being taken down. And so it's just that information to customers. And I think if they see it on a sign and it's linked to the charge point, they'll trust it more. Various people have done users' guides on how to kind of operate chargers more efficiently and how to look after your battery. I think we're working with someone on a guide at the moment on how to make sure that you look after the battery so that the car just has a longer run and it continues to be more efficient. So I think kind of that they don't seem to get the reach, because I think the people that read those are experienced EV drivers who know this. So you want to get to the new drivers and you want to get to the people thinking about an EV. And I think those two parts of the market, we're still not really getting the reach that we need.
There are some technical solutions as well, right? So if you use an app, then the app can remind you, it can send you a notification. So, but obviously if you're using contactless, then that you're once removed from the charge point. We've tried having people on site to be able to support that information. So, and there's a lot of new people turn up in that holiday period as well, to come and charge. So we have better bay marshals at some of our busy sites where they will talk to them about, either helping them queue or also letting them know that, at 80% it's better that you move on. So there are lots of different ways of doing it, whether, you get that within the, I've contactless and then I've run into the services and I'm going to stay there an hour and then I'm going to come back and it's 100%. You still see people do it. So yeah, it's...
No one's used the T word yet, Tesla. They solve this, and it's variable, and if it's a congested site, the car will tell you you're going to be charged penalties beyond X, and they control it. So this is absolutely doable. There are two challenges. One, you need to be able to communicate it to the driver, and it does need to be variable. So if it's a charging spot with 20 chargers, of which one is occupied, let people charge as long as they want, right? But if it's a busy, congested period, then maybe it's 90, maybe it's 80, maybe it's even 70, right? You can calibrate that. But you need to be able to communicate that. So without the app, how do you do that? You need signage on the machine. That takes you to the second issue, is the machine. And we as CPOs have less control over the hardware than you'd think. That's changing and needs to change and must change for a better experience. But that is a significant factor. Tesla does have the benefit of that integrated single platform. And that's something I think in different ways we're all trying to move towards. Right. I think we have time for one last question. Dora, do you have a question?
My question's about brand. Do consumers care about the brands they're interacting with in the electric vehicle space at the moment? Or do you think at the moment it's very functional and very convenience driven? And do you think that will change, or do you think ultimately it will continue to be more about convenience and reliability than a brand emotion connection?
So I think there's a bit of both. So I think I definitely have brands that I trust more than others. So when I'm going through my map on my thing and I'm trying to find a charge point, I know which ones I will always be working and which ones I've had less good experiences at. So I think that brand reputation, but I don't think people are wedded to the ChargePoint brand in the way that people are wedded to their car brand. So I think, selling the vehicles is a much harder issue because people really like their brands of car. I don't think that's the case for the ChargePoint sector. People need to charge when they need to charge, and they will use the ChargePoint that's closest. And yes, they might go for the ChargePoint brand that they trust more than another one at that point, but I don't think it's quite the same.
Good. Thank you both very much for the discussion, the openness and the views. Very helpful. Thank you. Great. So we're coming up to the final stretch before lunch. Keynote panel 3, Zero Emissions HGV Trials, an infrastructure demonstration program. The moderator is Gavin Lancaster, who's Operations Director and of Zen Freight Projects Limited, which is part of Dynamon. And then he is going to be joined by Faizan Ahmad, Decarbonisation Programme Director, First Bus, Chris Ashley, Head of Policy at the Road Haulage Association, and Isabella Panovich, Programme Manager at Zero Emission Road Freight, Innovate UK. Hopefully I got the name, didn't mangle the names too much. Anyway, thank you very much. Please come on up.
Where's our clicker?
Oh, good Lord, I think it's that one.
Lovely, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a nice segue in from the Green Corridor session that we had a half an hour ago or so, where people were saying scratching the surface. And essentially what I want to do here is to look at that surface from a ZHID level. So ZHID first, then we've got Faizan, who's talking about what they've managed to achieve so far in the bus and coach market. And I would argue that bus and coach are years ahead of where HGV is at the minute. So again, collaborating, best practice, learning from the pain that Faizan's gone through, and understanding what we need to do through the HGV program to just make sure we don't make the same mistakes, which will be very interesting. And then the guys before made a good point about not forgetting the SMEs, and we won't, which is exactly why we've got Chris here from the RHA. And again, collaboration, messaging, making sure that those guys are not left behind, because it is a massive proportion of the HGV industry market in this country. So everything we do is a demonstration program. I, for one, and I know Neil from the E-Freight perspective, is doing a lot to keep Chris and his members in the picture. So, right, I think, without further ado, is that's working. Over to Isabella, who's going to talk about ZHID.
Thanks, Gavin. I'm Isabella Panovich. I'm the Programme Manager at Innovate UK, supporting the delivery of the Zero Emission HGV and Infrastructure Demonstrator. A number of the morning sessions have sort of touched upon parts of this programme, but in a few slides I'm going to try and summarise a bit of what the programme is on the whole and sort of where we are today, and then hopefully that will lead into some of the discussions that we're going to have in this panel. Absolutely. So just briefly, very quickly, forgive me, but Innovate UK, we are the UK's innovation agency. We support business and innovators in their R&D endeavours, and we fund across a broad range of areas beyond net zero, healthcare, digital, and wider than that. So funneling down into ZHID. So ZHID is a public-funded demonstrator programme. So the Department for Transport has supported around £200 million of subsidy for this programme, and it works off the back of other trial programmes in previous years. So the ZERFT programme, which was touched upon with the BET project, so a couple of sort of 19-tonne DAF vehicles were demonstrated with NHS public sector bodies, and then that sort of laid the groundwork for the larger scale demonstrations where we upped the ambition, built on those understandings. So the projects, the 4 projects today have launched in 2023, and we're in the midst of this funded period where we're procuring, we're installing, vehicles are being ordered, and the infrastructure is going in place. And fundamentally, it all comes back to this data collection piece. So once the demonstration period and the sort of assets are in place, they're in place, they will demonstrate for up to 5 years with this extensive data collection piece facilitated by Ricardo. And that all goes back to this UK government commitment to end the sale of non-zero emission HGVs by 2035 or 2040, depending on weight class. And fundamentally, the programme aims to support by understanding costs and merits of the different technologies. So for clarity, that's battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell technology, using these vehicles in real-world operations with UK hauliers to collect this breadth of data, both within performance and total cost of ownership and other metrics beyond that as well. So next slide, please. So for those of you who joined the programme large summit back in March, you might recognise this map, but this is the first map we have within the programme for the locations of the funded infrastructure across the 4 projects. So there's around 60 to 70 site locations being installed across the UK. Around 90% of these are within depots, based at operator depot locations, but we do also have some significant motorway service area activity being facilitated through GridServe, who you heard from earlier. And yeah, I think just a final plug to remain engaged. This isn't the final picture for the infrastructure. There's likely to be amendments or potentially additions to this as time goes on, and it will evolve and change throughout that 5-year demonstration period as well, including sort of the operators involved in the programme. So looking forward to some exciting progress and activities coming through those 4 projects.
Brilliant, thanks Isabella. So what's ZenFreight? As one of the consortiums, as Isabella has mentioned there, this is where I come in with my ZenFreight project lead head-on. I've got 4 very keen operators who are going to deploying 54 vehicles between pretty much now and the end of September, October time. As of today, again, scratching the surface, I've got 3 sites that have gone live with DFDS within the last 2 weeks. Again, small one at the minute, 6 vehicles running, but that was due to the kind of project planning aspect. Start small with an operator and then ramp up as we go through the year. If you've been following ZHID and ZenFreight, you may see that Russell Logistics is a new operator for us to the programme. I'm very fortunate in the fact that Russells are going to be running 3 electric vehicles, but also 3 hydrogen-powered vehicles as well, which gives the programme an excellent opportunity in Scotland to see how electric vehicles and long-range hydrogen-fueled vehicles can run side by side, or could it be a fact that H2-powered vehicles could do those longer trips that battery vehicles can't do at the minute? So again, where Isabella was talking about data a few minutes ago, where the likes of Ricardo and Imperial College come in, is they are crunching those numbers to understand if these technologies can coexist, if one works better than the other, and all aspects like that. So it's going to be very cool going forwards. You'll see the infrastructure partners there. Everything from a 75 kilowatt charger in the Shetland Isles all the way to a megawatt charger up in Scotland and everything in between. So again, from a planning perspective and understanding what we're going to be doing or be able to do with those depots going forwards, we've got a great cross-section of charger technology and to kind of move the project on. Again, I'm fortunate. I've got a large cross-section of vehicle manufacturers. MAN have just joined the consortium along with Russell, so they're going to be putting on the road some 6x2 real heavy trucks to be used in Scotland, as I mentioned. So, yeah, it's a great project to be involved in, and we'll come on to some of the kind of hurdles and project goals and aims in a few minutes. But what I'm going to do now is just hand over to Faizan, I think. Your slide is next. With some of the stuff that you've been going through with First Bus and deploying passenger vehicles.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much, Gavin. So, yeah, firstly, First Bus on this EHGV panel. So when you saw the agenda, you might have thought, poor guy's gotten a bit mixed up, but there is a purpose over here. Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. So I think we've just heard some stats in the prior session as well. I also had a look at the official DFT stats. I think, yeah, 500,000 EHGVs, of which, thanks to Zihid as well, you're going to get to perhaps about 1,000 to 1,500 electrified in the near future. When I looked at the bus and coach stats, so I think it depends on how you define a bus and a coach, but basically there are 150,000 buses and coaches out there in the UK, of which how many are electrified? About 4,000 to 5,000. So it's still a drop in the ocean, scratching the surface, to use that expression, but compared to 0.3%, it's actually 3%, so to speak. And I do probably question the definition of a bus there, because I think what you typically think of as a bus in outside of London or in London, those are typically around 35 to 40,000 of those in the country. So yes, appreciate, as has been highlighted, I think the bus industry is a little bit further along than the truck industry in terms of electrifying. And I do think there is so much value to be gained from learning and collaboration, but both ways actually, because I was at the Zihid Summit as well, looking at all of the various data interpretations of how you're looking at diesel trucks and EV trucks. And I was taking a lot of pictures to send back to our data analytics team as well, because I thought we could learn there as well. But with that being said, I mean, I think most innovation always happens at the boundaries and is always multidisciplinary. So insofar as the bus industry, we've had a 2 or 3 year lead in electrifying quite a lot of our fleet, not just First Bus, but other major companies as well, including Go-Ahead. I just do think from an infrastructure perspective in particular, since this is the topic of the panel, that there is opportunities to learn and share and collaborate as well. So a very quick overview of First Bus then. So that's where we were at in 2023, and if you wouldn't mind clicking forward. So by end of next year, it's been a period of tremendous growth for us. We're going to be at over 1,500 zero-emission vehicles. So a couple of things here which are relevant to the topic of EHGVs and infrastructure. A is that we predominantly operate an overnight charging model. The buses go out during the day, then they come back, and they charge, and then they go out back. So that means we've got a lot of infrastructure which isn't actually used at all of these depots during the day. And then another thing, what is perhaps unique for First Bus compared to the other bus operators, is that we've got a very good spread across the entire country of where we operate. It's not necessarily just concentrated in London. And so you put 2 and 2 together and say we've got a lot of infrastructure lying unused during the day, and we've got a good spread during the country. Well, and you've also got EHGVs coming, and from a charging perspective, buses are large vehicles which require rapid charging. EHGVs are large vehicles which require large bay sizes and rapid charging, and it doesn't take much to put 2 and 2 together over here. So next slide, please. So what I do want to emphasize is, I mean, this isn't something which, so yeah, what are we doing over here? We have an active proposition where we are sharing our charging infrastructure, not just with trucks, but also, I mean, we all started off with DPD a couple of years ago at our Glasgow facility. So if there's one takeaway, and we'll get into it during the discussion, is that this isn't some kind of pipe dream or something for the future or something to consider. This is happening, this is here, this is now. And it's not just, I mean, yeah, selfishly, we would love more people to come to First Bus, but where I'm really excited and very keen is, I mean, you're going to have a lot of truck depots, we're going to have a lot of infrastructure. Absolutely. We'd just love to be able to share all of that knowledge and say, well, this is how you do it. We really want, you know, because it's absolutely good for the industry, whether it's the bus industry, whether it's the EHGV industry, logistics industry. The more charging options you have, the better. And dare I say, I think we can bring all the regular vanilla CPOs along with us in the journey as well, because I think we do offer something a little bit different, and there is a place for shared depots along with just regular public charging as well. So very keen to get into this.
Yeah, brilliant. So picking up on your first point there, and again, this is some musings that we had going around on email before the session today. I'm going to bring Chris in a second. But what I'd like to explore first is how do we work closer together? And then I'm going to open that question up to Chris to make sure that the SMEs aren't left behind.
I mean, there are a myriad of ways. I mean, conferences like these are great as well. I know we've hosted logistics companies as well as DFT and Innovate UK at our Leicester facility as well. So on the one hand, there are going to be these organic opportunities, so to speak, as well, to kind of listen and learn from each other. Where I do think we may be missing a trick potentially, and I mean, yes, we as an operator have a part to play here as well, but what I would really like for is DFT's departments to be talking to each other as well, because yes, we have been beneficiaries of the Zebra scheme, which is the grants related to electrifying the bus industry, and that's already in its second or third year, and they're already, I mean, we have an open discussion with DFT already as to what changes might need to be made going forward, because to, I think, Stephen's point from Zenobē, I mean, yeah, we can't always be relying on subsidy. So I do think one key area is for DFT's departments to be talking to each other, and the more we can facilitate that as operators, we're more than happy to do so.
Yeah, I quite agree, and I think I would extend that collaboration to all of these consortiums have quarterly review meetings. I think it's really important now that we start to bring the bus and coach guys in so we can, again, it's best practice and learning. So that's something I'll be doing at our next QRM. Faizan doesn't know yet, but he's definitely coming to our next one. Chris, view from the SMEs and the RHA, please.
Yeah, sure. So hi, everybody. Yes, if you don't know me, I'm Chris Ashley from the Road Haulage Association. And if you don't know about the RHA, we are a trade body. We represent over 8,000 hauliers up and down the country. We also have actually a growing coach membership as well of about 150 coach members. Why? Is because I think it's widely recognised there's a lot of synergy between how HGVs and coaches will decarbonise. Quick point, yes, we do predominantly represent the SMEs, but not exclusively. We do have big fleets, and I'm really pleased to say, that some of the companies that have been mentioned in the slides are on our membership. I'll name them: Maritime, Gregory's, Welsh's, Samworth Brothers. They're all part of our membership, or part of this journey. But yes, the stark reality is that 95% of the haulage industry is SMEs. And most of those are micro businesses, if you look at the research, employing fewer than 10 people. And I'll get this off my chest, if I may, because regardless of the challenges that lie ahead to decarbonise, let's not forget the economic benefits that the SMEs bring to the UK economy. It's often been said that haulage is as near perfect a competitive market as you can get. Basically, everything is based on price. And because of that perfectly competitive nature, the price of transporting a good from A to B is as low as it will ever be. Okay, and that's down to our SMEs functioning in a functioning market, to be fair. So the challenge I think we face on their behalf is how can the SMEs be brought along this journey? How can they be assured that they have a stake in this journey, bearing in mind that along with that perfectly competitive market that they operate in, margins are wafer thin, typically 2%. And because they are micro businesses, they don't have the balance sheets necessary to attract favourable finance. So just a couple of points, I think, hopefully to set the scene from our perspective, and maybe we'll see where the discussion goes from there. We've always been very clear from the outset, since the government set the UK on its net zero journey back in 2019. We've always said that the second-hand market, developing a second-hand market for the SMEs is a must. That's our flag in the sand. And clearly, given where we are, we're barely off the starting line with getting the first-hand market in place. That second-hand market is going to take a number of years to develop. Finger in the air, we would say at least 10, if not 15 years from now. But if we're going to keep the SMEs on board, for them to feel that they've got a stake in this so that they can plan their future investments, it is that second-hand market that we're looking to achieve. And so therefore, in terms of our strategy, if that's our flag in the sand, if you will, that's the end, if you will, the end goal that we're looking for. We then work backwards from that end goal. How do we get to to establish that second-hand market? Now, shameless plug, if I may, just quick couple of points before I finish. We're about to publish the results of a survey that we conducted amongst the industry, the operators, where we looked at operator readiness to see how ready the operators are, including from your big fleets down to your SMEs. And I will term this, let me get this in, as no surprises, in that the big fleets, as we might expect, are beginning to plan their investments and in some cases getting the vehicles into their fleets. But for the vast majority of smaller operators, there's a long way to go. Okay, they've yet to get plans in place. And so when we've asked, and we specifically asked in our survey, so what's stopping you? What's specifically stopping you from investing in electric vehicles, electric HGVs in 2025? There are two clear outcomes. One is about the right vehicle, having the right vehicle to do the job. Okay, that really matters in haulage. Bearing in mind, haulage is not just about what we call general haulage, you know, your lorry on the motorway, specialist vehicles, you know, your cement mixers, your mobile cranes, all that has to be factored in. So it's about having the right vehicle for the job, and the market, the electric vehicle market is developing, but it's still very nascent at this stage. So that was the first thing. And then the second thing is cost. It is about the capital cost. How do we reduce the costs of these vehicles? And I think I'm going to be picking up on a few themes that were discussed, you know, under the green corridors. But we think we have to think differently on how we finance the transition. We've been working with the Green Finance Institute as well. And we think serious consideration must be given to what's known as a residual value guarantee in order to reduce the cost of the capital. And if we can design that, well, if we can persuade the government to agree, but also design it correctly, we feel that that could be a relatively short-term intervention which would basically start generating the volumes of vehicles that we need to see, so that in a relatively short period of time, your economies of scale can then kick in, and you know the cost of the vehicles go down naturally. But there we are. That's a brief summary of the RHA, how we see the situation, and yeah, discuss.
Thanks, Chris. That was good. Isabella, anything from what Chris is talking about there? And I'd like to steer us back onto the whole infrastructure and sharing technology, as we're going to be doing over the next year or two. How does Innovate UK fit into that ballpark in enabling the likes of Chris's members to come on that journey with us?
Yeah, definitely. So before Chris moved into the sort of TCO residual value guarantee space, that was definitely going to be something that I wanted to touch upon. I think obviously this is a low margins industry. TCO is the most important consideration for most operators, especially the smaller ones. Yeah. And that's where the plug for ZHID comes, and the genuine premise and need for ZHID comes as well. Generating that data set, generating that understanding with regards to TCO. You know, we'll have a pool of vehicles that are demonstrated for a 5-year period, and throughout that, TCO will be a huge consideration of that data set. So what Innovate UK can do, what the programme can do is sort of the hearts and minds piece, dissemination, helping operators who are potentially not considering their own decarbonisation journey at this stage, or just starting to sort of that fact-finding stage, getting them into the conversation, and also getting that breadth of data in a way that is digestible for them, is something that they can interact with and understand. So I'll plug a couple of the early things that have started happening within ZHID. So within the e-freight project, there's a role with the Energy Systems Catapult, and they've been doing some really great stuff around guides for operators, for instance, with regards to depot electrification and how to begin that journey, because it is for operators who are a bit smaller or potentially just really a bit overwhelmed by the amount of complexity in this transition, starting them in with resources and with guidance, and that's where this program can do a lot of good, I think, convening that space and that conversation, and demystifying and debugging, and maybe I'll sort of link back with the data piece as well. I think, I know Dynamon, you've got a huge role to play in that, I think that's it.
Thank you, Chris. Sorry.
And I think just to add to what Isabella was just saying there, so my summary, I think I kind of just gave an overview of a key structural barrier that still exists, and that's the costs, how reduce the costs. But in terms of then, and hopefully once we're able to solve that going forwards, it is down to practicalities then. Yeah. And just want to say, strongly welcome, obviously, the ZHID programme. Knowledge is power. The haulage sector in particular, it's a very practical sector. I go back to the use case and the vehicle's been right for the job. They want to know that it works. They're not going to take something on a whim if they can't be assured that it works for the job that they've got in mind. So yes, and again, bearing in mind the SMEs, the micro businesses in particular, they won't have the headspace to do the research here. So anything that Innovate can do, the ZHID programme can do overall, indeed what we can do on their behalf, to simplify this, to get the information out there so that to help inform their decisions absolutely is the way forward.
Thank you. Farzan, sharing infrastructure, practicalities, how does it work? How have you made it work?
That's a really good question, and I have to say there are lots of flavors of how you can do this as well. So I think how it started off with DPD was just a bilateral agreement with DPD, where we agreed at a corporate level for about a handful of drivers who were in their Glasgow area, very close to where we have 150 chargers available during the day, just for them to be able to access our site and authenticate at the chargers so that we know who it is using just a simple RFID card. And then it's just a simple, it is a commercial agreement, so to speak, sure. And then we just manage that bilaterally. Well, I think since then, our thinking has evolved on this as well, and what's current as of last week, actually, very, very current, is at the same facility at Caledonia, what we've evolved this proposition to become is, during the day, we've effectively partitioned the depot with just some temporary barriers and a physical presence over there as well, such that it's actually open to the public. And when you do that, well, then all of a sudden, that opens up a lot more opportunities. It can be on all of the regular maps, including ZapMap, including all of the EV charge card apps, whether it's Power or whether it's All-Star. It means there's no contracts which have to be signed, and there's no friction whatsoever. And I think we kind of see that's probably the model going forward. And if there is a learning which we can give is, instead of us having to kind of retrofit a site and think about where we put barriers, if you're building a lot of truck charging depots, you probably want to think of that use case up front to see, well, how can I kind of design this for a shared space?
Yeah, great point. Just to give you all an idea of what we're doing within Zenfreight, as I've got a number of depots going live over the next few months, we are going to be running a shared infrastructure trial starting in July with DFDS sharing Gregory and Gregory sharing DFDS. And when you're talking to those guys like last year, oh, by the way, you're going to have to go to that Gregory site and get some juice from there, and likewise DFDS, you're going to be doing that as well. They're competitors. It's never happened before. DFDS truck going to a Gregory site or a maritime vehicle going to DFDS, it just doesn't work. So we've done a lot of work in breaking down those barriers. And I guess what I'm trying to say is in July, the drivers will have a mobile application, and Power are helping us with that, where your Gregory driver will be able to book a slot at a DFDS depot and vice versa, and go and top up their vehicles. And I'm really keen on that work package specifically to make sure that this can work. And again, we'll start small, we'll walk, and then we'll start to run as more depots come online. So yeah, quite excited. And likewise, I know what you're going to say, Chris. Yeah. Once these depots are up and running, it's bringing Chris and his members in, yep. if one of his members is within 5 miles of one of those sites that I've got live at the minute, let's bring those operators in as well. And it will just spin and snowball.
And to actually answer the question, I think, in terms of what the additional challenge is, certainly we've got in our strategy mindset change. You've already alluded to it, Gavin, about, what are basically competitor companies having to collaborate together. Do not underestimate, actually, that is a transformational shift for the industry. And let's work to overcome those barriers, help them overcome those barriers. So, within reason, it is about that information exchange and, open source data, whatever it is, to get the information out there. But yeah, just to make the point, mindset change is one of the structural barriers that we've identified. And as part of, let's face it, we've got 10 to 15 years. It's a long-term transition, this. But yes, as part of that transition, it's about working to break down those mindset barriers.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I'm conscious that
Can I just jump in on that a little bit as well? I think as well, with regards to the sharing of the infrastructure, that is a really big part of the programme legacy beyond the operators that are involved as well. Because certainly in the SME space, a lot of those operators won't necessarily have the resources or the opportunity to electrify their own depots as well. So for those operators, being able to utilise external sites, en route charging, it's going to be a significant part of enabling their transition, because it's not feasible for those smaller operators to be electrifying their yard in the same way that the larger ones are necessarily.
And just to support that point, in the various surveys that we've run amongst our membership, absolutely that sort of opportune charging, particularly for the smaller operators, that is something that they are looking for.
Brilliant. Farzana, I'll bring you back in here. I've just put some bullets on that a couple of the Zenfreight members put together before today on some of the planning and some of the best practice and learning that they've gone through as some of these depots have gone live. Anything we should take note of when we're planning this stuff from a depot perspective? And I'll talk about some other things in a minute, but anything from your side?
So in terms of beyond sharing infrastructure, electrification in general, whether it's power upgrades, the size of the chargers, making sure you do the upfront analysis right. I think, we've been there, done that. We've learned from the School of Hard Knocks as well, so I don't even know where to start, right? We can probably talk about anything and everything on that front. So I'm happy to pick up on anything in particular if you'd like.
Yeah, it's okay.
As well.
I was going to mention one of the things that DFDS did this actually prior to one of their sites, even before they engaged with the DNO, is they mocked up the depot as if it was an EV charging site. And we're talking 6-7 months before they even started talking to the local DNO. They put bollards out from where they anticipated vehicles coming in. They mocked the cable. They mocked up the cable runs. They brought the driver trainers in. They brought the drivers in to give them a feel that depot could operate as an EV charging site, but also as a site running EV vehicles. And that kind of worked really well. And certainly from my side, if you've got members of the audience here that are thinking of going on this journey like tomorrow, do that straight away, just to make sure that you're not caught out with turning circles, vehicle lengths, that kind of stuff. Some of the depots are constrained by size. We know that. So mock it up first. And that will ultimately, I like the start at the end kind of process, understand where you're trying to get to and just work back from there, even down to the fact that you've got limited space to be able to do this.
And just, also touching on the public space as well, again, advocating for the work that GridServe have been doing. They did a huge amount of activity at the early part of their project, looking at things like swept path analysis and bollard construction, as you say, to take into consideration these things. That it's not a like-for-like space drop-in either. The space considerations have been huge. I think they've done some excellent reporting on that, and that is publicly available information to have a look at. So in the depot space, there's a lot to consider. I think even in the MSA space, there's potentially more, or definitely about the same amount to consider too there as well.
Yeah. You've probably seen it. Suspension height was a classic. Again, some of the EVs that these operators are bringing on sit lower, and these guys are working to curb heights that have been almost like standard for years. It's not until you bring one of the test vehicles into the site, oh wow, our curb's got to drop by 5 inches, because otherwise it's just not going to work from a charging perspective. So
if I may, I mean, a few areas where we are innovating, perhaps even within the bus industry, is in terms of charging, gantry charging. So some of you, well, everyone seems to have, well, quite a lot of people seems to have visited our Leicester facility, where we've kind of showcased this. But I think basically we've got charging cables dropping from a gantry at the press of a button. Beyond the fact that it looks very cool, it's also a very good space saver as well. So yes, there's a little bit of extra steel, but what you save on in space, as well as reduce civils, I think it does make worthwhile, and I appreciate we've also got some of our contractors here who are actively working on these projects as well. The other thing, what I could be of interest to the EHGV industry, I think would be what we're doing with repowers as well. So at First Bus, I think we've basically got 40 repowered old diesel buses now in service already, and I think by the end, part of the 1,500 by end of 2026, that includes another probably 50 more. So it's an area where we've worked directly with Wrightbus and OEM to repower their old diesel vehicles. And yes, you get a cheaper cost, but obviously at a cost of perhaps a reduced lifetime. And I just do wonder whether that's something which could also help the TCO beyond just sharing infrastructure as well. Happy to share more on that.
Absolutely.
Lovely, thank you. Conscious of time, 1:10 past 1. I can smell lunch for sure. Any questions from the audience? And this is where everyone's running out of lunch. Right, yep, over there.
No numbers this time. But I was just intrigued. Obviously there's a payback on this, on the charging infrastructure. How much are you seeing the length of lease remaining as far as the viability of that particular project? So if there's a 15-year payback and someone's got 5 years on the lease, they can't, by the very mechanism, unless they renew their lease, they can't. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know how much you're taking that into account.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you saw one of the key aspects for Imperial College and Ricardo is to understand how that TCO is working. So they're engaged with the local operator down at DEPA level to understand where that lease is, and make sure that when we do plan to electrify, that TCO will work. So again, you'll see one of the outcomes, or a number of the outcomes from Imperial, will be papers that they're producing. TCO is going to be the first one, and it'll be looking exactly at that point there. It's critical. It's critical. Okay. Yep. Start silence. That's the way.
Hi. Thanks, really interesting panel. Sorry, I'm probably using this just to kind of understand a bit more from my own perspective here, which is a bit cheeky, but really interested from the RHA's perspective is should the ability to think about trucking as service, which we're seeing these models coming through from the OEMs.
Yep.
What are the barriers for smaller operators getting involved with that market? Because that strikes me as a really good opportunity for the SMEs that absolutely the engine of this industry to get that technology more easily and more rapidly.
The short answer is mindset change again, because traditionally, the longer answer, traditionally your SMEs like to buy their vehicles outright because it's then an asset on their balance sheet, which helps their business models in terms of sustainability. Now, I mentioned about the whole mindset change piece, and I do not underestimate how difficult this is. But trucking as a service, for example, is an alternative model that could be used to help facilitate the transition. Basically, it's about persuading, educating, informing, I think, how that could benefit an SME to move away from their traditional buying the vehicle outright and having it on the balance sheet.
Very good. Thumbs up. Good. Any more? Ooh, popular. We okay?
Thank you. On this sort of CapEx versus OpEx discussion from the perspective of fleet operators, haulage operators, particularly talking about infrastructure, and we were talking a bit about the friction in terms of operators perhaps using other operators' infrastructure for charging services. Do operators tend to, I'm more thinking of the middle DFDS-sized operators, tend to prefer going through the CapEx exercise of actually electrifying their own depots, or do they tend to prefer putting it onto OpEx and using a kind of a third-party hub service depot?
Yeah,
I could try and answer that, but
I was going to say, to answer your question directly, so CapEx for sure for DFDS, it's definitely making sense for them at the minute. And I think it will open up a further opportunity when they do start to share their infrastructure, that that's going to have an impact on TCO. And there's a revenue there to be had as well, some nice revenue if we can share effectively. So yeah, Chris, go on.
If I can just add to that, I have to go back and see the spreadsheet we came up with, but let's just say per charger you're spending £100,000, very overly simplistic, and then you're charging one truck every day. What you can easily then do is figure out what's the pound per kilowatt hour equivalent in present terms of how much that infrastructure is costing you. It's probably on the order of 10 to 15 pence per kilowatt hour. So then when you look at shared charging infrastructure options, if one entity has already invested in charging infrastructure, their main cost is going to be the marginal cost of energy, right? Because everything else is paid for. That's not a major secret. That's around the order of about 30 pence per kilowatt hour. So then what you have is, if you invest in your own infrastructure, on the one hand, you're going to have 15 pence per kilowatt hour amortized the cost of the infra, not the cost. I haven't even talked about the land and all of that. And then you've got the cost of energy. So 30 pence plus 15 pence, you've got 45 pence. So there is a model over here with shared infrastructure where it's a win-win situation, because if you are able to basically price kind of between 30 pence and 45 pence, basically it's just good for all operators, good for the market, more charging options, more range, just a feel-good story all around. Yeah.
I think from my perspective, it's kind of a case of horses for courses as to what would benefit a particular business and their model. And it's kind of that insight, that information, that sort of education, as it were, from First Bus, but from ZHID, which will help inform the operator perspective. Just what I would just say, just mentioning the Green Finance Institute, again, I mean, I think they've done a terrific amount of work to look at this in terms of how we break down the financial barriers here. I mentioned about the residual value guarantee, which is one option. They are also looking at that shared infrastructure model as well. And I think from our perspective, just given where we are, that we're barely off the starting blocks, and we know that in terms of that journey for decarbonisation, I think every option has to be there in an ideal world, and then we'll see how the market responds.
I might also just say that there is a site-by-site consideration as well. Some operators have sites that they'll engage with the DNO on, and then the time frame and cost for electrification or grid upgrade is just not sensible. So at that point, it might make more sense for those operators to engage with that shared model, depending on whether or not they have alternatives at that point. So yeah, it might be down to specific considerations at that point.
Great point. Okay, another one?
Hello, thank you, panelists. Just a very quick question, and I'm going to discuss about some ambitious technology here. Is there, because some countries are trialing e-highways, Sweden and Germany, is that not ready for UK market yet? It's too early? Is the business case not there? Or is it something that the high goods vehicle manufacturers do not believe in? Because I think charging on the move can be a good solution, and I don't think as an industry we are brave enough to invest into the business cases.
Yeah, so electric road systems were something that was explored. So I mentioned an earlier phase of ZHID ZERFT. There was some technical studies done as part of ZERFT with regards to electric road systems. I know that there are considerations beyond whether or not the vehicles are available, but I think where we are today, the UK government has yet to set like a direction on that, and I think it's still in consideration at that point. I don't work for the DFT. I'm sort of one step removed, so I couldn't comment on that specifically.
Okay. Okay, good. Right. Okay. Yep. Excellent. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
So thank you very much to the panel. Great contribution, very interesting, wide-ranging discussion. I think now is lunch, and then I think we resume here shortly after 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Please do stay for the afternoon sessions. We've got 2 fantastic panels and 3 TED Talks, and networking drinks on us at 4:30. So if there's anything to stay for, please do stay for that as well. But hopefully see you back here at 2:10.
Strangely happy where I am, yet wonder what could be. It's not a case of needing more or wanting to be free. I could go and just explore, sail the 7 seas, and know that I'd find nothing more. Come back on my knees. If I stay, she goes. If I go, she'll stay. But then if I go, she'll probably leave anyway. There's no way I can win. If I win, I lose. But then if she wonders, she'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. What I need is here now. That's what's good for me. Keep me always guessing. Call me unexpectedly. Like the fire warm inside, blowing from within. Together now we could go far. Together traveling. If I stay, she goes. If I go, she'll stay. But then if I go, she'll probably leave anyway. There's no way I can win. If I win, I lose. But then if she wonders, she'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. If I stay, she goes. If I go, she'll stay. But then if I go, she'll probably leave anyway. No way I can win. If I win, I lose. But then if she wonders, she'll be wearing out my shoes. Strangely happy where I am, yet wonder what could be. It's not a case of needing more or wanting to be free. I could go and just explore, sail the 7 seas, and know that I'd find nothing more, come back on my knees. If I stay, she goes. If I go, she'll stay. But then if I go, she'll probably leave anyway. No way I can win. If I win, I lose. But then if she wonders, she'll be wearing out my shoes. If I stay, she goes. If I go, she'll stay. But then if I go, she'll probably leave anyway. No way I can win. If I win, I lose. But then if she wonders, she'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. She'll be wearing out my shoes. She'll be wearing out my shoes. can spare somewhere without listening to a Jamal. Once Sienna says it all, now that she's here.
Afternoon. Excellent, my mic's working. Welcome back, everyone. Just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Jenny Millard. I work here at KPMG in the Future Mobility team. By way of a background, I've been working in EV transition now for 15 plus years, firstly looking at kind of consumer uptake models, and more recently looking at fleet transition and supporting organisations to do that. I'm your chair for this afternoon. I'm also going to be hosting the first panel. Just a couple of notes before we start. I believe there's a few people just finishing networking, so for the first panel, there might be a few people sneaking in. Firstly, welcome back to everyone online as well. This afternoon, we are going to first look more deeply, I know we covered it towards the end of the last panel session, at the viable energy infrastructure for buses and coaches. And then we're going to look forward to a couple of TED Talks looking at customer and moving forward on EVs and how to move more quickly. And then we're finally going to look at the financing of EV infrastructure with another panel. As always, we will chair the panels and there'll be opportunities for asking questions throughout. Just a reminder on everyone's chair, there is a questionnaire and feedback form. So without further ado, if I look to introduce up the first panel, I have Role Niminen, the Head of Sales and Country Manager for Kempower, Michael Sharkey, E-Mobility Senior Technical Sales Manager for Siemens, and Philip Valerino, UK Director of NIOT Capital. And we're going to talk about creating a viable energy infrastructure for buses and coaches.
Brilliant. Thank you all for joining today. So, as I said, at the end of the last panel, I think we were looking at HGVs, but we did start looking at that kind of merging into bus electrification and how the two could potentially work close together. But we also heard during that there's approximately 4% of buses at the moment are EVs in the UK, so there's still a long way to go, still a lot of opportunity, still a lot of operators who haven't potentially looked at this yet. So what we want to do today, the four of us, is walk through kind of the practical, operational, financial considerations, kind of a step-by-step guide, lessons learned from practices that people have done, including future-proofing for infrastructure from buses and coaches. So if I start with you, Role, would you like to introduce yourself and then we can start going through the questions?
Yep. Role Niminen. Excuse me. I'm the Head of Sales and Country Manager for Kempower in UK and Ireland. Kempower is a Finnish DC manufacturer, and we've been electrifying, providing charging infrastructure for buses from 2019 onwards, now across the globe, but obviously main focus in Europe.
Okay, thank you. Michael.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Sharkey. I look after technical sales for Siemens E-Mobility. We've been in the EV space from probably about 10 years ago with hybrid buses, the first sort of hybrid trials in the UK. And then back then we were white labeling charging hardware and leveraging the experience we have in the power distribution market in the UK. Since then, around about 6 years ago, we started manufacturing our own hardware in the AC and DC markets. And we were also responsible for the Ubitricity network here in London, where we rolled out and still maintain around 6,500 lamp column chargers. Obviously here today to talk about depots, so we do DC depots, and we recently acquired Heliox to strengthen that offering in the market, so as a bus and truck expert, and we now look after tens of depots across the UK and several hundred DC chargers that are Siemens and Heliox own manufacturer.
Brilliant. And Philip, please.
Afternoon, everyone. So Phil Valerino, UK Director for NIOT Capital. I'll just clarify, so NIOT, think of it as IoT, Internet of Things, so NIOT is New Energy of Things, that's the theory. So we are a company that finances and manages e-mobility assets, and we have a number of investment platforms, NIOT Green Mobility, and we invest in batteries on vehicles, full electric vehicles, buses, electric coaches, electric trucks, e-ferries, and we've probably deployed coming up to about 400 million euros of capex into projects so far via our first investment platform. So, yeah.
Thank you all. So, as I said, there's quite a lot of things to think about when you're both electrifying the fleet from the bus perspective, but also the depot. So, if I start with you, Michael, it'd be really interesting to see, assume I'm an operator and I'm looking to electrify one or many of my depots and my fleet. What is it that I would really need to consider operationally when beginning my electrification journey?
Sure, I think you probably heard this morning, first thing's power. You can't electrify a depot without it. A lot of times we've seen new operators come into the market and purchase the vehicles first and then come and talk to us about power. And it can be the vehicles are on site for 6-12 months before there's any power on site. That would be the first consideration. Secondarily, would be mapping the existing routes. There's companies, there's tools out there that will do that for you, mapping routes, understanding the profiles of them, seeing what can be electrified easily, get the low-hanging fruit done, and then start to look at what charges are required. Is the depot an old building? Is there structural considerations? Can you dig trenches? Do you have to look at gantry-mounted solutions? Are you looking for an AC operation which is not so scalable, or are you looking at a DC operation where you can charge during the day? It's really about understanding the initial needs and then planning with that electrification process to make sure that you're not just sort of putting a plaster over the situation, making sure that when you do come back to electrify for phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, the whole depot, if that's the way that you want to go, that infrastructure is in place to start with to allow for that to happen.
Brilliant. And Rollo, it would be good to pick up with you on that PowerPoint. So obviously, I think one of the panelists this morning, for those who were here, mentioned about people over-speccing depots and things for the power considerations. What kind of work needs to be looking at for those space and power considerations?
Yeah, I think, like Michael said, understanding the actual energy consumption during the duty cycle of those buses is critical. And then looking at how do we use the power the smartest. So there's always going to be some level of restrictions on power, that whether it's you have to go too far, start digging too far and adding hundreds of thousands or even millions to the price tag of it. But what we have been doing from the beginning is trying to utilize the power in a very flexible way, and that's through distributed power. So none of the connectors in themselves are connected to a single power unit, but the power unit distributes the power to up to 12 different connectors, and we can real-time flexibly move the power between those connectors. And I think that's where the next key topic comes in is the fact that the software is as important or sometimes even more important than the hardware in place. Utilizing the software, making all that work smartly and efficiently together.
Yeah, excellent. And we heard this morning as well that bus depots tend to come in at night. Coaches often say charge overnight, and is that kind of helpful for the power utilisation? Other considerations for what you could do during the day for things like the utilisation?
There are obviously some possibilities. Especially in the UK, the duty cycle is that there is a charging period during the night for most routes, which means that then you need to be you have the opportunity to utilize that downtime to utilize different kinds of time of use tariffs, etc., to then shave money off that. And when you can utilize that power smartly, have that software integration, then you can potentially save even thousands per night in the energy costs if you have that dialed in.
Brilliant. And Philip, just coming to you now on the kind of wider kind of bottlenecks. I know you've been involved at NEOT at many infrastructure deployments. What critical bottlenecks have you seen today and things that you've done to overcome them?
So capital and budget limitations, clear bottleneck, and obviously the grid connection. So time, complexity, availability of power, that's a clear bottleneck. But one that actually exists that not many appreciate is the complexity of coordinating all the different players to get a project off the ground. So you need capital, grid connection, operator, plus all the different service providers. Actually coordinating that is requires choreography. So that is certainly a bottleneck that I think can be swept away through partnership and collaboration, shall we say. But I'm here really to talk about the capital and budget constraints. So one of the questions earlier on this morning was about CapEx versus OpEx. Clearly NeoT is there to invest and put down the CapEx and then offer solutions in partnership with the other people providing the ingredients for this charging cake or this electrification cake. We're there to bring ultimately the money and provide that as a service, or provide the solution as a service.
And that actually moves nicely, quite clearly, into the financing side of it, because we've kind of started to understand, right, what is it our buses actually need in terms of energy? What is it that we can therefore get from the grid and the infrastructure and all the restrictions around that? And I think your point there, key, is about that partnership working and actually centralising, moving, especially for a bus operator who might not have looked in this way before, that trying to manage something like this and this transition is quite challenging. But you've worked, obviously, Phil, in financing and deploying zero mobility solutions for a long time. And the financing of the charging infrastructure as well as the buses and coaches is useful. And we've kind of got the 2 points. What does your business model do that supports the scalability and long-term viability over this specifically?
I think we'll look at where is the major requirement for investment, and I would argue that's in the batteries and in the vehicles, right? Of course, we can always argue there's a very expensive grid connection at times that needs to come in, but that can also play a part in the overall as a service solution. With various solutions to hand over ownership of that at the end, etc. It's always a good point to debate and discuss with customers. What I would say is that the financing of a fleet back, if we cast our minds back when electric buses were first coming on the roads, there were risky assets, and those risks weren't necessarily understood by operators. And the reason why I'm making this point is because the bus sector now and bus operators very well understood they understand these risks now. They've lived with these vehicles in the main for a number of years. They still haven't quite hit, in many cases, the 1 million kilometres, the 1.5 million kilometres for the battery warranties, etc. But we're getting there and we've got data. The reason I make this point is because the bus started back along. It was risky. Coaches are going into it now. Then e-trucks will start to go into it. And I guess you can take learnings from the earlier adopters. Yes, different duty cycles, but broad principles kind of stick, in my view. But what we're seeing now is that the bus operators they're not the same. They don't approach it in the same way if we need to finance buses as a service today as they used to. And we're seeing our model evolve, whereby we're now looking at shared risk and reward at the end on RVs, on various costs and benefits of that materialise over time. I'll probably hand the mic back to you, but it's evolving.
Yeah, and I think it's come up quite clearly. The duty cycle for buses leads to overnight charging. It's some considerations over what range does the vehicle has, what's my operational capability, how do I need to flex around that. You move on to coaches and you're looking at much longer journeys potentially, different charging arrangements that you can learn from that first step moving on, and as you say, onto HGVs, and we heard that earlier today. And the market is still evolving, both in terms of the financing abilities, the technical grid connections, what we understand about the software and that power management, and also the capabilities of the vehicles themselves in terms of range, density and things like that. So, Michael, how do I make sure what I install now is going to actually be effective as I move forward, especially considering this evolving landscape and the risks we've already seen in the first early adopters of this?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, vehicles are getting better, more power density in vehicles, so people will start to see, right, well, we need to get more energy into those vehicles. I think just to touch on the point that Roland made about that power demand, I mean, we saw it initially when we entered the market back in the late teens. There were companies that were looking for like 10 megawatts of power for a depot of 160 vehicles, because they just said, well, we need 300 kilowatt hours per vehicle overnight. Times it all out, that's what we're going to draw. And then, you look into load shifting, load shaving, all of that stuff. But when we went and actually installed the first 2 megawatt block, it was planned in, 5 2 megawatt blocks. We've actually still only using that original 2 megawatts now. This install happened 7 years ago. We're now powering 90 vehicles from 2 megawatts over to MVA overnight through a 12-hour period. And they've actually adapted the route changeover so that when the drivers do come back in the vehicle, there's actually a 15 to 20 minute window that they're leveraging during the middle of the day as well to allow them to charge the vehicles. So it's about understanding not only the constraints on the depot, but how the operation can change as you go through electrification. Because we've just come back and installed the next phase and the next phase and the next phase, and the question was always, well, do we need more power? And it's like, well, what can we do operationally around that? Is that a type of charger? Is it putting in some parallel chargers by the vehicle? Is it moving to a gantry solution to get some vehicles in the middle of the depot, rather than start to roll out more high power chargers which require a bigger grid connection? And we've been able to do that because from the outset we said, look, it's going to be more expensive up front. We're going to put in a distributed busbar system so that we can just tap off of it. Rather than having to do new cable runs, we don't have to disrupt them operationally. And all we came back and did was plug in a new box, bring a cable down, mount a new charger. And the customer's actually been able to move those chargers within the depot. And now that they're looking to optimize, they're able to say, well, actually, all these chargers that I have, they're still, it was all financed internally. We do grid connection finance, we do charger finance. We don't do vehicle and battery finance. So you've got both sides of the coin there. We financed the grid connection, we financed it all, and that's still being paid off, but the customer still has this asset which is flexible. They're able to move that charger around. So it's not so much considering it up front, it's just planning for being able to consider it down the line, I would say.
And taking that step, we've talked here about lessons learned from, we thought we needed this, we've done it, but actually we've been able to kind of have that mechanism go through. And Rolo, this might be something you can pick up on as well, is must be mechanisms, tools that an operator can use to actually plan and think that through from day one. Let's look at what my max needed or my step-ups needed over time. Are there tools, things that people need to think about when they do that design?
Well, we want to be part of the process from the very beginning, whenever possible, and work with the operators in coming up with a holistic design that looks at the future as well. We've got a global solutions engineering team that has electrified thousands of buses by now. They are a tool. There are obviously software tools that work with that, but then the engineering expertise, the data that we pull from now about 19 million charging sessions and learnings from that for different kinds of depot use cases, public charging, truck charging, etc., and then be able to make suggestions on what is the best holistic design for phase 1, 2, 3. But I think the key is looking at rather than looking at what kind of chargers I need, is more about what do I actually want to achieve with this. So the main purpose of a bus depot is to get a bus out, to take people to work, and take people to school wherever they might need to, and that's the critical mission. And we and other partners, our turnkey partners, our internal software, external software, that's all just tools for them to be able to do what they need to do.
But it's all about, I think, the financing of the buses, the financing, the understanding the requirements. Yeah. It's all the first stage. It's almost now, I think, a lot of the early projects were, let's see what we can achieve. I think now we're very much, there's a lot of lessons learned that we can go, actually we've done this, we've learned from it, we've got the tools, we can work in partnership, fund the buses, fund the infrastructure, understand what's needed and work out how that actually works in practice.
Yeah, a modularity of the hardware and software design.
Yeah.
So it's like it is built to grow.
Yeah.
I think a core lesson is the value of life cycle thinking, actually, in that respect, where you that includes asset monitoring, scalability of charging, all the way to end of life management of the battery and potential residual value of all the assets.
And we heard earlier, so obviously, assuming I've done brilliantly and we've all engaged together, all worked well, and the kind of depot's been electrified. Almost all my fleet has. We're going through the phases to do that. I mean, there's two parts. One, going back around ownership models for both the infrastructure and the buses. Maybe, Phil, if we start with you and then move on to Michael about kind of the ownership models that could exist for doing that.
Yeah, sure. So if an organisation like ours is funding the assets, we own those assets, and at the end of that period, we will still own those assets, or there'll be an option to buy, etc. But I think what we're seeing now is probably changing the question a little bit. Back in the day, operators were happy to lay off that risk to somebody who could take it, who was positioning themselves as understanding the asset and the residual value better, and potentially taking a risk. Well, definitely taking a risk. And as time goes on and data becomes available and actual real life gets in the way of the spreadsheet, then we learn from that. What we're seeing is that operators now have begun to build up their own knowledge in real life, and they understand that asset better than potentially the owner, let's say, because they have more data. And therefore are happy to start taking that risk. So we're getting into a situation where we personally don't need to view this as winners and losers at the end of it. We view this as a full collaboration all the way, and almost even taking a semi-open book approach. What do you think is going to happen? What do we think is going to happen? What might be a view of residual value, and then a value share at the end of it? And I think that allows, as a service models, to continue to evolve, and it allows the sharing of risk reward, and then each player will put their own value on that, and then you come back to draw your own conclusion based on the question, that pertinent question earlier on, is CapEx or OpEx?
Yeah.
You decide, and the answer is that potentially it's always a blend.
Absolutely. And just to build on that thought, before I go to Michael, obviously we spoke about the evolution from buses to coaches to EHGV. Are the business models different between the three at the moment in terms of that financing, or is it still evolving for everyone else? I
think look, the core operation is energy in usage versus duty cycle, and then the key inputs of CapEx up front. What's the capital cost, and where do you think the value of that asset's going to end up at the end of it based on the usage? So the key fundamentals are there. The unknown is how's it actually going to work in real life, and how these vehicles are going to perform actually in the field over 10, 15 years. And that is the unknown and the risk that an organisation like mine, and there are others, are there to underwrite through a battery warranty or a guaranteed service.
Brilliant. And Michael, looking at the kind of physical infrastructure and that kind of ownership models, how is that evolving over time, and what's kind of the options out there now?
I think similar sort of lines, the flexibility of what that contract can offer is evolving as more data becomes apparent. Siemens is its own financial entity. We have a Siemens Financial Services business, so we finance internally for our projects, which means that they exist purely to get our hardware out into the world. So they've been willing to take on infrastructure projects, including grid connection costs, all the Siemens hardware, competitor hardware. If you have a preferred supplier, say if you want to put some Kempower chargers in, that's not off the table. We do that, various models, and wrap it all in with a service contract and a performance guarantee. So if there's fines from TfL, we'll go, we'll come with some sort of model where we back-to-back that. If it's a percentage availability, if it's an SOC guarantee, whatever that might be, even down to, cost per pence per kilowatt hour used through the system, that we've looked at models like that as well. It's just flexibility around what the customer needs. And like I say, from grid connection all the way through to the charger itself, we've done full turnkey, our own installation. Siemens is a turnkey provider and Siemens is a financing provider. So it's kind of a one-stop shop, but it's not limiting you to just our manufactured hardware. We'd love it if that was the case, but if the customer's already got a preferred supplier, then we just flex around that.
Okay. And you've both mentioned this kind of balance between the CapEx and OpEx. There's some opportunities for OpEx savings or possibly additional income, again, earlier around shared infrastructure. Is there any components you've seen that you look at these savings or additional income?
Yeah, so just picking up on the finance first, we're a relative newcomer to financing charging infrastructure, but recently we have partnered up with an asset finance house to provide a Kempower finance product, just because the demand was clearly there. A lot of operators are running on razor-thin margins, and being able to put in hundreds of thousands, potentially millions at the beginning is a significant, not necessarily a hurdle to do it, but do it at the pace and size that you want to. So that allows the operators to just get the right equipment in at the right time, rather than what the capex allowance is for that particular finance year or quarter. I think on the OpEx savings side, I think it goes back to the sort of marriage between the hardware and the software, and being able to run this critical infrastructure as efficiently as possible, and that's where the modularity and distribution of that power comes in. And it's a space question as well. If you can have the bulky bit of AC to DC conversion somewhere out of the way, then you can park more buses. And it's like that's London is a good example. There's a lot of old bus depots that where you have to park buses literally half a meter between the two buses. Putting a charger in that space is asking for trouble that it's going to get hit. But if, like Michael was saying earlier, we can bring the power down from the ceiling, from a gantry, that allows that depot to operate as it has always been, with minimal changes. So I think it's the save on space, save on the power that you need to bring to site. How do you use the power that you have on site as smartly as possible? So it is a combination of using the right software and right hardware for that particular application.
So, I mean, that practical constraints within a depot is a huge one, especially when you start looking at shared infrastructure, potential linking to the HGV, LCV fleets that are existing. Practically, I know, Michael, you might have had a few points around the practicality of kind of allowing this to happen within some of these space-constrained depots or other depots.
Yeah, and I think it's important that it does happen. Taking sort of heavy-duty or medium-duty vehicles away from the public charging infrastructure should be something that we should try and do. It makes public charging safer for the general public, and it keeps those vehicles to the spaces that they should be operating in. That design consideration, space saving in terms of revenue is great. If we say every bus space is worth 50,000 a year in revenue to an operator, if you can save them, instead of putting in a charging island and losing a bus lane, 6 vehicles, 50,000 a year, very quickly pays for that slightly extra cost for having a gantry and some cable reels. That's both internally and externally. You know, if you've got a depot in London where there's asbestos in the roof, it's an old tram shed, you can't touch any of the retaining walls, you just might want to be able to just plonk down a gantry which takes up space between those vehicles, but can span the whole depot and then feed all the vehicles. And that also helps with getting in all sorts of vehicles then, because you're keeping the floor space free, because if you put a charger in a depot, it's not a case of if it will get hit, it's when.
Yes.
Trust me, regardless of what protection you put in place, regardless of how much safety training is done, there will be a charger that gets hit, there'll be cables run over, there'll be all sorts. So the more you can take that interface away from on the ground and raise it up into the air, just as an example, I mean, there are other things you can do with chargers that come up from the floor and all sorts of cable management systems. But if we're talking about that shared depot concept, I know that it was covered sort of at length, well, towards the end of the session before lunch, so I don't want to go over ground that's already been covered. But that unlocks the ability for you to leverage shared depots with people in the industry who are trained to be on sites that are like that elsewhere. You know, bus depots aren't a safe environment for the public, generally. There are some very safe depots out there, I'm sure. But you want to be sure that people that are coming onto those depots know they need to wear a high-vis, they need to stick to the right sort of areas in terms of safety for movement around the depot, not blocking fire lanes. And that's part of that shared depot concept where you can start to generate additional revenue because you already have paid for all of the infrastructure. And if you can justify it for your day-to-day operations, then it's just a bonus on top. And I know there's speakers here earlier who spoke around that, and there'll be more in the numbers than I am. But you've got an asset you've paid for, you've paid millions and millions of pounds for a big grid connection, loads of heavy-duty charges. If you can sweat that asset 24/7, really, really well done. At the minute, a lot of operators are only using that asset for 8 to 10 hours a day. Additionally, we're seeing some operators look at how they use that grid connection outside the wire, so installing public charging out the front of the depot, so having public chargers that are operating 9 to 5 and beyond, ramped down during the night, ramped up during the day, just to provide a service maybe for the local community, provide a service for the general public, but then still manage to leverage the asset they've got. Because when you're doing an infrastructure project, an extra 2 chargers and a little bit of cabling, it's not going to be too much off of the total cost of it, and you can further generate revenue, not only for logistics companies, for medium-duty vehicles, but also for general public too. And these depots can sometimes be in areas where they're not very well served for DC charging, and it can be a real asset for the community.
Phil, just before we move to the floor, is there any points you need to make on the OPEX we've not covered yet?
Well, just to pick up on that point, in terms of putting charging outside the wire, inviting other users in to utilise your chargers, I think it goes along with the theme of collaboration. So it's not necessarily this. It was a theme that came up earlier this morning in Chris's presentation about land grab and first to a grid connection and first to grab these scarce assets. I think that nobody decarbonises quickly and nobody switches to EV quickly if there are winners and losers. So effectively, it's all about if you have the infrastructure and you can create this win-win situation that Faizan spoke about earlier with kind of pricing the middle and everyone wins. I think it's the way forward for the bigger picture of the switch to EV.
Totally. Brilliant. So we've got about 10 minutes left. Are there any questions over here?
Thank you very much. Very, very good, guys. I had a question. I was a little surprised that no one's actually mentioned either battery storage and/or on-site renewables in the discussions, both from a feasibility and a viability perspective.
I can start with that one if you want.
Yep, and then we'll move down to Roland.
Yeah, we do. We often get asked about it up front. On-site renewables, I think if you look at the scale of what they can generate versus the demand in the depot, we looked at solar projects where we would put solar panels across the entire roof of a depot, and it would, be generating in the middle of the day. There's no vehicles in there, and it would. Sure. And then, so if you look at battery storage, particularly in London, the size and scale of battery storage required for even a one megawatt battery, it's probably going to take up a space and a half in that depot for a vehicle. So is it worth offsetting that 50, 100,000 pounds worth of revenue for the year for the customer? Now, certainly some operators that we work with have got that space and have installed batteries. But when you start to look at, and bear in mind, a lot of these projects were done quite a while ago, so the cost and the technology of batteries has improved, cost is coming down, so we might see a resurgence in that. But the cost versus a grid connection was often prohibitive, and the space lost was also often prohibitive. But that's not to say it can work in certain scenarios. It just, a lot of the on-site generation that you're doing is off-peak for the operator, and a lot of the storage capabilities mean too much lost revenue or lost space or too much cost and complexity to install. But there are operators out there doing it.
Yeah, just echoing really what Michael was saying, that it is the space and the operating hours of that. When it comes to battery, we see a lot more of it used as a power boost for HGVs, because obviously they will be charging at 400 kilowatt peak up to a megawatt peak, and it's like then if you can double your charging power with a battery. For instance, we have a site that has just gone live in Sweden, where there's a 1.2 megawatt grid connection and a 2.2 and maybe 2.6, something like that, megawatt hour battery with a 1.2 ability to boost it. So that all of a sudden makes it very, very powerful truck charging site. But buses, because of their duty cycles, they have a longer period. So that's where you have if you're able to play with the between trickle charging and hitting the bus normal charging maximum speeds of 120 to 150, you will gain more. But the battery is, I'm sure there will be applications where battery will be good and necessary, but it's not as common as when you need more power. Same with the on-site generation as well.
No, that's particularly the use case that I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Make a site feasible, basically, beforehand.
Yeah.
We're seeing some projects at the moment where we're trialling with a few customers in the public DC charging space, the use of flywheel storage, just as a boost mode, and I think that may end up making its way into the more private depot operations as an alternative to batteries, potentially, but that's still early doors. Yeah.
I'd just add certain projects. Well, if it makes economic sense, absolutely on-site renewable generation plus battery, where you're offsetting the cost of giving up the space versus revenue streams into the project and the certainty of those revenue streams. So I think you're right to call it out. We haven't spoken about it. It's a particular situation. It's horses for courses where it makes sense, for sure. I mean, many of these projects, you've got some of the best analytical brains just thinking, crikey, how can we make this work? And using the tools that are available and innovating around it is, you'll naturally lead there.
Thank you. We've talked a lot about buses. Coaches are the sort of left-behind cousin, typically, of the bus market, without funding in the UK market at all. I'd be interested to understand each of your organisations' kind of involvement in the coach market and where you're seeing it today and where the opportunities lie.
I'll kick off with coaches. So I think that you have buses, HGVs, and in the middle, then you have coaches. I see coaches, e-coaches, as the bridge between the two, carrying people as opposed to goods, right? But so you've got the size and the charging requirements and the distances that you potentially don't see in a bus operation, potentially. So electric coaches and electric coaching, I think, is definitely been proven. You have companies like Ember in Scotland, who have created really, from a standing start, an ever-growing network, and they are proving absolutely what is possible in hilly Scotland with long distances, varying temperatures and topography. So I think e-coaches, if you can do it in Scotland, albeit it has been subsidised through ScotSeb, if you can do it in Scotland, you can pretty much do it anywhere.
I think just to build on that, it's that bridge between, you've got depot operators in the bus market who run the same routes every day. They can electrify their one depot or their 5 or 6 depots, and it'll always be coming back to that point. It's that point-to-point charging, which involves a mix of depot, public. It might even be depot to depot, but it's a much more holistic view across the company rather than trying to do one site at a time. It requires a bigger step change within the company to make the decision. Yep, we're going to look at e-coaches. Therefore, we need charging infrastructure here, 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 and here, rather than we just need to electrify a depot. And it's not an easy task. I think it requires quite a lot of forethought and quite a lot of commitment to do. And we're seeing, early engagement with operators, but it's still in that very, very early stage. Potentially even slightly behind some of the eHGV considerations, because it's such a niche market.
Yeah, I would say we've got customers who run e-coaches, and the predictability of a timetable, schedule, same routes, and then charging powers of a truck. Because if you want to do a return leg with a reasonable turnaround time, then you need a significant amount of power. I think multimodality, having a bus depot or a truck charging location that can then serve a coach at the same time at those sort of 300 to 500 kilowatt powers that they need is a really good solution for that.
Thank you. I think we've got one more question, and then we'll look to...
Thank you. Faizan, First Bus. My question is, what's the next big thing? And in 5 or 10 years, is it really going to be wired charging, or is wireless charging something which you see has a lot of potential? And is that on your respective roadmaps for development?
I could start. Yeah, we've been looking at wireless charging for the past, let's say, 5 years, concept stage. We've done some low power trials for public charging in Germany. We have gone in and out of it as a research project. We've not got anything operational at scale. There are significant losses between versus a standard, 97%, 96% efficient plug-in charging, and the power is still quite low. There could be great leaps and bounds in the next 5 years for wireless charging. I think there'll be something. I don't know if it's going to be the next big thing. I think plug-in charging, MCS, maybe, if the market, is there for that. I think CCS Plus for sure will be the next. I think what we're seeing in terms of the capability right now on the vehicles, CCS will still be the industry standard for a while, with MCS capability. So being able to upgrade, a CCS charger to an MCS charger, which is kind of the concept that we're working on at the minute. We're demoing, starting with a CCS dispenser with the option to change to an MCS dispenser in future. But wireless, I'm still skeptical. I'm happy to be proven wrong. But yeah, we've done several trials. We've got it working as a concept. It's just, I think 25 kilowatt max transferable. So we're still at the low end, and I think that's probably a long way from where we need to be for this kind of market. We're seeing it really, really useful in multi-story car parks, that sort of market maybe. But is the demand and the cost of that worth it versus putting in some AC? I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, from our side, our architecture is like I said, you've got separate power units, and then you dispense the power, the energy in different ways. I would say that at the moment, yeah, CCS is obviously, when it comes to fleet charging, that is the main one right now. We're increasing power on CCS with up to 700 amps continuous. MCS is already in use, although it's limited because there aren't that many vehicles capable of doing MCS. Pantographs are still a feature, but I think the primary one is CCS. There isn't really that much discussion about wireless charging from our perspective, but again, that for us, that is another way of dispensing the power. So if the demand is there, we'll develop it. It's just not something that is even an everyday discussion in our business.
Phil, obviously there's additional things for a bus to have if you do.
Yeah, but if operators are willing to guarantee a regular risk-free payment every month, we'll fund it.
And just to clarify for a lot of people, we primarily, I know you spoke on pantographs, but we're primarily talking about static inductive here rather than the dynamic.
I mean, Siemens was involved, I think it was mentioned before lunch, in the electric highways.
Yeah.
We rolled out that in Germany.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was several years ago now. So we've had involvement in all sorts of charging pantographs as well. Just if the market demands it, and if there is a feasible vehicle. I mean, one of the reasons I don't think we saw too many pantographs take off in London was because the technology on the vehicle needed to be so specific.
Yeah.
That's why London's predominantly plug-in CCS. There are several, pantographs operation in London. We entered the pantograph market very early, back in 2016, and we've not seen the uptake in the UK, but we do have several hundred across Europe and North America because the vehicle demand over there seemed to be slightly different versus the UK.
Batteries have grown,
yeah.
So that's the big difference. There's like if you started with 150 kilowatt-hour batteries, and then you needed pantograph, but now with 300, 400, 500 kilowatt-hour batteries, the full day's job is done with just one charge.
Yeah. Well, we're almost out of time. I think we have about a minute each. So if I start with you, Relay, I think you've all been involved in putting in infrastructure, buses and systems into the bus market. So we've obviously talked around a huge range of stuff, because there's an awful lot to consider. What would be the one thing that you have learned as your lessons that you would take people to take as their advice as they kind of start on this journey?
I think it's that bus electrification particularly is about creating critical infrastructure. So it is the holistic planning, looking at things like the software, hardware integration, and also I think that it's a worrying development, but looking at the geopolitics as they are currently shaping, we've been very, very keen on making sure that our supply chains are as much as possible European, putting a big effort into cybersecurity. We've just completed ISO 27001 for not just for our organization but for our products, and it's like so that we can provide a very reliable, safe, secure, critical infrastructure for buses, for trucks, whatever it may be. But it's like starting from the end point, what do you want to achieve, and building all of this into that.
Brilliant. And that cyber point that we haven't massively got to, but it is a key, that kind of software integration, and especially current news stories around that integration point.
There's not much to build on from what Rolla said there, but the cybersecurity point is a good one. We're seeing more demand and audit trails for hardware. Where is your manufacturer coming from? What componentry is in it? And on that, I guess my key point is how long is it going to last? You know, make sure it's serviceable, make sure you've got a good partnership, as Phil mentioned there, with good suppliers and robust warranty service contracts, that sort of thing. Nothing else to add to that.
So I think all of that really builds into the DD, the due diligence that we would do. Yep. So nothing really further to add to that, other than just impressing the collaboration point. And I think particularly as we go forward, it's approaching it in a way where operators and the various players in the ecosystem collaborate, and there's no, there's no one smartest person in the room. Yeah. Everybody has something to add, and if we go forward that way, I think it is a utopia. But
and I did like your point, and to close with effectively that there should be no winners and losers. We're all on the same journey, whichever the mode of transport, whatever the outcome, we all want to decarbonise, and there are challenges, especially with the grid connection and how much you can have, as well as then the operational and the connections, that if we can all work together, that kind of utopian outcome should be something.
I think the market opportunity is such that there's room for everyone. Yeah. The question is timescale and when does it come, and that's the big. How patient can we be? But I think that probably leads on to another point.
Brilliant. Well, thank you all very much for your time, and move on to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're now going to have a series of TED Talks. The first, we will have Kate Tyrrell, who's the founder and CEO of SafeCharge, which is an independent business that prioritises the concerns of community EV drivers. She will be joining us online in a minute. And following that, we'll have Henry Pearson, the Director of Finance and Capital Markets of Octopus Electric Vehicles. He leads on the finance and capital markets for Octopus EV, a rapidly growing EV-only leasing company. There'll be opportunity to ask Henry questions at the end of the speech, so we will stop and ask questions towards the end. And then we have Theo Panei, Technical Director for e-mobility at Arcadis, who's been working in the transportation sector on surface transport for over 25 years and has worked on a range of e-mobility topics. So if I could ask Henry and Theo to come up, and then hopefully Kate will also appear behind me. Here waiting. Right. Excellent. Okay, if we need to move order, then let me know.
Yeah, we will. Hopefully we'll be okay.
Yes. I was expecting like a big head. just returned.
do a dance.
Yeah, I think we're still going to get other presentations up, so we might move to a different presentation. We can do that one first, if that's easier. Okay, I'll just get another. Thank you.
Yeah, Henry, you're right to go?
Yeah, sure.
Brilliant. So we'll move over to Henry first from Octopus EV. Thanks, Henry.
Get some slides. Just clicking. I'm going to ruin her slides by flicking through them. Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay. Pink and purple, marvellous. Henry Pearson, Director of Finance and Capital Markets for Octopus EV. We heard a lot today about the challenges we all face as sort of collective industries working towards electrification. But I thought it'd be kind of interesting to talk about the other side of it, which is how quickly adoption could suddenly happen, particularly in the passenger vehicle market, and whether thinking needs to start moving towards the risks of not moving quickly enough, and how you balance the obvious risks we've all been talking about, how we manage this transition sensibly and with economic rational models, versus what happens if things move really fast and the risk of missing out. So Octopus EV, we're the UK's largest EV-only leasing business. We started life by trying to make things very simple for our customers. One monthly payment, you get a car, you get a free charger, you get access to Electroverse, which is our charging aggregator, and of course we'll try and move you on to an Octopus Energy tariff, so you charge your car as cheaply, effectively and efficiently as possible. That's proven to be a pretty effective formula for us. So over the last 3 years or so, we've gone from pretty much a standing start in leasing to a fleet of over 30,000 vehicles on the road today. I'm very proud to say that's about 5 times faster than the market itself has grown, not helped in a small part by the ZEV mandate. So some good news, EVs going on the road up and to the right, now about a quarter of vehicles sold in the UK, passenger vehicles sold in the UK are electric. But before we celebrate too much, that's only about 3–4% of total passenger vehicles in the UK. So we're still talking about a very nascent market in terms of overall adoption, number of people out there driving and enjoying an electric vehicle. So why do we think that is? Pretty common set of concerns that customers have around driving EVs: limited choice, range, are there going to be chargers available and working, and price. And in fairness, when we first started trying to do electric vehicles back in 2018, I think they had a point. There are only about 8 models available across 6 brands that could do more than 100 miles. Average ranges kind of in that 150-ish mile kind of limit. And there are about 10,000 or so public chargers, and there wasn't a single electric car you could buy that met the more than 100-mile criteria and cost less than £30,000. Is that still true? So if you look at the market today, it starts 2025, there's more than 130 models that you can buy in the UK. More than 30 brands are actively selling EV models in the UK. Most of them, the average is over 250 miles of range. It's about enough for the average household to do 2 to 3 weeks worth of their average daily driving. There's more than 1 million charge points in the UK. So that's including ones on people's houses. There's pretty much a charger per car somewhere out there for people to use, and more than 75,000 or so public chargers growing very rapidly. And of course, there's more than 30 models that are under £30,000. In fact, the cheapest car for sale in the UK today, the Dacia Spring, is an electric model. I think cost becomes super important in terms of thinking about what really is the headline-grabbing thing for customers. And as I said, just the cheapest car on sale in the UK is electric, but actually we're increasingly reaching price parity across a much broader range of models. So I've given a couple of comparable examples here. One from Cupra, the Born versus their Leon, and a Moda E5 versus the 5. So either all electric versus hybrid or ICE models. And actually, when you look on a lease basis, they're pretty much comparable on a monthly cost basis, regardless of fuel type you choose, and that's increasingly the case across the range of vehicles that we make available to our customers. And that, of course, gives EVs a very clear advantage in terms of total cost of ownership, several £1,000s over the average 4-year contract, particularly if you're lucky enough to have a driveway and be able to take advantage of very cheap, flexible overnight charging rates. So is cost really the issue that it was several years ago? And of course, the other thing that's happening is the technology is continually improving. This curve, courtesy of Bloomberg, is showing the average cost per kilowatt hour for a battery produced. This is worldwide average lithium-ion battery packs. And it's been on this very rapidly decreasing cost curve. That's worldwide average. If you look in China, LFP batteries, which are powering the latest generation of Chinese electric vehicles, indeed many of the Western manufacturers who are using Chinese power packs, that's down to about $50 per kilowatt hour in China last year. And they're continuing to see improvements in that battery tech. Batteries represent about 30 to 40% of the underlying production cost of an electric vehicle. We're also seeing improvements in energy density and that increasing demand for batteries. So the other, people talk about the battery domino effect, and lots of talk today about the challenges of HGVs. I was very heartened to hear one of the other panelists agree with the sentiment that I think this curve is going to be why electrification is going to win out. And we're going to see it win out in ever more industries as the cost, weight, density, and viability of batteries gets ever greater. And of course, that crowds ever more investment back into the piece. So I think we're going to see continued secular improvement in batteries, and that means either improvement in price points or same price point for customer, but a car that can do far more than it could do today. So that all sets the scene for a bit of thought around technology adoption. So this is a graph showing adoption curves of various technologies, basically years since the product was invented, and then how long it took to get to sort of mass adoption and penetration in the US. And lots of different shapes of curve across lots of different industries. They all have one thing in common. They're all effectively an S-curve kind of shape. The initial point is quite slow, and it takes a while for the product to gain momentum. Some are more complicated in terms of their needs, but once they reach the right combination of price point, service need, and addressable market, you see a rapid and effectively exponential curve of adoption. And that's interesting to think about in the context of where we are with EVs today, because of course, if you try and plot the early part of the curve on a linear basis, and your business plan and methodology is based around growing at that continued rate, you will fall well short of the level of adoption of that technology over time. And if we think about where UK EVs are, somewhere around 10, 15 years since mass adoption, UK have only gone up 3% of cars on the road, 3-4% of cars on the road. So we're at a very early point in that adoption curve. I think an interesting benchmark is China's at 50% of cars sold last year were electric, more than 10% of their overall fleet. And they're starting to very, very rapidly accelerate in terms of what that profile looks like. I think it's worth considering what that means for us in the UK. And are we kind of getting to that point if we've addressed range needs, charges are ubiquitous, price point's no longer a factor? Are we getting to a point where consumers are going to start changing their minds and moving towards a much more rapid adoption of EV technology than we've experienced to date? That creates quite interesting opportunities for new market entrants versus kind of risks of incumbents. And this chart's courtesy of Auto Trader, thanks to their very, very good analysis on this. What this is trying to show you is speed of new entrants into the UK market for automotive over the last 20, 30 years. And what the line is going up to, the 1.5% line, is proportion of new cars registered. So it's a measure of market share of that brand in the market. And I think what's interesting is the last sort of big new entrants into the UK automotive market, some of the Korean manufacturers, so Hyundai and Kia, Hyundai took 25 years of concerted effort to reach 1.5% market share of new cars. Kia was a bit quicker. Tesla was a comparative trailblazer. But if you look at BYD and now recently Chery, so Chery is the Moda and JQ brands who just entered the UK, BYD 3 years to reach 1.5% market penetration. And Moda, they're pretty much at 1% after about 12 months. And that's because they have fantastic price points, great technology, and an offering that resonates and works with customers. And the risk for incumbents in the market, if they keep looking backwards, is that they get left behind and they'll miss this point of adoption. So that was my whistle-stop tour of why I think we could actually be at a turning point, and why you, perhaps when you're thinking about the risks in your business, you need to look forward as well as back. Very happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Henry?
I wasn't going to not realise. So I think, yeah, there's a statistic about around, I think it's mid-80% of people in the UK will never buy a new car throughout their whole lifetime. So, which, if that continues to hold true, and arguably leasing is a kind of halfway house between buying and renting the car. I think with the rental car companies, they've pretty much universally pushed back on EVs, and I had to ask one at Avis in California a couple of weeks ago. Just your thoughts about, you know, how taking, you know, that kind of that initial price drop when you go off the forecourt of the 20-30%, which, you know, the OEMs have kind of worn and the rental car companies, and how that may affect these adoption curves.
Yeah, really good question. And you know, residual values is clearly a very key consideration for anyone who owns a lot of EV assets like we do. So yeah, in terms of market proportions, about 2 million new car sales in the UK, around about 9 to 10 million used passenger vehicles transaction in the UK. So the used car market is far and away a much larger market, and you're right, that's what's in terms of car purchasing, actually, that's where most people go and purchase their car. Leasing, either through the B2B market or personally, is often been kind of the main vessel of people getting into ownership of electric vehicles. I guess as a sort of leasing business, I would say actually that is a very effective way to own an electric car. There are the flip side of the level of technological change we're seeing is there are risks around the transition that are perhaps hard for people to predict. It's much easier for someone who's got a diversified portfolio of assets that we can also put through several life cycles to kind of manage that residual value risk. I think taking the hire car companies, I think they have a very different challenge set. One of the panelists earlier was talking about, you know, 9 in 10 people who own an EV would proactively want to stay in one or would advocate it. I think there is a journey to go on where you do have to own one to get over this hump, and part of this challenge around hitting the curve is the reason I picked out kind of range anxiety, price, you know, they're all the things that everyone talks about basically down the pub, about what they worry about with EVs. And until you start building the advocates are going, actually, owning EV is amazing. I never have to go to the petrol station. When I get up in the morning, my car's full. It costs me 50p to do my commute to work. Those stories and narratives, I think someone who jumps in from the airport, never had an EV before, doesn't know where to charge it, it's a bit of a different buying challenge for the rental car companies, but I think one that will get overcome as we get more and more of these cars into use.
Any more questions? No? Brilliant. So I believe we're working on live. Okay, brilliant. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah. Can you hear me okay? Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody who has made it possible for me to remotely join today for the EV Infrastructure Summit. I do really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry that I can't be there in the room with you all today. I miss you all. My name is Kate Tyrrell. I'm the CEO of ChargeSafe. And for those of you who may not know, ChargeSafe is a business that has been designed as an independent 5-star rating system that allows the general public to understand how safe and accessible a public charge site is ahead of attending the site. Before I get into my presentation, I've got a couple of statistics that I just want to leave you with to understand exactly why it is that ChargeSafe still exists today. In 2024, the Police Chiefs Council have reported that 1 million incidents of male violence against women and girls were recorded by the police. Those are just the incidents recorded by the police, and this is a very important statistic to highlight exactly why it is that some females and men may not feel particularly safe about the idea of being tethered to a charging machine if they have to use it late at night, or if they're in an area where there's not much people traffic kind of flowing through. That is 3,000 incidents a day. So it's just a stark reminder that your customers are your biggest asset. Please protect them. Also, there are 16 million disabled people in the UK. Vauxhall have released a report last year that state 2% of on-street chargers are accessible, and ChargeSafe's own findings are that 60% of the off-street assets do not have an accessible bay size. Now I'm going to launch into my presentation. I hope this isn't too boring for you all. Okay. Share. Is that going to work? Fab. Off we go. Right. The customer is the destination. Okay, EV growth with people in mind. What if the biggest challenge in the EV industry isn't technology, it's actually trust? Let's look at the 3 critical success pillars required to build that trust with our customers. So first off is reliability. This is probably one of the most important things, right? Because if your assets are not working, who's going to use them? And if you have created this perception in the general EV charging arena that most of your machines will not work when people arrive at them, they're not going to continue to attend your specific charging site. So branding is really important here. We looked at some data, and Manta Ray EV chargers found that 43% of chargers were not were unreliable. So think about the perception that we are creating. If that's 43% of survey respondents finding that the chargers are unreliable, that's from the EV drivers themselves. That's without even asking, you know, Joe down the pub, what do you think about going electric? And all he can say is, oh, I've got a mate who's got one, and he's always having problems when he tries to charge his car. Next, let's look at accessibility. So as I've mentioned, Vauxhall published a report in 2024 stating that only 2% of on-street chargers are accessible, and we have found that 60% of off-street sites do not have an accessible bay, despite the fact that PAS 1899 came into effect more than 2 years ago. Thirdly, let's look at affordability. So according to ZapMap, the weighted average rapid, ultra rapid pay-as-you-go price is about 76 pence per kilowatt hour. This is still subject to VAT, which I know is an ongoing issue that we're all looking to battle within the industry. But for me, my main bugbear is the pre-oil fee, which can vary between £1 and £60 and does not make charging accessible for all. We do not all have £60 available on our card to charge, but we will probably have £30 or £40 which we need to establish that charge. I've also found myself in very recent months having to pay multiple pre-authorization fees where the technology has failed and the business has not been able to refund me that pre-auth fee straight away. So it's still happening. Having a look at some of ZapMap's data here, the go-to place, I think, for all of our data in the industry of how the industry's been performing over the last 4 or 5 years. So we can see that 2025 year to date, we've definitely slowed down in pace. You know, we were building it really nicely up until the end of 2024. And I think we can all kind of agree that we've been hit by global politics. There's been things happening within our own businesses. There's, you know, local authority approvals, DNO connections, all of this stuff has been slowing down the charge point delivery. But there's also factors behind car registrations as well. I am not the car registration expert, so I'm not going to get too much into that, but this is just a general overview of kind of what's happening right now in the industry. So as we shift from expansion to consolidation, we are definitely entering this new era. Scale is no longer enough for businesses. Startups are winding down almost daily. In our industry, we're finding that, you know, some of the larger companies, they're going through waves of redundancy at the moment. They're consolidating, they're trying to really slim down that expenditure, and we need to make sure that we can hold on for the next wave where we get that, you know, I don't even want to say mass adoption, because mass adoption has already started happening, but for when it becomes a real mainstream thing, how can we make sure that these incredible businesses set up for the public drivers are going to continue? Okay, the customer experience gap, I think, comes from inconsistent charging experience. We don't have a formal regulator in the industry. We are in danger of under-delivering on a critical lifeline here. Charging is a critical lifeline. If you cannot charge your car, much like if you weren't able to fuel an ICE vehicle, it would prevent you from being able to get access to medication, education, food, all of these really, really important things. We must make sure that we can deliver to the general public. It is my concern that we don't have a regulator, and I guess I'm here today to really call upon the industry to get that ball rolling. Secondly, poor app UX. So where customer support is required or users attempt to start a charge via an app, UX must be considered. And let's not forget, most importantly, I think actually the deaf community are often left out when it comes to designing an app offering where there's customer service that's available to them. You know, how are they able to have a conversation with somebody to let them know if a charge point isn't working, for example? Service gaps in the industry. We're outsourcing call centres. Operations and maintenance services that are being offered are varying in standards. There's non-compliance with recommended standards like the BSI PAS 1899, and this is all posing a threat to the overall service delivery. 3 key lessons I'd really like everybody to take away with them. Simplicity really does win. Plug and charge, easy to locate chargers, and less jargon. Do not put on your charge points, you know, use this CCS adapter and plug it in via this, and this won't take AC and this won't take DC. New drivers do not know the difference between CCS and CHAdeMO. Reliability builds trust. EV infrastructure is only good as its weakest link, so leaving drivers stranded at a charge point is never acceptable. Experience is the new differentiator. As charge points fill up the UK's blank spaces and tech becomes a commodity, the experience becomes the brand. We're all embracing new technology. We're all looking at cybersecurity. We're all looking at AI. That is going to become something that everybody is doing. So what can we do that's vastly different to ensure that the drivers are safe, they have a simple and efficient experience? Okay, what we need to focus on now is technology as the vehicle, the people, the destination. Design for trust, invest in lighting and security systems, prioritize accessibility, and purchase hardware responsibly. There is so much hardware out there that does not match the BSI PAS standards. There's a lot of older technology that's kind of been stocked up in warehouses somewhere, which I understand why. I do know why that's happened. But if there's any way that they can be repurposed or remanufactured to be brought into line with the standard before they hit the streets, that would be fantastic. We need to invest in everyday touch points. We need exceptional customer service, operations and maintenance, site acquisition, and the design process all needs to be in tune. It all matters. Treat your customers like long-term partners. Your customers are not just transactions. The value of your customer is critical to business growth. And in turn, this feeds the wider industry. The more EV drivers there are out there, the more cars there are on the road, the better it is for everybody's business. If we want to lead the future of mobility, let's build it around the people who live it. that's it from me. If you want to connect with me to talk about taking your customer experience to the next level, this QR code should take you straight to my LinkedIn page. And I believe I'm actually 5 minutes under time. So thank you again so much for having me. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kate. We won't move on to questions from Kate just because of the wide audience and trying to get sound through to everyone, but I'm sure you've hopefully picked up Kate's LinkedIn details there to connect later. So if I'd like to hand over to Theo then.
Hi there, so my name's Theo. I'm a technical director at Arcadis. We're a design and engineering consultancy. I spend a lot of my time around the e-mobility space and alternative fuels as well. So I'm going to be a little bit controversial, but that's just me. So what's right for now, and is it going to be right forever? And I thought I'd just take you on a nostalgic journey on that. But I think it's been said multiple times, but what we are putting in the ground are assets that are enablers. The asset isn't the end product. The asset is there to support something we want to do. We want to move goods, we want to move people, we want to move services, etc. So we shouldn't focus on too much as this is all about the asset. But it eventually will be all about the asset. So let's just do some nostalgia here. If we can take ourselves back to 1925. None of us, hopefully, were around waiting for somebody to connect us to a call. But what do we do now? We now have phones, and you know, who can remember the days of walking around with a mobile phone and waving it around so you could get a signal? And can you remember these things? You know, these telephone boxes, they are now nostalgic pieces of historical spectre, but can you remember the silver ones? Can you remember the ones that had the orange boxes inside of them, where BT got rid of their boxes and sold them on to somebody else to try? Interphone they were called. They didn't last very long. Can you remember that stuff in the bottom left-hand sort of there, which is copper? You know, we are now moving away from copper. We're all on fibre optics, but that needs far more infrastructure. How many of you have had that leaflet through the letterbox saying, we don't want one of these marks near our house, but everyone wants to walk around with a mobile phone? But more cabling. So we're doing less of the fixed technology. And the funny story was, my house phone rang. Yes, I have a house phone. And it rang about 2 months ago. And my wife was sitting there and going, what's that noise? Because it doesn't ring, because we only have it there for the broadband. But we had a telephone line plugged in. So even the way we make a call has changed. Music. You know, we used to listen to these things called records, CDs. But now it's all streamed. So what do we have now? You know, can anyone remember buying a CD player? Who's got one? I've got loads of CDs. Actually, I said that HMV store closed. I went into the one in Oxford Street, and it's full of vinyl. It's great. You go down in there, you go, wow, it's full of vinyl. But that's nostalgia, not necessarily what we do now. We now stream our music, but that is consuming a huge amount of data, a huge amount of fibre optic, and a huge amount of energy. And all of those services, and the one on the top left there started it all, that's Napster. It'll show your age on that. But again, TV, the good old days of 4 channels, or 3 channels. Now you open up your TV, and actually if you start flicking through all of your stream of availables, it's over 1,000 channels you can access now. So things have changed significantly. And then watching TV, it's less about aerials now. Some houses are just not fitted with aerials. We are switching off, and analog should have been switched off. Did anyone have to go and buy a set-top box so they could actually watch TV at home? You were forced to go and buy a box. Now all TVs are fitted with that technology already in there. And shopping. Remember those things we used to turn up to and go and buy stuff? Well, we don't do that anymore. We click and collect, or it all arrives at our doorstep. So everything has changed on what we do. So we have less shops. You see centres going, and we have these massive warehouses. If you've ever driven up the M1, I've never seen such colossal warehouses in my life that have been built to move all of our stuff that we want. So the changes in assets have enabled us to do things, but they were right at the time. You know, the telephone line was right at the time. Alexander Graham Bell was right at the time. But everything will change. And that's the one thing we are guaranteed. You're guaranteed three things. You're guaranteed to die, you're guaranteed taxes, and you're guaranteed change. Those are the three things you're guaranteed. And EVs will be no different. Well, that's your first EV there in 1925. You know, it was here a long time ago. Doesn't that picture look significantly similar to what we do today? We have a thing that makes or channels electricity, and we plug it in to a vehicle and it charges something up. That's exactly what we do now. So although those two images are actually that far apart, we actually haven't changed that much in this EV space, and it will change. And what was different? If you go back to 1925 roughly, we only really had two fuels and one major fuel, which was petrol. But if you have a look at that chart that's there, you know, more and more the energy that we are consuming is moving. And when I talk to a lot of clients around what's happening, this is a transformation in energy. This isn't about the hardware or the software. This is about a transition in energy, not just about cars and automotive. This is about aviation. This is about shipping. This is about how we fuel ourselves going into the future. So that hasn't changed, but even fueling a car has changed. You know, I used to work in local government in development control. The amount of filling stations that I can point to that aren't there anymore, but are blocks of flats, has happened. They turned into shopping centres. I don't know if you go there, if it's not an M&S food, it's a Waitrose little shop, or there are other shops that are there, coffee stations, because they've had to diversify their portfolios, because they actually don't make a lot of money from the fuel, the filling stations themselves. But you're seeing less filling stations. And why is that? Simple. Cars have got more efficient. So what's happened is our vehicles have got more efficient, so therefore the need to fuel has gone down. And this really interesting thing that we're doing with EVs, we have to have them full all the time. So those of you that can recall, when was the last time we had a fuel crisis when the tanker drivers went on strike? Can you remember that when good old petrol days? Because most of us have less than, if you drive a petrol or diesel vehicle, a quarter of a tank. The average is a quarter of a tank of fuel that most people have, and they wait for the little orange light to go on, then they'll go and fuel their vehicle. What happens? They say, oh, the tanker drivers are going to go out on strike, so everyone goes and fills up their vehicle. Now, the companies that produce fuel don't expect everyone to go and fill up their vehicles from that quarter to three sort of full. So all of a sudden, everyone's just consumed triple, quadruple what they would usually consume, so we all run out of fuel. So what happened in sort of the petrol and diesel is that the number of filling stations went down because you don't need so many. Vehicles become more efficient, so therefore there's less purchasing of fuel, so they actually closed filling stations. So if we follow that same principle, this is just a chart showing the range of vehicles, and we've had different charts. They all show very similar things. We're all moving this way. Where are we going to end up in 5-10 years' time? Vehicles going to be around that 400-mile range, 350-mile range, which is the same as the scenario for petrol and diesel vehicles, roughly 400 miles. So why are we filling up our vehicles? When you speak to most people, they don't do that kind of mileage. There's a very small group of people that do that amount of mileage on a regular basis. So EV range is changing. What should the reaction be? No, our reaction is let's just keep putting more and more and more and more and more and more and more chargers into the ground, because that's just about assets. Not thinking about, well, actually, is this the right decision to make now, or is this a decision that we need to always keep monitoring? But electric vehicles need new assets. So I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but they need more assets. They need more power, they need more substations, they need more cables. Everything is more and more and more at the moment. And is anyone monitoring this? because invariably there's a huge amount of asset going into the ground. Absolutely phenomenal amount of asset that's going into the ground. And that's different types of asset. You know, we talk about asset in this round. Well, you go for everything from a small box on the wall. Actually, you go from everything from a plug socket in the wall where somebody drapes a cable out of the window, and I've seen some of my neighbours that do that, that plug in their EV on an extension cable. I'm just waiting for the fire to happen. All the way through to mega hubs that are coming on board now. So anything in between that. So these are your range of assets. Some of these are owned by individuals. Some of those are owned by landlords. Some of them are owned by the council, subcontractors, private businesses. So these assets are potentially creating a significant risk. So are we creating a problem for the future? So here we go, that 300,000, we've heard that magic number, we're growing and growing and growing. But let's just take one point in time. And this is public charges. This doesn't even take into account the amount of asset that's being put in behind the fence that people can't really see, don't know the value of, etc., etc. But if that's going to happen, where is it going to happen? Most of the charging that's going into the ground now is typically low-powered charging that's at people's houses. And also the size of that charging, you know, the amount of power that charging is doing. So lots of lower power charging, but the higher power charging is growing. So if that's the shape of the asset base today, is it really going to change in the future? Not really. It's going to stay roughly about the same blend. So these numbers are just to some degree indicative. These aren't real, but if this was, and we heard bigger numbers, KPMG have talked about bigger numbers as well, but just to show you how much money it could be, so if you take those charges and you factor it up on the 73,000 charges, there's possibly nearly £750 million worth of asset that's been put in already. If you go to 300,000, that's £3.1 billion worth of asset that's just sitting on the ground, and that's a really low number. I can tell you now that's probably twice as much, if not 3 times as much, that will be in the ground at that point in time. That doesn't include any of the cost of reinforcing the energy infrastructure. But we're storing up a significant amount of asset there. And when you talk to most local authorities, and if you have done, you've said, do you know where your EV chargers are? And they go, not all of them. Do you know the age of your assets? No. Do you know how long they've been in the ground? No. Do you know what your maintenance agreements are? Not really. The person who did that has left. All of a sudden, you're ending up with potentially assets being stranded, handed back, or on the street that you have to deal with. And if I take you back to the BT phone box, this isn't a bollard standing in the ground. This is an electrical piece of infrastructure that somebody could harm themselves on. You can harm yourself on bollards, by the way. But it's a piece of electrical asset that's sitting out there that you have to maintain because the risks are really high. So these costs will significantly increase. The asset base will go into it. And if you've got no plan, then you know that's going to create a huge amount of problem. But we talked about sustainability, and I think you always got to talk about sustainability in 3 lenses. You know, we're doing the thing for the right reasons. We're doing this from an environmental sustainability point of view. But we've got to do it for the right reasons from the investable sustainability of what we do as well, but also what society wants as well. And we heard about that, the trust in what we do as well. So those 3 elements are always there. But having a plan is really important. And I think we talked about whole life cycle about this, and everyone's forgotten about this stuff. We're spending a huge amount of energy putting stuff in the ground, but no one's thought about what happens at the end, or near the end, or when this piece of assets comes to its life. What happens when there's no Levi funding? You know, a lot of people aren't thinking about that. They're just putting stuff in the ground. You have got to maintain this asset. So I guess the thing about is looking at what is the change in demand, because this profile will change. We're putting stuff in for vehicles that are only designed for 250 mile range. What about when it goes to 450 miles? Do you need half as many chargers? You've got to be data driven. You've got to look at the data and be brave enough to take chargers out if you don't need them. And put the right asset in there. But asset data is really important, understanding what people have in terms of data. Within this room and outside of this room, there's a huge mine of data, and we're not good at sharing, but maybe we should be better at sharing, because that is, at the end of the day, going to be better for all of us. And then look at the performance of our assets. Who is looking at the performance of your assets? You're looking at yours, but what does a network look like? You know, we've quoted one particular organisation that can have a map that can show what's going on, but we don't mine that. How deep is that mined? How do we know what is being operated and run efficiently? And what's the risk? Because it's all about risk. We talked about the risk of turning up and there's no charger working. You know, there's a risk in your asset that you manage. There's a commercial risk in these assets. But then let's look at this from a whole point of view, and we do this a lot with our clients as well, to look at that whole cycle, that whole journey, because it is right to put in EV chargers now. And if it's right now, we've got to plan for the future. What's going to be right in 5 years' time, 10 years' time? So this is more about how we can have a plan that can show us what success looks like now, and plan forward to make sure that we buy the right stuff, we put the right kit in at the right time, at the right price point. Because, you know, we are spending a lot of money. So if I leave you with one message, that is that, you know, it's key to have an asset life cycle plan, whatever you're putting in. And, you know, we should be more joined up in having a whole life asset for this. It is a critical asset. It will be a critical asset. In theory, we have created, or will create, a single point of failure, which is we're relying on EV chargers to deliver our transport system of the future. But we've got to accept that some of these assets will have their day. You know, we've talked about obsolescence. We've talked about cupboards full of kit that people want to get rid of because they don't meet the standards. The answer is at some point you do need to throw this stuff away. It's like my drawer full of mobile phones. Everyone's got one of those. That's full, you know, some of these are worth some money though. I wouldn't say that for EV chargers, but you've got to accept that some of their assets have depreciated before you've even put them out there, because you took a chance as an industry and bought into something. Now, that doesn't sound very good for an investor, but it's reality. Look at BT, look at those phone boxes they've had to remove. Look at other industries. You know, we all invested in DVD players. Yes, I have one of those as well. You know, everyone's got DVD players. Do you watch DVDs anymore? No, you just go onto there, you pick a film, you hit play, and it plays. So we've got to accept that some of these have had their day, and I don't think nostalgia will bring some of these EV chargers back. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. We've got just about time for one or two questions.
Hi, very interesting presentation. One of the dichotomies I see we're facing at the moment is obviously battery technology is getting better, so we're getting higher densities, longer ranges, quicker charge times. Once the ranges get out to sort of 800 miles plus, there starts to become a counter-argument that if people are content with a 400-mile range on an ICE vehicle, do we reduce the size of the battery to bring the range back? And therefore, it makes the car cheaper overall. But doesn't that go counter to what you were saying about putting your life cycle plan in? Because you've still got to cater for the old vehicles as well as catering for the new vehicles going forward. Because the old EVs aren't going to go obsolete anytime soon. So you've got a very, very broad spread that you've got to cater for.
So I think when you look at fleet and the amount of range anxiety is something we talk about quite a lot. But when you get to the reality of how far do most people drive in a single journey, it's nowhere near 400 miles. It's rare that you do that. Those become planned journeys. Typically, most people will drive less than 20 miles a day. So the reality is you'll end up with vehicles that are your kind of short journey vehicles, and those who need them will buy vehicles with longer range. So, you know, as we've seen in other markets, you'll start to size the battery to your type of operation. So if we get away from cars and we look at big fleets, you know, we've tried to encourage more grazing. In other words, you know, have smaller batteries, charge more often, and that's where other technologies like induction come in and others where you can actually have the ability to graze, means you put smaller batteries in and it meets your operational model. Also, educating some of our clients. So typically we had a client that we were working with that just purchased some buses. They said, we want the fastest charger you can put in, and guess what? They opened a book and said, we want 350 kilowatt chargers. I said, your battery can't take any more than 110 kilowatts. We've phoned up the manufacturer, they've told us what the maximum that you can push into your batteries is. So why would you want a charger that's twice as fast? But one day we might buy some batteries. Well, you can upgrade. We've put enough substation capacity that you can do that, but you don't need to do that. So I think it's horses for courses. Let's not worry about the race for the shortest time to charge a battery, because CATL and BYD are going to fight that one out, and it'll come to, you know, but that's meeting somebody else's challenge, because actually the challenge is can you make it as quick as filling up as a petrol or diesel vehicle? And that's what that 5-minute test is. But it will cost you a lot of money to fill up in 5 minutes, and none of us need it. It'd take you less time to go and get a coffee from that secondary use, to go and get a coffee. It'll take you 10 minutes, it'll take you 15 minutes. By the time you've done that, most of the charging network that's there is going to give you enough.
Charge when you stop rather than stopping the charge.
Yes. Thank you.
So once again, thanks to Henry, Theo and Kate, who I hope can still hear me. Now move on. Moving on to our last panel of the day, I'd like to introduce Wen Zhang, who's an Associate Director here as well at KPMG, who works in our energy strategy team. He's going to be leading a panel on patient capital and the financing of EV infrastructure. So, to you, Wen.
Can I invite my panel to come up, please?
Is it any order? I'll sit in the middle.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to what I believe is the last panel of the day, which means that we are the last thing standing between you and either the exit or a well-deserved drink. Now, as my long-standing girlfriend of 5 years says, patience, Wen, is a virtue. And that is an excellent segue into today's panel discussion topic, which is patient capital and financing of EV charging infrastructure. And I guess just to set the scene a bit, you know, the EV charging business model is quite an interesting one. Depending on what counterparty side you sit on and what segment of the business you're in, you can have characteristics of venture capital and characteristics of infrastructure. And that can be hard for some investors to get comfortable with. At the same time, we heard from Chris this morning that, you know, even after a kind of a wave of investment over the last kind of 4 or 5 years, where we did see quite an interesting range of new investors enter into the market, there are also challenges in terms of some of the utilization factors and other potentially regulatory headwinds that we're facing as well. And that's why I'm really glad to invite our panel here today to discuss the topic. We have an absolutely brilliant panel who all represent investors in the UK EV landscape over the past couple of years and continue to have invested in the market. And I would just like to invite each of you to introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about yourselves and your organization. Sabine?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sabine Chalopin. I'm Head of Sustainability at Denham Capital. I'm here. We made an investment in an UK EV charging platform called Rome, formerly known as EVC. We invested in them in 2023. So I'm really here to talk about why we invested in Rome and the model that we looked at for that investment.
Thank you. Daryl?
Good afternoon, everyone. Daryl Murphy. So I head up infrastructure at Aviva Investors. So as an institutional investor, we actually have really technically 2 parts of the business that are interested in this sector. So I lead our infrastructure debt business, and perhaps we'll come on to why infrastructure debt is rather more challenging in this area. other than for companies that Tim's going to introduce in a moment, where we're a big supporter of. But we're also in the infra equity space, investors in Connected Curb here in the UK and eRapid in Ireland.
And Tim.
Hi everyone, so my name is Tim Boothman. I'm a director in our fleet team. Zenobia Energy was a company founded in 2017. We actually have two businesses, a grid-scale battery business and an EV fleet business. I sit in the latter. We design, procure, install, finance, operate and maintain charging infrastructure. And we also finance and provide a battery managed service for vehicles, primarily electric buses, primarily in the UK, but we have around 2,500 vehicles across 8 countries. And we're a sort of weird hybrid of investor and investee. We're co-owned by KKR and M&G, but we also invest directly into assets practically every day of the week.
Thanks, Tim. So I'll start off with probably what I hope is a relatively easy question, which is, in essence, what is patient capital in your view, and what role does it play in financing EV charging, or what role should it play in EV charging? And this might be more interesting than expected, because I know we had a bit of a debate about it behind the scenes, but maybe I'll start off with you, Sabine.
Sure. I think we view patient capital, obviously long-term capital, but essentially not taking distributions out of a platform or portfolio company early on. We're looking to invest in quality assets that yield cash quickly soon after operations and looking for that growth. So we want to continue that platform to grow rather than taking distributions out. So it's really, I think especially for the EV charging industry, where it's still quite an early industry and young companies, you need to keep those companies, you need to help those companies grow.
And what timeframes are we thinking about here?
I would say 7 to 10 years, yeah, at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Tim, did you want to add something to that, or?
No, it's kind of similar. So we're looking for immediate yield, and we're constantly building. We've got about 2 sites going live almost every week somewhere at the moment. But the day one revenue must be kicking in straight. We're not waiting for sort of cars to turn up and demand to ramp up. However, we accept that the assets have a very long life, and so often our payback period will be 7 or 10 years, and we're not actually fully at our target returns until 15, 20 years.
And maybe Daryl, do you have a different perspective at Aviva, or?
No, I mean, I'd say that it's not a technical term. It's a term you often hear government try to use a little bit in the context of, obviously, it's a sort of badge being used to represent exactly any sort of longer term source of capital. I think the interesting thing specific to EV is partly we have to be patient, but we'll come more into that in a moment. But moreover, it's the fact that, as you identify, ordinarily startup companies at early stages tend to attract more like VC capital. And VC is very different. VC is very much about proof of concept and exit very quickly with a very substantial growth premium, as it were. Obviously, this is different. This is making a long-term view over something because, simply put, it's a growth asset with uncertainty. But therefore, by definition, you need to be patient in that sense. So in a way, it's sort of codifying the fact that what is very unusual, perhaps we'll get into a bit more, I'm sure, for infrastructure is ordinarily you build something to achieve a certain revenue stream that's a little bit more certain. Here you're effectively, in a lot of cases, developing something for an uncertain revenue stream, which is quite unusual.
And I'll pick up on that in the next question with you, Sabine, actually. So, obviously EV infrastructure has the word infrastructure in it, but in many respects, it doesn't look like a traditional road investment or hospital investment. Do you think that in the long term, EV infrastructure will fundamentally have the characteristics of infrastructure as an asset class?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the type of business model that you're investing into. So our investment case for Roam, the UK EV charging platform, Roam does AC destination charging. So they essentially install charging points at destinations. So that will be your hotels, your leisure centres, your long dwelling units, anywhere really where you park maybe overnight. And so by having that kind of captive audience, long-term land leases, you are going into infrastructure-like model where you have like that long duration, you have a captive audience, you know your users, and you are serving kind of a low-cost infrastructure because you're providing AC infrastructure, which is a much lower capex than DC charging, for example.
Any other thoughts from other panelists?
No, I think the interesting to me is maybe the big game we're sort of playing for in a sense is, particularly think about everyday charging, as it were, is what I don't feel is happening is we're thinking about what the endpoint is. So at a point where we have a nationwide network, then I think it will become much more defined as being infrastructure in a sense. I'm not sure we'll ever sort of call it a very specific asset class per se, but I think it'd be much more, and there is a sort of sense that in theory, we could end up with something that even, heaven forbid, might end up more like a regulated utility in the end, right? But I find it quite curious where we are today versus if that's the outcome, because I don't think we'll end up there at the moment. So there's a kind of interesting point about what the asset class ultimately becomes over time, but that's what I think investors are still trying to figure out as well.
Maybe if I just pick up on that point, where do you think actually it will go in the sense of if that's not the kind of the vision you reckon that will actually land at?
Well, I think at the moment that there's a danger that this is kind of my big theory that you look at it from if we have to bring it back to government policy about what you want to achieve through this. So the UK obviously loves a more laissez-faire kind of market approach, right? Which is kind of where we are. So which is just anyone can, in theory, set up a company and start installing chargers, which has kind of happened for many years, particularly in London. So that's a great way of creating competition. And the government would like to say, okay, the first step is say, oh, good, that's good progress. Then you go through the next stage, which is then actually trying to use grant funding to try and either accelerate or try to steer the market in different ways. But the problem is that how do you actually still get to that end point, which is the very hard to service areas, the areas which are not necessarily economic to install, and what incentive do you need on those companies? And then the other point is, what's your end game from there's two sides, of course, in EV charging. One is obviously the technology sort of point about, because I must admit, as an industry, everyone loves competing against each other or even dissing each other around, about who wins and who loses, which is very unusual. But equally, also around actually what the actual overall network looks like. Are we going to end up with 100 different companies doing this, or is there going to be a small number? And in what I worry about is the government doesn't necessarily seem to care about that at the moment. It's around as long as you get the outcome, the private sector is bearing all that risk, which is fair enough, but my question mark will be, is that the most effective and efficient way of getting there? Because we all know what the end game looks like. I think it's the one area that keeps us all going. We kind of know what the end point looks like currently today, which is everyone's going to be having an EV and it's going to need charging. So it's one thing that doesn't seem to have any choice in the long term, just a question of what the pathway is to get there.
And Tim, I just want to give you an opportunity to come in on that as well, if you wanted to say anything.
On the, is the asset class investable?
Is it?
Well, so the flippant answer is it must be, because Darryl keeps giving us money. The slightly longer answer is you've got a few different niches, and the main differentiator is demand risk, right? So obviously public charging networks, not something I can speak to, but people will do it for a price and with a certain amount of gearing and structuring. At the other end, depot-based fleets, overnight charging, but especially public transport backed, but also logistics. And these things are highly investable, and there's a number of different business models. You've also perhaps got some more interesting things emerging in the middle. So we've recently done a site for Woolworths, who still exist in Australia. So we have an off-site charging hub near Sydney. We have an anchor tenant, which is Woolworths, who basically makes the business case break even. And then we're willing to take some risk that other people will come because there's no other charging in that area. I think that's sort of more interesting in terms of, is it investable, is it not? It's probably case by case.
It sounds incredibly obvious, but I mean, the point we're getting across is the value of an anchor tenant to some degree, or at least some off-take arrangement. And there's a reason, not just maturity of the business, but certainty of revenue, which is why Tim has the benefit of the kind of capital structure he has versus a public charging CPO, because you've got two very different models. And the problem is that, so long as if the general view is, well, everyone will get to the same point, then fine. But what we have to question mark is that, my point about, is it efficient? And also, is it viable on the side of the CPO front? Because otherwise you have to create some form of demand which effectively is readily available in Tim's model.
And I think maybe part of that is also exclusivity. So, securing long-term land leases and putting in place measures to have that site exclusive to make that asset investable is also quite an important item to make the asset class investable.
Maybe a follow-up question to that. So, clearly the model itself is not going to be as secure as an availability style model over kind of 20, 30 years. How much of the demand needs to be underpinned for long-term investors to be comfortable in putting capital in? And I know this is a nuanced question, but do you have a view?
I think it's very important to know in terms of usage how much usage you're expecting at a specific site and then scale it appropriately. You don't want to obviously have too many charges at a site and you realise that actually only a small percentage is going to be used. So it needs to be rolled out on a case-by-case basis with that data usage information.
I mean, I'm going to sound incredibly, it's a sort of slightly Stalin kind of approach, right? But in a sense, because what I'm going to say is, I think the point absolutely is around exclusivity, it feels like. I mean, no one's asking for an availability series of payments. Because fundamentally, the whole industry has a huge deficit that should, over time, become more positive. Obviously, function of how many people actually have demand and drive EVs. Now, obviously, we can't control that. But there's also this chicken egg about, well, is that because there are enough chargers or not? So in a sense, exclusivity takes you a little way on that point. My point is, I'm not sure it's a great idea to compete, but I'm not sure very open competition is a good idea in a sense. Different modes maybe, but I think what a lot of CPOs require, and that's kind of, we're getting half in that direction through obviously the local authority market, which is if you can give a level of exclusivity, then I think for a lot of CPOs, you can start with that as a good basis. And you know the demand is going to be very low in the outset, but you can take the point about being patient, take a view that will increase. I mean, openly, that was it's not very scientific, that was our thesis, which was this will only go one way, but sadly, we kind of knew that it was probably going to be a much slower than we probably thought initially. And it's definitely proving to be the case that this is going to be a long run. I think we're still convinced the end game is going to look the same, but it's how long it takes to get there.
And how has maybe the current environment impacted the availability of capital or perhaps the willingness of investors to put the same amount of money in perhaps we saw in the past couple of years? What's the environment like now? Maybe I'll...
Yeah, I think it's very geography dependent. So Denham Capital is a US PE investor. The EV charging market in the US obviously is not hot at the moment, but we see the UK as a very kind of geographically interesting sector for making investments.
It's I'd say simply, look, I mean, overall, capital raising generally in infrastructure in certain areas has been difficult last few years for various different reasons. Obviously, big shift in macroeconomics, etc. as well. It depends on where you're playing, because Tim was saying they've been very well, and they've got a very big investor that's coming on their side. But if you look at certainly the small mid-market area, it's difficult. And I think, look, openly, Chris spoke earlier, everyone knows around Connected Curb, we went out to raise more capital. That was incredibly difficult. I think it's an asset class at that stage in its maturity. For the whole discussion we're having now, people are a little bit wary. And I think we made investments a number of years ago with a view, in hindsight, probably over-optimistic at how fast that was going to increase. So I think for that reason, that's probably just causing everyone to sit back and say, let's see how this market's going to shake out. So that isn't going to help the sort of pump priming opportunities today, as it were.
Makes sense. And Tim, has any of the kind of current environment impacted the pace that you are expanding in the UK and elsewhere?
To us, on kind of the fleet end of the spectrum rather than the public charge points, UK and Europe feels like it's all guns blazing. I say the same for Australia and New Zealand. US is more interesting at the moment. It depends exactly where you are. It depends which state you're in. Sometimes it depends which city you're in. You're seeing the whole shuffling of the deck with subsidies and federals coming here and states are offsetting federal. It's a very complicated landscape, and I think the consultants' forecasts aren't quite as rosy as they were a couple of years ago. But the general gist is still fleets must electrify. TCO is fundamental, total cost of ownership. And so maybe you move left a year or right a year, or the geographical distribution changes, but it's still going forward. And I would say people often roll Canada and the US together, but I think Canada is also going very, very fast, and perhaps sort of in direct defiance of US policy.
So those big yellow school buses
exactly.
You see on TV, right? That's the goal of it.
And maybe just picking on you specifically, Daryl, we did see, I think, a number of debt transactions over the course of the last year in some of the larger CPOs in particular. How do you see, I guess, the role of debt evolving for EV charging companies?
Yes, I think the debt, alluded to earlier, is very clear. So, I'd be very kind of traditionally boring as a sort of debt lender. It does come down to credit rating, how we sort of see things. Now, to give that a frame of reference, the nature of the business, Tim's point about what for some might be an old-fashioned idea, which is making a profit, generating cash, gets to a better position where a company like Zenobē can go to the market and raise a lot of debt capital. And certainly we would see that as an investment grade proposition, formally in terms of its credit rating. Early stage public CPOs are a long way from that, right? So you're looking at what I would say in credit terms, deeply sub-IG capital. As an institutional lender with a large amount of capital, which is particularly insurance area where you're looking for long duration investment grade, that sector is a million miles away from meeting our requirements. The question mark is, will it ever actually? And that's what worries me a little bit, because it will only ever if it looks like a very mature utility type proposition where does someone want to borrow or is able to borrow 10, 12, 15 years for that. That's obviously not going to happen today. So that takes you, that's fine because there's still capital available in that space. But in the debt space, it's difficult if you're a startup in that. And I don't love it when people say it's like private equity, but secretly it is, in the sense that it needs to be, putting debt into that is risky for an early stage equity investor unless you're willing to hand the keys over. So the practical issue is being unlevered. I think in the very early stages, if you have the capital, is a better proposition, because you're taking directly away the fact that you don't want another creditor breathing down your neck, as it were, particularly given the ability to hit your business case is so fraught. So I think the way to manage that is effectively to be an unlevered equity capital. Now that's great for smaller companies, but the question mark is that's a lot of capital you've got to keep pump priming, particularly if you're chasing the elusive cash neutral position, as it were, particularly trying to grow. So for that reason, I think debt is an issue. It won't surprise you, though, that I'll say openly, even I was a little bit surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, that even some of the high street banks, etc., are keen. Now let's call it out, right? They're keen because at a senior level, people are desperately keen to put money into EV charging. Massive halo effect. Everyone wants to be seen to be doing something in that area. And they're really keen until they start to see the economics and then say, actually, it's quite difficult. How long? They're willing. It's not necessarily they don't have to have the cash flow up front, but how long we're going to wait until we actually start seeing some yield come through and actually start getting some interest payment and not just rolling it up. So I think that's the reason why I think the mainstream banks are holding back. Your analogy is, to some degree, I keep banging on about this, but the analogy is in the fibre sector at the moment where, the general banking market has kind of done enough in fibre and said no more. You're ending up with either, if it's not totally unlevered with equity, you've got really private credit funds putting in basically debts, basically equity dressed up as debt. So it's really equity type players that are still pumping that market. Now obviously that comes at a cost as well. So it's not going to do anything for the cost of capital. So it's a bumpy ride, I think, initially in terms of the debt side. So the investors need to be able to ensure they've got enough equity capital to keep going.
And then Sabine and Tim, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I think that's pretty much spot on. It has been a bumpy ride. I think it's, we are seeing more debt transactions, so that is a positive signal, but there's still some room to go.
Are you funded with debt as well at the minute, or is it purely equity from a Zenobē perspective?
So we raise equity from our two primary shareholders, KKR and M&G, at our group level, and then we put our own money into each asset or project. we would then borrow from a combination of banks and institutional lenders, typically 3-to-1 gearing, to fund the project.
Okay. And I guess one kind of follow-on question to that is probably, we have heard, I think, in recent years of attempts to try and come up with new financing constructs to almost bridge this gap between kind of the early stage kind of fully equity capital and perhaps the long-term debt position. Have you seen any of these work well in practice, either in the UK or elsewhere, or is this an enduring issue?
Yeah, I mean, I think the UK has tried the concessional financing schemes. Personally, I think they haven't necessarily reduced risk to support commercial investors to come into the market. I think the EV rollout, investors coming in, is happening anyway. I think sometimes they've been disproportionately sized or wrongly sized for, or looking, the way they're structured hasn't been really attractive for commercial investors.
I mean, I guess I'm always going to say this, right? So, but I don't think there's a magic bullet in terms of the financing market. We said you can get the sources of capital, but it will kind of cost you at one level. So I think pragmatically the solution is to look back at what prevents cheaper capital coming in, and that comes back to the commercial model. And somehow, that comes away from the laissez-faire markets having more sort of control. We talked about local authorities. We talk about actually what the value is that they can offer. I think for a lot of CPOs, developing a model that can encourage more investment seems a better answer than necessarily just saying, well, isn't there just another source of capital? As we came back to the analogy on the fleet side, is the fact you can see your customer base, you can see your cash flow. You need to somehow create that in the CPO market. And that's not necessarily, say, by availability, but somehow you've got to capture the value of actually the customers that are there and having some support. And I think you could get there, but it means much more intervention rather than the sort of laissez-faire approach.
And I think maybe government financing would be more useful, for example, in grid infrastructure or in the uptake of EV fleets, rather than in terms of the EV charging specifically.
So you think less direct intervention in the charging space, but more in terms of stimulating demand?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
interesting.
And on the fleet side, again, the sector doesn't directly need government capital. There's very deep liquid markets in the UK for well-structured projects. The great thing about being in London is you've got access to all this capital. Policy consistency. We've had pretty good policies in the space the last 5-6 years. Subsidy continuity. We've actually had fairly generous subsidies, and the government should be aiming to just barely cover the gap between diesel and electric. That's good use of taxpayers' funds. But ideally in a nice, predictable, smooth cycle. The feast and famine thing can be very disruptive to the sector, but concessionary finance is not needed.
And Tim, I'd like to pick up on another point, which is, I think we heard earlier today of perhaps some of the changing business models in the fleet segment. I would like to could you talk a little bit about how Zenobé's model has changed over the past few years and will change in future?
Yeah, so I think I've mentioned we're kind of depot based. So I think for us the big trend is tenor extension. People used to think that a bus would last 15 years, an electric bus would last 15 years. Why would it last 15 years? Because diesel buses used to last 15 years. Okay, but it's a completely different technology. Okay, but we've got nothing else to go on, so we'll just have to assume that. And I think the big change to the business model has been the sector gradually getting comfortable that these things might run 20, maybe even 25 years, as long as you keep replacing that battery and you properly diligence, understand the battery, when does it need to be replaced, how are you going to replace it, how much is it going to cost to replace it. For most of the other aspects of the business model have stayed relatively the same for the last 5 years. But I think just this spreading it over as long a term as possible, which is great for the sector, right? Brings down the payments, spreads them out, keeps it cheaper for the operators.
And then one question I think that does come up once in a while is we often hear of parallels between EV charging and the fibre kind of business model. Maybe I'd like to invite Daryl, Sabine, can you comment on what can we learn from perhaps the evolution of fibre over the last 5-10 years that is also kind of insight for investors in the EV space?
So I don't know, I really just tie my earlier point. So in the fibre where we find ourselves in the UK, as compared to France particularly, is that we had a laissez-faire market. We love the idea of, what is practically two large incumbents today being sort of BT and Virgin, and having the altnets to sort of challenge them. If you're in government today, you'd say what a great success this was, because we've accelerated fibre to the home significantly from where it was. So the outcome is a big success. The problem is a lot of investors are holding altnets today with no idea of their value and no idea what they're going to do with them, frankly. And there's a lot of build it, you'll be surprised maybe, there's a lot of build it and they will come sort of in that as well, which is we build a network out into rural or in towns. Surely at some point there'll be uptake. Everyone took a view there wouldn't be overbuild, which was totally false. So there's a fundamental investment challenges. Now that's easy for investors to say that they kind of got it wrong, but my problem is that if you look at it from a government point of view, we'll manage our own problems, right, in terms of the value of those assets. There are 100 altnets. There won't be 100 going forward. They'll have to consolidate, etc., which is happening. Some may fall by the wayside. The key bit is going to be, if you added up, a little bit like the sort of Theo's sort of maths on there, if you added up all the money that was put into fibre today, which I'm not sure anyone's done, it will be an enormous amount. Is there going to be that value actually created? Big question mark. So in the old days, money was cheap, right? It was free. These companies were pumped up with free money. That's not the case now. So actually, is that the most efficient way of using that capital? So I'm looking at that from a big picture point of view rather than, don't feel sorry for us, but just going, is it the best way of using that capital as a model? In France, you won't be surprised to hear, of course, they have a concession model. They give people exclusivity over large areas, and those business models are now matured and become much more successful. Germany has a very similar model now. They've got similar challenges. So I think there's a lesson there, which is less not for investors, but I think it does have a knock-on impact, as I mentioned earlier, about appetite for a sector that has an uncertain growth in revenue. But
I think that's right. I mean, I think the challenge of the fibre industry was the rollout. They didn't meet it with demand. They just rolled it out, and they didn't know how much usage there would be. I think that lessons were learnt from that. And so, for example, with Rome, they're very careful in terms of their rollout. They'll only install 1 or 2 chargers, see how much usage there is. If there's not enough usage, they'll take that charger, put it somewhere else. So it's much more of a managed kind of demand-supply scenario. So I think maybe there were lessons learned from the fibre investments.
Okay. So I think I'm going to try and leave some time for questions at the end. So I'm going to ask each of you to probably answer 2 closing questions. One which is more serious, one which is more whimsical. The serious one is, so where do you think we will be in terms of an investment landscape in EV charging in 2030, in 5 years' time?
There'll definitely be a lot of consolidation over the next few years. That's what my expectation would be.
I would agree, and more usage, hopefully. I mean, just hope there's more EVs on the road in the sense that will be. But we are taking a view. Hopefully, we're going to point that is not going to change the outlook.
I'd agree with consolidation, but I'd point to consolidation in the manufacturing sector. So infrastructure is hard, integration and owning it is hard, but manufacturing is really hard. And there's been all these startups the last 10 years, and some of them have been phenomenally successful. Some of them are facing now competition from people who've been going at this 10 years and have these enormous factories and balance sheets. And I think you can start to see the shake-up coming, both charger and vehicle manufacturers. And I think it's going to show kind of who's been managing their assets properly and who's been managing their credit exposure properly. And you'll see probably a smaller number of better known names, which is probably good for the sector in the long run.
Or China's a winner? I don't know. That's probably part of the interesting point as well.
Okay, now the whimsical question. So the 3 of you are in an EV driving along the road, and then you come across an old dilapidated charger and you plug in. And then a genie pops out. So it was a genie point. Due to the spending review, you each only get 1 wish each to change about the EV ecosystem. So what's the one thing you would try and change if you could just snap your fingers and do that?
I can have a coffee at the same time. Press a button and have a coffee at the same time.
Darryl?
I'd lean it on the fact that I get exclusivity over that charger. That would be not me. You know what I mean. My point being is exclusivity point coming across, which I think will get people a little bit more comfortable about. It is more protectionist, but moving away from competition.
I guess I'd wish that everyone wasn't still quite so scared of electric vehicles. I still have conversations with my dad all the time, and I'm just not going to get him there, right? And it's philosophical, it's cultural. But I guess if you've got genies coming out of chargers, I can understand the concern.
Well, thanks for being good sports with that question. I'd love to open it up to the floor now for anyone who'd like to.
My question's around the point you just made there at the end around consolidation in the manufacturer side of things. How much do you see, as someone who's installed thousands of chargers, how much do you see now with the vehicles going out to 10, 15, 25-year life cycles? How much do you see the reliability of those big names that are in charging versus some of the newer entrants? I know you talked about consolidation within the last 10 years, but there's new market entrants coming in all the time. What do they need to do differently, and how do you see the legacy manufacturers, not only in just charge point manufacturers, but that maybe have portfolio outside of that and have ventured into charging? How do you see them adapting to that new entry, and how do you see those new entries differentiating themselves from what's out there at the minute?
Can I answer the question with a pessimistic? If you're not already established as a charging manufacturer, that ship has sailed, right? I mean, if you haven't got the brand, scale, capacity, utilization, and a pretty serious team of engineers, not only on the hardware side, but the software. People always forget about the software, right? I think it must be so difficult to penetrate the space now when you've got such a wide variety of OEMs for people like us to choose from. So I think more the question is how many will there be left rather than how many more are coming in.
Ben?
So my whimsical question is, how long do you think Wen will have to wait for his girlfriend? 5 years. My slightly more serious question is probably to Darryl, actually. So you mentioned about getting obviously very comfortable with Tim and Zenobi, but you've just put in more money into Connected Curb with National Wealth Fund. And I suppose what gives you the confidence in that transaction? And was it a necessity, or was it an opportunity to invest further?
Fish on that side. They are. I should just, for the record, just stress they're two different pots, right? So we have debt into Tim, and obviously it's an equity investment into Connected Curb. Look, the Connected Curb's not sort of rocket science in a sense. You put a number of equity into a business to grow. This is the point I was saying earlier, which is you're on a path and you've got to keep going. Is the simple fact, right? So if the business is not, we knew it was not going to sort of suddenly generate large profits overnight. You've got to have the ability, though, to put more capital in there, because what's the alternative otherwise, right? So we're definitely not in a position to say, well, that sort of stops. So the additional capital, why is there, what's the alternative? It's pretty sickly to look at the alternative, but it's more about why do you support that? Why does the National Wealth Fund support that? Because you can see the outcome. The problem is it's going to take that extra bit of capital to get there. There's still a little bit of voyage into the unknown, but I think my overarching point is we kind of know we're getting there in terms of, you've got to back that there will be the tipping point a lot of people have spoken to today about EV usage. And that's the point you say, actually, more people, it's Tim's talking about people being less worried about EVs. Obviously, the climate's got a lot worse, and people question it, and there's more bad news around what a disaster it is trying to charge an EV than there is about positivity at the moment. So it's sort of become fashionable. So as you tip that over and people then practically start buying EVs, I think it'll start to go the other way. And I think we do believe that will happen. It's just about, you've got to have patience. And that's the, obviously, thrust of this in a way. That capital's got to wait.
I think maybe one more question. We can fit one in before the end.
Thanks. Really interesting. Just wondered if you had any thoughts on shared transport, autonomous vehicles, what that future looks like and potential impact.
Would any of the panelists like to take a punt?
I was going to stick my neck out. I mean, I did mention to someone earlier today about autonomous vehicles. I've heard some tremendous kind of, visionary stuff on this. I can't really buy into the idea. I think it feels like, I think we're at danger of sort of accelerating so fast in our minds about where we're going to get to. I think, we see some of these little trials. I don't see it being wholesale on that point. I have to sit in credit committees where people say, well, we're not going to use trains anymore because we're going to have whole, kind of autonomous vehicles running up and down motorways. I think we're living in a dream world, right, if you think that's kind of practical reality. So I don't get too worried about that side. I think the bigger worry is people still driving EVs as we kind of see them today. I mean, there was a little bit of push earlier about, isn't the world getting faster? Well, yes and no is kind of the answer, I think. So I still, you'll be proved wrong in a sense. It's always the black swan event that's going to, the technology comes out of nowhere. In most cases, it was a steady evolution of technology. And I still think we're going to still be driving EVs of some form, doing the same sort of things we're doing at the moment. It's dangerous, and it'll be proved wrong.
I think I'll add my own view, which was, I think, 3-4 years ago, we saw a huge spate of the OEMs put out autonomous vehicle level 4 targets, and absolutely none of them got met. And I think we'll probably get there, but I think it'll probably take another 10 years.
I think it would be, obviously, if you're in a more kind of command and control jurisdiction, and you can power through some of the issues that might need more consultation in other jurisdictions, it's going to be easier to push it forward. But I would agree with that. We're not talking about 5 years, right? We're talking about 10 or 20 years, especially mass adoption. The societal implications would be huge, and governments will be careful to. Most governments will be careful to try and control that.
And I think to add to that, it'll be still very niche geography. So, I mean, obviously we see it in California and San Francisco, these autonomous vehicles. So I think it'll be it'll start in cities before it expands anything wider.
Great. So we're going to wrap this up now. Could I ask you to give a round of applause for our brilliant panel? And I believe we are now for the closing keynote.
Thank you, Wen, and thank you to the panel, and thank you for all of the delegates, speakers, sponsors and partners for their support today, and to all of you for attending, and everyone online. Before drinks, which I hope many of you can stay for, I've just got a few closing remarks on today. So obviously we've had a number of fascinating speeches which cover the whole range from different vehicle types to financing to operations to how this is done in practice. And kind of some key messages I've taken. So as I said at the beginning, I've been in this industry now for 15 years looking at what uptake models would look like initially in the private car market. And we're now seeing the private car and both the bus EV market being at about 4% of that total market penetration in terms of the number of vehicles. And I know Henry at Octopus put up the slide around the diffusion models that we see across all innovations. And they are, and EVs, as expecting, is following that Rogers diffusion model of innovation. And we're moving at that tipping point now from where we are as innovators, early adopters, purchasing, using, testing this technology that's evolving as we kind of integrate it and financing it, to what's becoming a mainstream industry. And we're now at the point, we've heard from Arcadis, and on the financing there, we've got some assets that have been funded based on some speculation that we took on going forwards that might not necessarily know whether they exist or what they are or what the value of it is. And there's a lot there, to moving forward to something that really needs to work in the future for all industries. So it's a tipping point in terms of how we finance it, and we've heard lots of challenges around that, how we use it and how we grow. And I think there's a lot of lessons when we move into the HGV and coach space that we're now looking at, we're building in quickly, that can be learnt from that car and bus space, all of those early, how do we connect to the grid, what does the charging infrastructure look like, what does interoperability, which was a big word 10 years ago of how we fund and pay for these things, work, to actually now how do we make them long range, how do we make them work for everyone. And we also need to look on that space on how people use them. So that customer is still the valid endpoint What's the accessibility requirements? What are the operational constraints? What is it that we are trying to achieve through transport, be it decarbonised or not, to make it viable and make it work for everyone? And I think the big messages that came through the panel I hosted, there's no winners or losers in this. This is not one transport against another. This is not, oh, I've got to the CPO first, I've got the financing first. We can all win. There's always scope for us to share this infrastructure, to work together, work in partnership, to kind of grow it and continue to grow it forward. So that's my very speedy summary, because we are now 3 minutes, I believe, to drinks. So once again, thank you all for joining us. Just a reminder, there's questionnaires on everyone's seats if you could complete and fill them out. The network drinks reception, I believe, is where we've had our lunches and breaks today, and it'd be great to catch up with as many of you there as we can. And thank you once again to everyone online.